Midnight. I was pulling an all-nighter at the office, alone, when a screen of light suddenly popped up in front of me. Ding! Upgrade modification system bound successfully. I stared wide-eyed. Great. I've worked so much overtime I'm hearing things now. I was about to go splash some water on my face when, outside, thunder and lightning erupted out of nowhere. The thunder louder than any storm I'd ever heard. The lightning as blinding as a flashbang. I rushed to the window and yanked the curtain open. What I saw looked straight out of an apocalypse movie. Before I could even snap a picture, the ground started shaking violently. I could faintly hear buildings collapsing outside. The earthquake came and went in a flash, but when I pulled out my phone, no signal. A sinking feeling rose in my chest. Combined with that auditory hallucination from a moment ago, something big was about to go down. I shook my head, grabbed my backpack, stuffed in the half-finished Coke, some bread, and my power bank, then turned to leave. I pushed open the glass door of the office. Rain was pouring down in sheets. I looked up. There were auroras in the sky. Weren't those supposed to be up in the Arctic? I grabbed a co-worker's umbrella on the way out and hurried downstairs. There was a 24-hour convenience store right downstairs. This situation was already way beyond what any expert could explain. I needed to stock up on water, food, medicine, and weapons, and fast. The clerk, Zhang Li, was holding up his phone. No signal either, trying to snap pictures of the aurora, muttering, "Sick, dude." I walked straight in, grabbed 2 cases of bottled water and several boxes of crackers, and dropped them on the counter. Then I snagged 2 cloth bags and filled them with chocolate, Snickers, candy, anything high-calorie. Zhang Li came back from his photo session, saw the pile of stuff, and stared, dumbfounded. "Bro, what do you need all this for? You kill somebody, and now you're on the run." I ignored him. With no cell signal, mobile payment was out of the question. I dug into my bag, pulled out the wedding gift money I'd collected today, and shoved 1,000 yuan at him. "Keep the change." Zhang Li stood there clutching the cash, totally lost. I tossed everything into the blue Baojun RS3 parked outside. Ding. Vehicle detected. Bind as upgradable item. I froze. The system had popped up again, so I really was bound to it. Fighting to keep my cool, I mentally answered, "Yes." Ding. Vehicle bound successfully. Host will earn 10 survival points per day survived, which can be used to upgrade items. Please do your best to survive the apocalypse. The word apocalypse hit me like a punch. I turned and bolted back to the convenience store. Zhang Li reached out to block me, clearly annoyed. I haven't even scanned everything yet. "What? You in that big a hurry to run off?" I put on a stern face. "I work upstairs. If the total's off, come find me tomorrow. Now move." He flinched at my expression and stepped aside instinctively, still muttering. "It's just an earthquake and some auroras. What's with the Doomsday shopping spree?" I hauled everything I could carry out to the car. When the trunk was full, I piled the rest onto the back seat. Catching my breath, I glanced up at the shops around the complex. People came running out in their pajamas, and the silent street suddenly came alive. Everyone's first instinct was to find their family. My parents had died young, my relatives were distant, and I had few friends, which spared me from standing in the rain like everyone else, tapping at a phone that had no signal. "Ah, monster, run!" Screams erupted from the crowd. Through the rain and my glasses, I could just make out a crimson, reptilian creature skewering a man on its tail and hoisting him high into the air. Screams broke out everywhere. The crowd scattered in every direction. Without hesitation, I yanked open my car door and slid inside. Now that a system had shown up, all those wild things from the novels were probably about to become real. I sure as hell wasn't going to stand around gawking. I hit the ignition. Plenty of people ran toward my car, and some ducked into the convenience store. Zhang Li, scared out of his wits, ran back into the shop too, but he emptied his backpack and stuffed it full of bottled water and crackers, then dashed to the yellow car parked out front. I was taking a deep breath when the passenger door suddenly flew open. I'd forgotten to lock it. The one who scrambled in was a girl with a spicy strip dangling from her mouth, dressed in pink pajamas, baby-faced, clutching a phone in her hand. She looked like she was still in high school. A monster. Bam, bam, bam. Cars around us shook with muffled crashes. The creature was smashing its way toward us. I didn't have time to scold her. Shift into gear, release the brake, floor the gas, all in one fluid motion. The little blue car shot forward and swerved hard toward the barrier up ahead. Zhang yellow car followed right behind me, and a few other cars started up and fell in line too, though most people were still trying to find somewhere to hide. We're gonna crash. Brake! Brake! The girl squeezed her eyes shut and clung to the handle for dear life. I didn't stop. I slammed the pedal to the floor and rammed straight through. Crash! The barrier snapped. A security guard came running out to block us, but Zhongli laid on his horn and the guard leapt aside in terror. The yellow car tore through the gap right on my tail. Zhongli's eyes were glued to my car. He was convinced I was no ordinary guy, that I'd somehow known to stock up in advance, and that if he stuck with me, he'd make it out alive. Meanwhile, that 2-meter, crimson, eyeless creature, its body covered in pus-filled boils, drove its tail straight through the guard who'd just climbed to his feet and flung him aside like a withered husk. Then it turned, graceful as could be, and headed toward the high-rises. The hunt had begun. I drove toward the highway. There was no way that thing in the city was the only one of its kind. Hiding out now would just make escape harder later. Better to run while I still could. The pouring rain filled the streets with more and more cars, each one driving like a dog was chasing it. The girl huddled in the passenger seat, trembling. I didn't have the bandwidth to deal with her. Once I confirmed the gas station up ahead was safe, I planned to fill up and kick her out. Women were nothing but dead weight. Wrecks kept piling up. I stared wide-eyed, not daring to blink. Spotting a Sinopec station, I cranked the wheel and swerved in, coming to a clean stop at the pump. Insert the card, punch in the pin, lift the nozzle, smooth as silk. While the tank filled, I dashed back into the convenience store and swept every Snickers bar off the shelf into a black plastic bag. Zhongli jumped out too and hurried in, copying me as he grabbed supplies. He also swiped a few packs of cigarettes and a couple of lighters on the way. The girl, noticing there were no tissues in the car, worked up the nerve to run in and grab 2 packs herself. I bagged everything up and headed straight out. Every extra second was another second of danger. Once the tank was full, I yanked the nozzle out, tossed it aside, slammed the fuel door shut, and sprinted back to the driver's seat. The girl was right behind me. She plopped down in the passenger seat and buckled up. "Get out," I said flatly. "This is my car." She clung to the door handle, shook her head, and squeezed out 2 words, "No way." While we were still arguing, I spotted a pitch-black lizard thing chasing down a pedestrian. I threw the car into gear and floored it. The blue car shot forward like an arrow off the string, the yellow car right on my tail as we tore out onto the street. The moment we turned right onto the secondary road, traffic ground to a crawl. I relied on years of driving experience to weave through, pulling one dangerous pass after another. 20 minutes later, the South Toll Gate was within sight, but a cluster of cars blocked the on-ramp to the expressway. Nothing was moving. All we could do was sit and wait. Still, being stuck in the car beat being outside on foot. Ding, ding, ding. A text alert went off on my phone. The message said monsters of every kind had appeared across the country hunting humans, that the military had been deployed, and that everyone should find somewhere safe to hole up. I tossed the phone into the center console, pulled off my glasses, and started wiping them. Biting her lip, the girl asked, "Big brother, is this the end of the world?" I slid my glasses back on and gave a cold laugh. "Isn't that pretty obvious? Or would you like to get out and confirm it with somebody else?" She shook her head like a rattledrum. "My name's Su Mingyue, and I am not getting out of this car. Give it up." Another dead weight to drag along. My odds of surviving just took another hit. I felt irritation prickling under my skin. Su Mingyue tore open a strip of lechiao and started chewing to calm her nerves. The spicy scent drifted over, and I stared at her in disbelief. Her cheeks flushed. She pulled out another piece and held it up to my mouth. I'd been about to snap at her, but spicy food sharpens the senses and clears the head. So, almost against my will, I took the bite. The heat spread across my tongue. Gripping the wheel, I silently called out to the system. "System, can you upgrade my vehicle?" "Affirmative." "Show me some options." A holographic model of the car appeared in front of me. Option 1. Waterproof engine, 5 points. 4-wheel drive, 3 points. Body armor, 2 points. Option 2. High-performance engine, 4 points. 4-wheel drive, 3 points. Body armor, 2 points. Given the torrential rain outside, I picked option 1 without a second thought. Vehicle upgrade in progress. Driving unaffected. Countdown, 10 minutes. Just as I was about to catch my breath, a massive explosion boomed behind us. In the rearview mirror, an enormous crocodile-like monster came charging straight at us. Horns blared everywhere at once. The car up front smashed through the warning barrier and tore up onto the expressway, and the rest surged after it. The Mercedes ahead of me lurched forward. I stomped the gas to the floor. Past the toll booth, everyone floored it. Nobody wanted to be the one who got caught a second too late. Zhongli got lucky and cut in from the side, muscling his way onto the freeway. EVs weren't built for high-speed hauls, and the battery was a concern, but survival came first. Who had time to worry about the rest? The monster seemed content to just herd us along. It didn't chase the cars. The drivers who made it onto the freeway breathed a sigh of relief. Little did they know, this was where the real nightmare began. Another violent tremor hit the freeway, triggering a landslide. When the shaking stopped, the lead car plunged headfirst into a portal that had appeared out of nowhere. The cars behind it couldn't stop in time and went barreling through, one after another. I saw the portal too, but I didn't dare brake. With a pack of cars right on my tail, hitting the brakes meant getting rear-ended, and after that, my life wouldn't be worth much. Screw it. I gritted my teeth and floored it through. Behind me, a woman driving a Volkswagen panicked and slammed on her brakes, setting off a chain reaction pileup. Luckily, a big rig behind her kept its head, plowed into the wreck, and shoved the whole tangle through the portal together. On the other side of the portal, the scene changed in an instant. No more freeway, just a wide-open mountain road winding through grasslands, the torrential rain replaced by a heavy, overcast sky. The lead car rolled on for a bit before pulling over, and the cars behind gradually slowed and stopped too. I checked the rear view. Out of all those cars that had been behind me, only about 20 were left. Were we the only ones who got transported through? The 20-some cars sat still. No one dared to be the first out. Then the door of the lead vehicle, an off-road pickup, swung open and a long-haired young guy stepped out. Riding shotgun was a woman with a killer figure and long, straight black hair. The two of them started knocking on windows, trying to gather everyone up. Soon they were at mine. I rolled down the window. "What's up, man?" "Hey, brother. Name's Su Ji. Served 3 years in the army. Come on out. Let's get to know each other. From here on out, we're gonna need to have each other's backs." I nodded and agreed. The area was wide open. If anything happened, I could hop back in and take off. Introducing himself and mentioning his military service was a smart move. It lowered people's guard. The guy knew how to talk. I silently pulled up the system to check my vehicle. Engine upgraded to waterproof. No worries about flooding. Drivetrain switched to 4-wheel drive. Punchier now. Body armor reinforced too. Even the feel of the car was different. I got out and noticed Su Mingwa hadn't moved. I frowned. "What are you sitting there for? Get out." "I'm not going." She was afraid that once she got out, she wouldn't be able to get back in. I tried twice more, but she wouldn't risk it. "Fine. Lock the doors. Yell if anything happens." I didn't push it, locked the car, and walked over to the meeting spot. Out on this empty mountain road, every breeze and rustle stood out. Everyone was more than willing to gather. But what really got me out of the car was information. Once Su Ji had everyone assembled, he cut right to the chase. "Folks, we've all made it through this together. That makes us teammates. I want to put together a convoy. We stick together, watch each other's backs, help each other out." Almost no one objected to that, but a handful pushed back right away. Forming a convoy meant pooling supplies for unified distribution. Those with more supplies would lose out, and those with less would come out ahead. Those with more supplies naturally didn't want to hand them over, but they weren't in any rush to speak up. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, simple as that. Suji smiled and explained, "Don't worry. Supplies will be distributed fairly and openly. We'll keep each other honest." Still, someone objected. "Says who? The stuff in my car is mine. This godforsaken place doesn't even have enough for me to eat." The woman with long, straight black hair said coldly, "Don't like it? Leave. You're on your own." The guy was stubborn. He turned and walked off, valuing his supplies more than his life. Taking a wild guess, this place probably wasn't Blue Star anymore. Without wilderness survival skills, staying alive here would be next to impossible. Banding together was the smart play. Sure, I had the system, so I could survive on my own even without joining a team, but going solo right now wasn't wise. Suji raised his hand and called out, "Anyone who wants to join the Miracle Convoy, come sign up. Count me in." Me, my wife, and my kid. All in. 40 or 50 people surged forward at once. Suji shouted, "Line up. One at a time. Bro, we joining?" Zhang Li's voice piped up beside me. I turned my head, surprised. "You actually kept up?" He scratched his head. "I charge my EV to full every day before work. Just lucky enough to make it to the end." I nodded, then turned back to the car to call Su Minghua down to register and to stash away part of our supplies while I was at it. Human nature couldn't withstand temptation at a time like this. I hid the Snickers bars, chocolate, and candy under the back seat and tucked a few bottles of water away for emergencies. Seeing what I was doing, Su Minghua grabbed a handful of chocolate and candy and stuffed them into her pockets too. She wasn't stupid. Once the stuff was hidden, we went to register. On the way back, I looked up at the sky. Dark clouds were churning. A heavy rain was coming. An uneasy feeling settled in my chest. If the engines got flooded and ruined, it'd be a devastating blow to the convoy. While registering, I gave Suji a heads up. "Brother Su, a downpour's about to hit. You'd better find shelter fast." Suji glanced up at the roiling clouds. The air was already damp. The storm was definitely coming. Next to us, an old man who'd just finished registering waved his minivan keys proudly. "I've got a car to sleep in. No rain's gonna bother me." I didn't bother explaining. I just smiled and walked off. Su Minghua trailed after me like a little sidekick, jogging to keep up. The man named Su Ji turned to look at the convoy, his expression darkening. Once the downpour hit and the cars flooded, they'd be nothing but scrap metal. The woman with long, straight black hair closed the registration book and suggested covering the vehicles or finding shelter. Fast. Suji nodded, pulled out 2 walkie-talkies, and handed them to his sister, Su Ling, telling her to station one person in the middle of the convoy and another at the tail, so they could communicate. A bolt of lightning split the sky. Crack. "Too late," Suji said, and the second the words left his mouth, raindrops began pelting down, turning into a torrential downpour in the blink of an eye. Su Ling ran. She came up and tapped on my window. I rolled it down, and she handed me a walkie-talkie. "Channels already set. Stay in touch." I took it and slipped her a carton of milk in return. "Thanks." She didn't refuse. Supplies were precious now. Su Minghua, riding shotgun, immediately puffed up her cheeks. "Bro, why the hell are you giving milk to some outsider?" I turned and shot back. "You're an outsider too. You just happened to be stuck in the car." That shut her up. After a while, she finally muttered, "Bro, you definitely don't have a girlfriend, do you?" "Correct." I owned it, no shame. "My girlfriend ran off with a better guy, so I've got no weak spot. Cross me, and I'll boot you out of this car in a heartbeat. Lay down the rules. Establish authority. The prettier the woman, the better the liar." I'd learned that lesson a long time ago. I reclined the seat and lay down. Rainstorm and white mist swallowed the whole mountain. There was no way to drive through it. We were stuck. Seeing me pull a blanket over myself, Su Minghua didn't hesitate to yank it over and wrap it around her own body. With the rain outside, the car turned cold fast. Some woman a few cars over even had her engine running for heat, like fuel was nothing to her. I locked the doors and drifted off. This escape had drained me. Part of me also wanted to test Su Minghua. If she dared unlock the door for anyone, she was gone. Bleeding hearts don't survive. When I woke up, she was still asleep. Nobody had come banging on the windows. The rain was just too heavy. I don't know how many hours passed. I got hungry and tore open a Snickers, chewing on it. I just stuffed the wrapper into my pocket when the car suddenly shuddered, like something big had walked past. Su Minghua jolted awake, clutching the blanket tight, not daring to make a sound. Her eyes asked me what was going on. I didn't know either. I could only peer carefully out the window. To save power, everyone had killed their lights and was hiding in the dark. But there was always some idiot. This one not only had the headlights on, but was also using a phone flashlight. Light meant a death sentence. The next second, the car behind them got slammed by something. Screams exploded. Then came the grinding shriek of metal being torn apart, a woman and children shrieking, crying for help, and finally, a chewing sound that made my scalp crawl. Thud, thud, thud. The tremors were getting closer. Some old man couldn't take it. He floored the gas and shot out. But between the downpour and the fog, his car didn't get far before it flipped, followed immediately by another round of steel being crunched to pieces. The noise gradually faded into the distance. After these two morons, The convoy was definitely going to be laying down a lot of new rules. But that wasn't my problem. I rolled over and went back to sleep. Su Mingyue reached out and grabbed my hand, looking for some scrap of comfort. I slapped it away and shot her a warning look. Don't try anything. Player. Emotionally dead robot. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. She pulled her hand back, fuming, and buried her head in the blanket. I'd been through a few relationships. Women were long out of my system. People will only become stumbling blocks on the road to survival. When real danger comes, I won't save her. Let the fellow Taoist die, not me. It's that simple. Midnight on the dot. Ding. Today's survival points have been credited. I silently opened the system. Time to upgrade the vehicle. For the next 3 days, this vehicle would be my lifeline, something that could run, block the rain, a mobile home. Fuel and off-road capability were what mattered most. The tank was down to 4 bars, enough for maybe 300 kilometers. The mountain roads were rough, and a low chassis would take a beating. I asked the system for options. Ding. Option 1. Enlarge fuel tank to 180 liters. Raise chassis for collision resistance. Cost, 9 survival points. Option 2. Convert fuel tank to 70-liter water-powered system. Convert engine to water power, slightly raised chassis. Cost, 10 survival points. The first option gave me a bigger tank, but didn't solve the fundamental problem of running out of fuel. The second option, water-powered. Rain was everywhere. That was clearly the better choice. Without hesitation, I picked option 2. Ding. Points deducted successfully. Upgrade in progress. Vehicle remains operational. Countdown, 2 hours. I shut down the system and went back to sleep. The next morning, I was jolted awake by a phone alarm. Su Mingyue explained sheepishly, I forgot to turn off my alarm. It's Monday. I've got an 8 a.m. class. I sat up and looked out the window. The rain had stopped and the white mist had lifted. I silently checked the system. Vehicle upgrade complete. Now I just needed a chance to fill the tank with water. Total win. In a great mood, I tore open a pack of cookies and popped one in my mouth. Strawberry flavored. Nice and crunchy. This time Su Mingyue didn't try to bum food off me. Instead, she tugged on my arm and whined. Big brother, I need to pee. I chewed calmly. I'm not the one keeping you tied up. Go if you need to go. She was afraid to get out of the car alone, more afraid I'd lock the doors and refuse to let her back in. But she couldn't hold it any longer. Right on cue, Suji from the pickup truck up ahead was climbing out and knocking on each car window. Everyone watched for a while, making sure it was safe out there before daring to step outside. Suji walked up to my car, but before he could knock, I'd already opened the door and gotten out. Su Mingyue scurried into the roadside bushes, and the other women quickly followed suit. Suji gathered everyone around the mangled wreck from the night before. Bloodstains and claw marks were plainly visible. The weaker-stomached among us threw up on the spot. Suji seized the moment to make his announcement. Everyone, I ran a fever all night. When I woke up this morning, I'd awakened supernatural powers. The crowd exploded. Awakened powers? What is this, a movie? If you awakened, then prove it. I frowned. Humans were weak. Awakening supernatural abilities wasn't strange in itself. But this was only the second day of the Exodus. Way too soon. Suji didn't back down. He drove his fist into the wrecked car and punched clean through the metal, without so much as a scratch on his hand. The doubting voices died instantly. Special. No ordinary soldier could punch through sheet metal barehanded either. It wasn't just his strength. His speed, stamina, and mental fortitude had all been boosted across the board. On top of that, he had an ability called direction sense, so getting lost on the road was no longer a concern. The way the elderly, women, and children looked at him had changed. They saw him as their anchor now. Suji laid down some rules, one of which was this. At night, the convoy could not have any light source whatsoever. Last night, it was exactly because of a light that 3 people had died, a mother and daughter, and a middle-aged man. After the brief meeting, Suji began collecting supplies. Anyone who contributed extra could exchange the surplus for contribution points, which could later be used to purchase things scavenged along the way. When it was my turn, I handed over most of my supplies in exchange for contribution points. A young man saw there was still stuff left in my car and greedily reached out to grab it, muttering, "We're all in the same convoy. Don't even think about hoarding." I lifted my leg and kicked him flat on his back, then drew the short blade at my waist and pressed it to his throat. asking coldly, "You a bandit? Trying to rob me?" It happened so fast that nobody else had time to react. The young man snapped out of it in terror, stammering, "Misunderstanding. Big brother, I wasn't going to take it all. You gotta believe me." Suji was at a point where he needed every able body he could get. Seeing how ruthless and decisive I was, he stepped forward to play peacemaker. "We're all teammates here. Clear the air, and it's done." I sheathed the blade, patted the young man's shoulder, and warned him, "There are a lot of us here, and I'm not the only one who's awakened as a superhuman. Don't back yourself into a corner. Otherwise, you might not live to see tomorrow's sun." "Yes, yes, yes." He nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, his eyes clear as glass, terrified I'd finish him off on the spot. Suji shot me a surprised glance, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and offered me one. He asked with a smile, "Brother, what sequence did you awaken as?" I clenched the cigarette between my teeth and shot back, "What about you?" He lit it for me and answered candidly, "I'm sequence 0888, Pathfinder. My ability is direction sense." Using that information, I fabricated an identity, playing it mysterious. I'm a divine machinist. As for my sequence, can't tell you just yet. Divine machinist? Sounds impressive. I'll be counting on you from here on out. Suji couldn't tell whether I was bluffing, but another superhuman in the convoy was always a good thing. I took the opening to flatter him. The Pathfinder is the core of any team. You're the captain, well deserved. Here's hoping you're right. I just want our miracle convoy to make it through. Seeing that I hadn't shown any cracks, what little suspicion he had melted away. "I've got things to take care of. Catch you later." Catch you later. I climbed back into the car, and the smile vanished from my face in an instant. "Bro, the way you put that guy in his place just now was so badass." Su Mingwei gave me a thumbs up. "Oh, was it?" I leaned in close, staring into her eyes, trying to catch some other emotion in them, only to be disappointed. Not a word of a lie." She hugged her arms across her chest nervously and leaned back. After all, I was a man, and being cooped up day in and day out with a temptation like her, a knockout high schooler, she was afraid I might lose control. I tilted my head and teased, "You seem pretty scared of what I might do to you. If you're that worried, get out now." "I'm not getting out. Even if you did that to me, I still wouldn't get out." She refused without a second's hesitation. She wasn't stupid. I stayed cool under pressure, and she'd eavesdropped on every word said outside the car earlier. I was awakened too. In a hellhole like this, a regular person wouldn't last long on their own. I couldn't be bothered to keep testing her. I ripped open a pack of snow crackers and started munching. 10 minutes or so later, Suji knocked on my window with a group in tow. Zhang Li, the convenience store guy, was among them. I got out, already having a pretty good guess. I spoke first. "Going to scout the area?" Suji nodded. "We're camping here for a couple of days. Might as well get a feel for this godforsaken place." That suited me fine. I told Su Mingyuan not to open the door for anyone, then fell in with the group. We crossed a hill, and there below us was the wreck we'd flipped past last night. Zhangli took one look at the pool of blood and nearly threw up. Suji walked over to the deep pit beside the wreckage. Those massive footprints made it clear that whatever had passed through last night was enormous. Inside the wrecked car, I spotted a black meow saber. Holding my breath against the stench of rot, I dug it out. Already sharpened, and well made too. "Not bad. Man, you scored a nice blade." Suji looked a little envious. With a weapon in hand, everyone got braver. The others covered their mouths and noses and started rummaging too. Mid-search, 6 dog-sized creatures came darting out with unsettling agility, cocking their heads at us with a dopey sort of curiosity. The words slipped out before I could stop them. "Is that a velociraptor?" Holy shit. Live dinosaurs. A few guys next to Suji stumbled backward in terror. Zhangli grabbed a shard of debris and pressed up against me for courage. "Don't do anything rash. These look like velociraptor hatchlings." Seeing how small they were, Suji assumed they were harmless. "Bro, you kidding me? Velociraptors, those are prehistoric. Did we all get transported to another world or something? Can you focus on what actually matters? These things look carnivorous." Before he'd finished, one of the hatchlings lunged, jaws snapping straight for my thigh. Swish. I swung the saber without hesitation, the razor edge splitting its skull clean in two. Ding. Velociraptor hatchling slain. 10 survival points acquired. The system prompt rang out in my head. My eyes lit up instantly. Killing monsters earned survival points. That was fantastic news. With their sibling down, the remaining 5 pounced at me with terrifying agility. I didn't know any swordsmanship. I just hacked on instinct. Everyone, get in there. Suji wasn't about to stand back either. If I went down, none of them were making it out. When the nest falls, no egg is left whole. Screw these things. Eat my crowbar. A chunky guy charged in with a wide swing. His weapon wasn't sharp enough. It could only knock them back, not kill. Whenever one hit the ground, I'd dart in and finish it off. 8 of us together took down 5. One got away. It was just 2. Fast, one blink, and it was gone. 50 survival points hit my account. I was suddenly rich, but I didn't smile. Instead, worry set in. The one that got away had definitely gone for reinforcements. We had to move now. Suji wasn't slow on the uptake either. He made the call on the spot. Let's go. We need to warn everyone to get off this mountain immediately. A grown raptor would absolutely come back for revenge. Zhongli, however, pointed at the corpse and asked, "Hey, is this dinosaur meat edible?" Only one way to find out. Cut a few slabs and bring them along. I sliced off several chunks without hesitation and wrapped them in cloth. Damn, brother, nice knife work. Suji noted how I didn't flinch when it was time to act and how quick I was on my feet. Perfect deputy captain material. He decided to have a talk with me once we were out of danger. Let's move. I scooped up the meat and turned to leave without dragging my feet. The group scrambled up the hill and sprinted back toward the convoy. Back at the vehicles, Suji took the driver's seat of the lead truck and used his ability to search for a route. His so-called sense of direction was more like a psychic perception. He could tell which roads wouldn't dead end at a cliff. Engines fired up one after another. Suji opened his eyes, faced forward, threw the truck into gear, released the brake, and floored it. The pickup lurched into motion, and the vehicles behind it fell in line. I started my car, didn't explain a thing to Su Mingyue, and stomped on the gas to follow. A few minutes up the mountain, halfway to the top, I glanced out the left window and spotted 7 or 8 adult raptors, each the size of an ox, emerging below. Suji, in the lead pickup, saw them too and slammed the accelerator harder. Su Ling stirred awake in the passenger seat, feeling the truck jolt. "Brother, what's going on?" she asked quickly. Suji kept his eyes on the road. "We ran into raptors. Anyone falling behind is going to get surrounded and killed." "Raptors?" Su Ling's eyes went wide, disbelief written across her face. Suji asked again. "Right, sis. Did you awaken as a sequence transcendent too?" Su Ling answered coolly. "Sequence 099, Elemental Mage." Hearing a top 100 ranking, Suji whipped his head around, stunned. "Holy crap. How the hell did you get a sequence that badass? I'm barely at 800-something as a navigator. Same parents. How is the gap this huge?" "It's okay, bro. I'll look out for you from now on," Su Ling reassured him. "Our convoy's definitely going to make a name for itself." The convoy wound its way deeper into the mountains, forced to slow down. One careless move here, and it'd be totaled vehicles and dead bodies. In my rearview mirror, I saw a silver 2-wheel drive stuck on a slope, unable to climb. Horns started blaring behind it in a chorus of beep beep. I grabbed the walkie-talkie and radioed Suji right away. He had no choice but to stop, get out, and find a rope to haul the car up. I stared at my own 1.5T compact SUV and did some quick math. That slope up ahead was steep. A front-wheel drive car muscling its way up on the front axle alone would lose traction halfway and start rolling back. I silently activated the system and pulled up the vehicle panel. System, customize and upgrade package for power, off-road capability, and suspension. Ding. Option 1, standard upgrades, 5 points each. Option 2, evolved power 20 points, evolved off-road 10 points, evolved suspension 10 points. I had 50 survival points. Without so much as a blink, I picked option 2. Ding. Upgrade in progress. Vehicle remains operational. Countdown, for hours. The car ahead of us finally got hauled up the slope. I floored the gas, and my car shot up the hill like a bolt of blue lightning. Up top, Suji and his sister stared, jaws on the floor. How did a 2-wheel drive make it up here? The rich kids with their off-roaders looked equally baffled. Their 1.5-liter turbo engines had been howling and belching smoke, while mine cruised up like it was nothing. The word modified flashed through everyone's mind. I parked, settled back in the driver's seat, and waited. Not the slightest intention of going down to help. Su Mingyue didn't get all saintly on me and push me to play hero either. It took over an hour and several runs to drag the rest of the cars up. Then the convoy set off again. On the flat stretch, everyone tore ahead like unleashed dogs. But their swagger didn't last long. The rutted, muddy road quickly wiped the grins off their faces. Push the speed and you'd wreck your undercarriage, so they had to crawl. Only my car, with its upgraded chassis, kept flying along, jostling Su Mingyue against her seatbelt like she was on a roller coaster. 2 hours later, the pickups pulled into a clearing. Su Ji, the group's guide, said there was water nearby and enough space to make camp. I made a point of parking close to the water for easy access. Su Mingyue didn't question it, probably figured I had my reasons. I grabbed my Miao Dao and got out, walking down to the creek. Fish were swimming in the shallows. One clean thrust. Ding. Fish killed. 1 survival point gained. I couldn't help grinning. Killing fish earned survival points too? This job was practically made for me. Fish in hand, I marched straight over to Su Ji and volunteered in front of everyone. Captain Su, there's fish in the creek over there. Let me catch some. We can have grilled fish and fish soup tonight. Su Ji eyed the palm-sized fish, and his eyes lit up. Sure, I'll send 2 people with you. Just like that, he assigned Su Ling and Zhang Li to me. At the creek, I kicked off my shoes, waded in, and started stabbing, one fish, then another. Zhang Li gave me a thumbs up. Brother Wang, you're a beast. But he and Su Ling had been at it forever without spearing a single one, scratching their heads in frustration. After yet another miss, Su Ling's face went dark. She plunged her hands into the creek and activated her ability. A few seconds later, 7 fish floated to the surface, bound up in ropes of water. My eyes went wide. I jogged over. I'll handle the killing. It's my specialty. 1 stab, 1 fish. 7 strikes with the Miao Dao, 7 fish skewered, 7 points in the bag. Hoisting a branch strung with fish over my shoulder, I ran back and prodded her. Beautiful, keep him coming. Su Ling rolled. She glared at me. You think using my ability doesn't cost anything? I kept a straight face. Then let me grab you a bottle of High Tiger to recharge. That line pissed her off good. Seeing she was about to haggle, I turned to leave. Forget it. Just 1 bottle, and I'm not wasting it on anyone else. Wang Lin. It was the first time in her life she'd felt the urge to strangle a man. I flashed a grin and walked off. And so, trip after trip, my survival points ticked up, +1, +1. That little chime was music to my ears. By quitting time, this heartless fish butcher had racked up another dozen plus points. The pile of fish was over 30 strong, all of which Zhang Li gutted and hauled back in a cloth sack. While the camp was busy lighting fires to grill the catch, I didn't head back. Instead, I grabbed an 18-liter jug, filled it to the brim with water, and snuck over to pop open the fuel cap and pour it in. Su Mingyue, sitting in the car, watched with her jaw on the floor. She scrambled to open the door and stop me, but too late. Clutching her forehead, on the verge of tears, she cried, "Bro, this is a gasoline car. What the hell are you pouring water in for? Did you eat something bad? Are you hallucinating?" I couldn't be bothered to explain and brushed her off. I awakened a sequence transcendent too. I'm a mechanic. Modified the car. It doesn't burn gas anymore. Runs on water. Her mouth hung open, frozen. She hadn't seen me modify a single thing from start to finish. And yet the car really did defy common sense at every turn. Clutching her head, she ducked back into the passenger seat and tore open a Snickers to help digest all this new information. I made a few more runs and filled the tank up with water. Ah! A blood-curdling scream ripped through the camp. I dropped the bucket and bolted back. Su Mingyue, terrified, burrowed into her blanket like a turtle retreating into its shell. Back at camp, a massive python had coiled around an old man and was swallowing him whole, his bones and organs already pulped, dying an ugly death. Everyone else had long since bolted for their cars. Some had already started their engines, ready to peel out. Just as the python had gulped down half the body, a huge rock came flying and slammed into its skull, opening a bleeding gash. Su Ji and his scouting party were back, too late to save the old man. The python spat out the corpse, its blood-slick maw roaring wide open, teeth dripping with gore and saliva. A sight straight out of a nightmare. Su Ji shouted at me, "Wang Lin, Wait for an opening and take this beast down. I slapped my waist. My meow saber was in the car. I swore under my breath. Captain Sue, my blade's in the car. Hold it off. I spun on my heel and ran. Suji's face went green, but he yanked out his combat knife in a reverse grip and squared up. The python lunged. Its tail whipped out and slammed into a nearby car, denting the door and shattering the window. The people inside curled up trembling. Suji twisted aside from its bite and chopped down with the knife, but the python's hide was too thick. The blade couldn't even break the skin. Son of a bitch, what breed is this thing, armor-plated? Suji cursed as he weaved nimbly out of range, backing off to open distance. I sprinted back with the meow saber and, seeing the two locked in a standoff, hurled the blade over. Captain Sue, catch! Suji kicked off the ground and lunged forward to catch it. The giant python, however, turned out to have a mind of its own and struck at him mid-motion. The meow saber was just bait. I'd already figured out this snake was intelligent. Standard tactics wouldn't cut it. I yanked a short blade from my waist and hurled it at the thing's head. Mid-flight, the metal reshaped itself, transforming into a metallic spider that landed on the python's skull. Bang! A muffled report burst from the spider's mouth, and a deep, bloody hole opened up in the python's head as 8 spider lances drove themselves ruthlessly into its flesh. The python jerked its head back in pain. Suji seized the opening, caught his saber, and pressed in, slashing open the python's hide. Unfortunately, he couldn't sever the head, and the blade got stuck. Goldie, blind its eyes, I ordered. The metal spider scuttled across the snake's head in a flash, driving a lance through its left eye. The python thrashed in agony, its tail slamming several craters into the ground. Suji wrenched the meow saber free, blood spraying from the wound. The python whipped its head about frantically, trying to fling off the spider, but the barbed lances held fast as a mountain. Captain Sue hit the 7-inch spot. Suji knew he should, but the edge of his saber was already curled. Another hack that hard, and it might snap, and the python was flailing too wildly for him to time the strike. Just then, Su Ling arrived. She invoked her power, wielding wind elements to lock the python in place. You only get one shot, do it. Hey, spicy strip, over here. I circled around and played bait to grab its attention. Goldie, stab its right eye. The metal spider drove a lance into its right eye. The python convulsed in pain, and the wind ropes looked ready to snap. Die already. With everything he had, Suji drove the saber sideways into the 7-inch spot. A huge gash opened, gushing serpent blood. Goldie, finish it. The metal spider slipped in through the bullet hole and activated whirlwind venomous dragon drill. The python's brain was churned to mush, and its body went limp. Thud! The head crashed down onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Variant giant python slain. 200 survival points obtained. Just like that, I'd struck it rich, enough to keep upgrading the car. Finally put this spicy strip on ice. Suji panted. Bro. Su Ling swayed on her feet, unable to keep her balance. I was closer, so I got there first and caught her as she passed out. She'd overdrawn herself using the wind element. Suji took his sister from me and said, Brother Wong, could you take some men to sweep the camp and make sure it's safe? Get everyone to finish eating and back into the vehicles. The fog is rolling in again from the direction we came. Got it, on my way. In those few short sentences, I'd picked up a piece of critical intel. The moment night fell, a white mist would surge in from all directions without warning, wrapping the camp in an eerie fog world. The night mist hid deadly dangers. No one dared expose themselves out in the open with nothing between them and it. I called on the men in the convoy to fan out and search, keeping a particular eye on those towering trees. If another giant python came bursting out, we'd lose more people. Fortunately, the area within a few hundred meters seemed safe enough, and everyone. We hauled a good pile of branches back to camp. Some got whittled into spears, decent enough against ordinary beasts, but useless against anything mutated. After settling Su Ling on the pickup, Suji tracked down Old Man Lu to run logistics. He couldn't stretch himself thin. He needed to free up his hands for other work. Old Man Lu didn't turn it down. Carving out a spot in the convoy was a priority. His first move was to put the women to work boiling fish stew and grilling fish. And he set his sights on the giant python's carcass too, ordering the meat sliced off and smoked into jerky. In times like these, when food was scarce, Smoked meat was worth its weight in gold. When it came to rounding up hands, a few of the women, the kind who'd never lifted a finger in their lives, started dragging their feet. Old man Lu ratted them out, and Suji laid into them. Work or get lost. No freeloaders in this convoy. Even Su Mingyue climbed down from her seat to pitch in. The smell of grilled fish drifted through the air, and everyone ate while sipping the broth. Any snacks with a long shelf life got stashed away for later. Right now, they had to face this brutal new world head-on and adapt. Once I got back with my people, Su Ji waved me over to the fire so we could talk while we ate. Zhang Li and the others took turns patrolling, watching for anything that might come out of the dark. Perched on my shoulder was Goldie, the mechanical spider that had upgraded out of my short blade. Suji took a sip of the salted fish soup and looked at me. Wang Lin, I want you as my second in command. Help me lead the miracle convoy through this. I didn't jump on it right away. I was a sequence extraordinary and a mechanic on top of that. He'd seen with his own eyes what the metal spider could do. If I wanted to live long and live well in this convoy, I needed status, and I needed a few loyal men of my own. I took a bite of grilled fish and answered with a smile. Captain Su, I'm honored. I'll be counting on you. Suji gripped my hand tight. Vice Captain Wang. From here on out, we fight side by side. At the next fire over, the 4 rich kids and the 2 couples caught every word. They traded looks, already calculating which way to lean. Wherever there are people, there are politics. After the meal, Su Ji made the announcement in front of everyone. Captain and vice captain had to be sequence extraordinaries. Old man Lu ran logistics and could pick 6 people. The patrol squad, combat squad, and scout squad would open signups tomorrow morning for a tryout. Only those who passed could compete for squad leader. Plenty of them were itching for a taste of authority. The smoked meat was cut into blocks, 2 pounds handed out to each person to carry. The rest turned over to logistics. As the sun dipped down, everyone hustled back to their vehicles before the white fog rolled in and locked the windows tight. Every bird call, every insect chirp, gone. From all around came footsteps, now close, now far, and past a meter out the world was a wall of white. On my own, I didn't have much fighting power. I needed to upgrade a few more weapons if I wanted to stay breathing. Goldie was fine for now, but my eyes went to the Miao Dao at my feet. Its blade rolled and dulled, python blood still fresh along the edge. System, draw up an upgrade plan for the Miao Dao. Ding. Option 1. Repair and upgrade to extraordinary grade weapon, 20 points. Sharpness and toughness enhancement, 10 points. Option 2. Evolve into a laser energy blade, 5. 0 points. Extraordinary quality requires 20 points. Option 2. Only an extraordinary grade weapon could deal with those mutated monsters. Ding. Upgrade initiated. Countdown, 10 minutes. Just as I was about to rest, the system chimed in again. Survival points exceeding 100 detected. Consume 100 points to upgrade the system. Without hesitation, I chose to upgrade. 10 minutes later, system upgrade complete. A whole slew of practical new functions had been added, and useless junk could now be dismantled and recycled for survival points. Fuel and power weren't a worry anymore, so it was time to turn my attention to the vehicle's defense and comfort. System, upgrade the AC, seats, windows, and body armor. Option 2 listed something called a beast vehicle. What the hell was that? 250 points. I could afford it, but blowing everything on the car might be a raw deal. Screw it, go big or go home. Only pick the priciest, never the wisest. Option 2. Ding. Upgrade will take 10 hours. Vehicle remains usable during this period. The interior began morphing without a sound. I locked the doors, covered the windows, pulled a blanket over myself, and went to sleep. Su Mingyue had already dozed off long ago and noticed nothing. About an hour later, dense chewing and gnawing sounds erupted just outside the camp, a lot of them. Yet even under that suffocating noise, everyone somehow made it through the night. At dawn, when the mist cleared, whatever had been hiding in the fog slipped quietly away. Su Ji and a recovered Su Ling stepped out of their car to wake everyone up one by one. When they reached mine, they both froze on the spot. The blue pickup had actually grown larger, its entire body covered in fur. The headlights looked like the eyes of some beast, and they even blinked. The door handles were gone. The windows had turned into transparent scales, and the wheels were massive and wide. The same thought flashed through both siblings' minds. Is this the ability he awakened? But this had nothing to do with machinery whatsoever. I woke up in a daze, only to find Su Mingyue kneeling there and staring at me like she'd seen a ghost. The inside of the car had been turned upside down. The seats had melted into a soft, furry flat surface, and the steering wheel and dashboard were gone, replaced by ghostly outlines of sci-fi instruments. I said calmly, "New vehicle I upgraded with my ability last night. No need to freak out." Su Mingyue still couldn't help herself. "Bro, your ability is seriously OP." I rolled my eyes. There's a ranking among sequence extraordinaries. The higher up, the stronger. Captain Su's somewhere past 800, average combat power, not the frontline type. His sister Su Ling can manipulate elements. She's definitely going to be a monster someday. That was way too much info dumped on her at once, and she froze up all over again. I called up the system to study the controls. This was no longer a cold hunk of metal. It was a semi-living beast vehicle with a subconscious of its own, capable of obeying its master's commands. Little Blue, open the doors. I named it Little Blue since its whole body was sea blue. Both doors swung open in response. Su Mingyue cautiously stepped out, glancing back just in time to see the spot she'd been lying on automatically reshape itself into a plush, roomy armchair. I'd already switched it back to driving mode with a thought. Suji grabbed my shoulder, all worked up. "Vice Captain Wong, you said you're a mechanic. You modified this car?" "That's right. Turned it into a beast car." He walked a full circle around Little Blue, and the more he looked, the more it resembled an adorable little blue monster. His face was pure envy. "Badass. I'm honestly jealous of that ability of yours." I laughed. "I like it too. Doesn't even need gas. Just add water, and it runs." That line landed like a bomb. Suji froze on the spot, dumbstruck. A car that ran on water was something else entirely. Su Ling stared at me, and seeing not a flicker of guilt on my face, she mostly bought it. She figured this ability had to rank in the top 100. But I had no intention of telling her the ranking. The more mysterious, the more convincing. Su Ling noticed Su Mingyue standing next to me and asked, "Is she your little sister or your girlfriend?" I was about to explain when Su Mingyue cut in first. "I'm his girlfriend." Suji and I were both stunned. Suji clapped my shoulder. "Good thing it's the apocalypse. Otherwise you'd be doing 2 years on the sewing machine, buddy." "Su Mingyue." I glared at her. This girl would say anything. Su Ling didn't call her out. Instead, with a smile, she said, "Your boyfriend's not bad. Just a little on the older side. 30, right?" I went quiet. I really was 30, but I didn't look it at all. How did she have such a sharp eye? A woman's mouth, a devil in disguise. Feeling guilty, Su Mingyue stepped up and clung to my arm to cement the relationship. A little embarrassed, I quickly explained to Su Ling, "Don't get the wrong idea. This girl latched onto my car while fleeing, like sticky candy I can't shake off. I'm more into your type, actually. Long, straight black hair." "Oh really? Then how about being my boyfriend?" Su Ling planted a hand on her hip, showing off her S-curve figure. That tiny waist reminded me of Tifa. "Don't you dare." In an instant, Su Mingyue turned into a lioness, clamping onto my arm for dear life, worry written all over her face. I thought, what's there not to dare? It's not like she and I had any real feelings. "Hey, am I invisible over here?" Suji butted in. "Haha, just kidding. Don't take it seriously, Captain Su." I laughed awkwardly. Calling a man's little sister your ideal type right in front of him, that was dancing on the edge of a knife. "You'd better be." Suji shot me a resentful glare. Su Ling, meanwhile, playfully tossed me a wink. Su Mingyue pinched my arm hard in her fury, and I glared right back. "Kid around all you want, but leave my arm out of it." Suji turned serious. "Down to business. We need to build up the core team, lay down the rules. That's how a convoy survives." "Sure thing. Whatever you say, Captain Su." We went car to car, calling people out. Everyone seemed used to being tapped awake at their windows each day. One by one, they climbed out and lined up to listen. The 8 children were looked after separately by 4 women, kept at the center of the group where they were being taught wilderness survival. Children were the seed of humanity's hope. The parents, meanwhile, went through evaluation and were sorted into groups. Those with strong situational awareness and quick reflexes were assigned to the scouts to take point. The strong and sturdy went into the combat team. Careful women and the elderly mostly went to the patrol team. By the time the sorting was done, it was already noon. The logistics team handled rations and cooking. The combat team got the best treatment. They were risking their lives to protect people, so we couldn't cut corners on them. The scout team was made up of 4 people, paired 1 man and 1 woman, elite rather than plentiful. The patrol team was mostly older folks. They slept less anyway, so it suited them to wander the perimeter. I thought putting the elderly on patrol wasn't exactly respectful, but it was the end of the world. We had to hold on to some of the old ways. A few selfish old-timers refused on the spot to take on such dangerous work, but under Suji's rules they couldn't kick up much of a fuss, and none of the younger folks were about to stick their necks out for them. The miracle convoy had 24 vehicles and 70 people total, 8 children, 30 adults in their prime, 20 women, and 12 elderly. Old Lou kept a notebook logging each person's name, family situation, and the flow of supplies in and out. At lunch, no one brought up that python carcass we'd left picked clean. We moved to a different spot, boiled some soup, and gnawed on jerky to fill our stomachs. As soon as we finished, we inspected the vehicles to keep any of them from breaking down along the way. Our convoy had all walks of life in it, and one guy knew a little something about cars, half-baked, but he'd do. He was drafted into service as our temporary mechanic and went vehicle by vehicle. For women set up at the center of camp to teach the kids their lessons. Everything was running like clockwork. Then the growing roar of engines shattered the peace. Suji, Su Ling, and I bolted in the direction the scouts had pointed, weapons in hand. I brought out my upgraded Meow Saber. 2 minutes east, the sight that greeted us stopped us dead in our tracks. At the edge of the woods, several vehicles had already been flipped over, and the rest were being chased down by a massive bear. In the span of 3 breaths, another car slammed into a tree and was totaled, its frame crumpled beyond recognition. Not even a scream came from inside. Things did not look good. That giant bear was like a wild beast in tank form, terrifying in sheer presence. And among the fleeing convoy, of all things, I spotted a 3-wheeler, driven by a fat guy, no less, weaving nimbly through the trees to dodge. Suji hefted his spear and said gravely, "That bear has to die. Otherwise the camp's in danger too." We were less than 5 minutes from camp. If the thing ever wandered over, the cost would be devastating. The survivors from the overturned vehicles were crawling out and running the opposite way. When they saw 3 strangers charging in with weapons drawn to take on the bear, some yelled at us not to throw our lives away, while others cheered our courage. Suji was a veteran with a sense of justice. There was no way he'd stand by and watch people die. Su Ling stuck right behind him without a hint of fear. Me, on the other hand, I was already feeling out of my depth. I wasn't some awakened sequence transcendent. My stamina and strength hadn't been enhanced one bit. I fell behind fast, gasping for air. Suji stopped, not a flush on his face, not a hitch in his breath. "Seriously, Vice Captain Wong, how are you this out of shape?" "Out of shape, my ass." I chucked the Meow Saber at him. "Take my baby and go kill that bear. We'll be eating roasted bear meat by sundown." He caught it one-handed and clapped. He thumped his chest. "Don't worry. Get me a weapon and I'll roast you bear paws for sure." Su Ling was starting to get suspicious. The most basic thing about a sequence extraordinary was physical enhancement. So why was he acting like an ordinary person? I turned to Goldie on my shoulder and gave the order, "Go help him." The dopey little metal spider blinked all 8 eyes and leapt onto Suji's shoulder. Suji glanced at it mid-stride but didn't question it. Yesterday, taking down the giant python, he'd seen firsthand what this little thing could do. Whatever suspicions Su Ling had melted away too. If he wasn't extraordinary, where would he have gotten a metal pet or a beast mount? The siblings tore forward at breakneck speed, weaving past one overturned vehicle after another until they caught up with the giant bear. The beast was hammering away at an olive-green armored car. A 3-wheeler lay tipped over to the side, and the fat guy had tumbled out of it into the grass, where he crouched with his ass in the air and his head buried, trembling all over and muttering, "Umitba, Umitba." Crack, crack, crack. Gunfire. Inside the armored car, a soldier in camo had a Type 95 rifle up and was unloading on the giant bear, but every round just thudded into its thick, tough hide. The dull crack of the rifle kept going, bullets burrowing into the bear's flesh. The thing snarled in pain, reared up, and swung a massive paw down to flatten the soldier standing on top of the armored car. At the critical moment, Su Ling raised her hand and commanded the wind element, weaving a wind rope that lashed around the bear's arm. But the bear was just too enormous, taller than the vehicle itself. Her power couldn't bind the whole thing. The best she could do was pin that one arm. Goldie, the metal spider on Su Ji's shoulder, launched itself off in a single bound and landed square on the bear's face. Its 8 metal legs scuttled up to the left eye, and with one thrust of its front leg, it drove straight into the eyeball. I watched Su Ji seize the moment and draw the weapon I'd given him. He yanked the hilt free, and with a hum, the laser blade flared to life, dazzlingly bright. The soldier on the armored car had been relieved to see help coming, but the second he saw that toy model-looking laser sword, his brain short-circuited. What kind of moron brings a toy to fight a giant bear? Wasn't that just suicide? But in the very next second, Su Ji kicked off the hood of the car, launched himself into the air, and brought the blade down in a flying horizontal slash straight across the bear's head. Overwhelming strength paired with an extraordinary weapon. The bear's head came clean off, easy as slicing butter. Blood erupted from the stump like a fountain. The system chime went off in my head. Team kill, giant bear. 500 survival points awarded. Another windfall. A full 500 points. I could upgrade and modify a whole lot more stuff now. Then again, if a team kill was worth 500, wouldn't a solo kill have been even more? Shame I'd missed my chance. Su Ji landed and stared at the gruesome bear head, then down at the lightsaber in his hand. He couldn't help licking his lips as he sidled over to me. Vice Captain Wong, you actually pulled it off? You seriously built a lightsaber? Quick question, you in the market for a boyfriend? I hobbled up, one hand pressed to my lower back, and shot him a hard eye roll. My Orient. No dudes, only chicks. Your sister? Sure. You? Not a chance. Give it up already. Bro, best buddies. Don't get hung up on gender. For the sake of one lightsaber, Su Ji was throwing his dignity out the window. I really couldn't take him anymore, and waved my hand grandly. Fine, the transcendent weapon is yours. From now on, I'd rather get stabbed in the back by an actual knife than by my own brother. Having gotten what he wanted, Su Ji cackled with delight, swinging the lightsaber around. The sci-fi movie sound effects were seriously badass. Su Ling couldn't be bothered to listen to their nonsense. She walked over to the armored vehicle and asked the soldier who was half leaning out of it, "Are you okay?" The soldier snapped out of his daze, lowered his gun, and saluted. "Comrade, thank you for your help." Su Ji put away the lightsaber and yanked open the jammed door. The soldier climbed out, slung his rifle over his back, and asked, "How many people are in your convoy?" As team captain, Su Ji returned a textbook salute. "Our miracle convoy has 70 people, camped down south near a water source." Seeing the military salute, the soldier immediately recognized him as a fellow ex-serviceman. He rushed forward excitedly to shake his hand. Brother in arms. Finally, another living soul. Over these past 2 days and 3 nights, we've lost more than 100 men. Several of my brothers were killed by monsters. Every single transcendent in our unit is gone. It's all right now. Join our miracle convoy. We'll protect humanity together, Su Ji said reassuringly. The soldier's eyes rimmed red as he let his guard down. I had no interest in this sentimental scene. My eyes had been locked on the Type 95 rifle slung across his back. If I could upgrade and modify it, my combat power would skyrocket. And the armored vehicle, too. I'd been eyeing that hungrily, itching to convert it into a mobile gun turret. Just imagine, a turret with defense and firepower both maxed out leading the way. Whatever monster dared show its head would get pinned down by heavy fire. After chatting a bit, we learned the soldier was named Wu DeBayo, a country boy who'd been serving in the military when the apocalypse hit. While helping evacuate civilians, he'd gotten sucked into a portal and dumped in this godforsaken place. Along the way, they'd run into wolf packs and monsters in the mist, taken heavy casualties, and now only these few vehicles and a handful of men were left. Su Ji and Wu DeBayo worked together to butcher the giant bear meat and pack it up, planning to haul it back to make into jerky for emergency rations. Meanwhile, I rummaged through the armored vehicle, 1 bulletproof vest, 1 standard-issue pistol with no ammo, 1 busted Type 95 rifle, all coming with me, back home to be upgraded and modified. Su Ling had been watching me the whole time. When she saw me scavenging these things, she guessed it was connected to my ability. After all, That transcendent weapon in her brother's hand was proof enough. I didn't bother hiding it. My public title was Divine Machinist, and my ability was upgrading and modifying items. Who was going to complain about me hauling off this junk? It wasn't going to be much use to them anyway. The armored vehicle, loaded with bear meat, rolled out along with us, searching for survivors along the way. As for that three-wheeler, somehow, once we set it upright, it still ran. Tough as nails. The owner was a chubby auto mechanic who'd been out delivering goods on his three-wheeler when the apocalypse hit. When the monsters came, he'd had no choice but to follow the crowd through a portal to save his own skin. On the way back, Suji and Wu Debeo got to talking about life in the military. Mid-conversation, Suji suddenly told him to stop the car. Wu Debeo slammed on the brakes, looking baffled. Suji climbed out, closed his eyes, and tuned in his senses. When he faced a certain direction, the image of a gas station surfaced in his mind. Su Ling got out after him. "Bro, what's wrong?" Suji opened his eyes and pointed into the distance. "I just picked up a gas station over that way. There's fuel and supplies stockpiled inside." This sensing ability triggered at random. The closer the target, the sharper the route and image in his head. It was only 2 in the afternoon, but he figured the trip would take a whole morning at minimum. Going now meant no coming back in time. So all he could do was mark the spot, get the camp squared away tomorrow, then lead a team out. Back in the car, Suji told everyone about the gas station he'd sensed. Wu Debeo and I both found it hard to believe. How could there be a gas station out here? Unless the apocalyptic portals were countless, dragging random chunks of Blue Star architecture in along with everything else. Wu Debeo kept his eyes on the road as he spoke. After the apocalypse hit, the last transmission from the military said monsters and portals were popping up all over the world, sweeping people into this place at random. The chief scientist's research concluded that this place is infinite. There's no end to it. No end. And crawling with monsters. Didn't that mean a lifetime of migrating just to stay alive? A heavy silence settled over everyone in the car. Could they really keep dodging monsters and surviving over and over? No one had the answer. I toyed with the standard issue pistol in my hand and silently called out to the system. Ding. Customization options as follows. Option 1. Traditional path. Repair refill ammo 10 points. Upgrade firepower 10 points. Expand magazine 10 points. Enhance durability 10 points. Option 2. Evolution path. Upgrade to sentient energy life form 100 points. Upgrade to scout unit with detection, tracking, camouflage, and attack capabilities 200 points. Option 1 wasn't much use. The Type 95 could handle small beasts okay, but against something like a giant bear it might as well be a toy. What I needed was a partner. System. Option 2. Evolution path. Ding. Item entering the upgrade space. Countdown 1 hour. I had 500 points. No need to skimp. Next up was the bulletproof vest. System. Customize the vest. I want auxiliary defensive options. Option 1. Repair reinforced defense 20 points. Nanoscale armor 50 points. Waterproof fireproof 10 points. Full body nano armor 50 points. Option 2. Full body nanomech armor 100 points. Upgrade mechanical strength. Speed defense 100 points. Option 2. Full body nanomech armor. Offered all-around protection, and on top of that would enhance strength, speed, defense. Perfect for passing myself off as a sequence superhuman. I'll take it. The 500 points were gone in a flash. I glanced at my beat-up Type 95 rifle and could only sigh. I'd have to save up more points before I could upgrade it. We're here. Welcome to Miracle Convoy's temporary camp. Rows of vehicles were parked in a big ring, and the camp sat inside. The battered cars that had followed us rolled to a stop, and survivors began climbing out one after another. People were strangers at first, but everyone here was in the same boat. No one gave the newcomers the cold shoulder. With a soldier like Wu Debeo on board, Su Ji was practically walking on air. He named him captain of the combat squad on the spot, tasking him with drilling the members in hand-to-hand combat and wilderness survival. Su Ling, meanwhile, put the logistics team to work smoke-curing the bear meat. Food wouldn't be a worry for a while. Still, no one could say what tomorrow would bring, and hoarding provisions was practically hardwired into every Dragonlander's DNA. After 2 hours of bustling around, everyone settled in shifts around the bonfires, sipping soup and gnawing on jerky. Su Ji had the newcomers introduce themselves to keep the mood light, and morale up. As deputy captain, I sat with Su Mingyue at Su Ji's fire, chewing jerky and drinking fish soup. I had zero interest in the introductions. My mind was on what tomorrow might throw at us. Watching Su Ji, a pathfinder who could sense useful items and whose abilities kept growing stronger, I thought to myself, sequence superhumans probably didn't just differ by ranking. They varied in raw power too. The ones who awakened early would only get stronger, and anyone who got their hands on a beast core would likely be even more formidable. If Miracle Convoy wanted to survive out here in this godforsaken place, they'd have to fend off both the mutant beasts and the schemes of other convoys. No small challenge. After turning it all over in my head, I finished my jerky, said my goodnights, and headed back to my beast car, Little Blue, to turn in. Seeing me get up, Su Mingyue hurriedly gulped down her fish soup and scurried after me. To everyone else, she was basically my little shadow. Unless I was out on a mission, she stuck to me wherever I went. Su Ling watched us walk off, her curiosity about me growing sharper by the minute. This man had caught her attention, and she meant to get to the bottom of him. Of course, she'd never once considered Su Mingyue, bundled up in her cute, puffy pajamas, as any kind of rival. A little girl like that? What right did she have to compete for a man? At 5:10 p.m., most of the survivors were covering their car windows with leaves, so they wouldn't catch a glimpse of anything they shouldn't in the night mist. With a little help, the newcomers got theirs hung up quickly enough. But there were always a few who thought it was unnecessary. As long as you didn't leave the car or make a sound at night, you'd live to see tomorrow's sun. Once the fires died down, people took care of their last bits of business before bed. The men's and women's latrines were set up in separate spots, each with a designated guard to prevent peeping. But no matter how careful you were, you couldn't guard against every creep in the convoy. A group of women had gone to the latrine together when a scream suddenly tore through the air. There was a rustling in the bushes, and a man in a suit came bolting out in a blind panic. The guard took off after him at once, and Su Ji and Wu Debao heard the commotion and rushed over to see what was going on. Even after being tackled to the ground, the man in the suit stubbornly insisted he'd just taken a wrong turn. But the guards weren't buying it. They pinned him down and waited for Su Ji to decide what to do with him. The woman he'd been spying on demanded answers, panic in her voice, and one of the other women's husbands charged in and threw a punch straight at his face. As it turned out, this guy in the suit had been a corporate executive before the apocalypse, the kind of man who'd seen every type of woman there was. Yet just a few days into the end of the world, he couldn't keep it in his pants. He'd been sneaking peeks at women bathing and had been quietly hitting on the single mothers on the side. When Su Ji and Wu Debao heard the whole story, they clenched their fists and gave him a few good licks. But the suit refused to back down. He roared, "What gives you the right to hit me?" I just took a look. It's not like she lost a piece of her. Seeing he didn't have an ounce of remorse, the people in the camp started calling for him to be kicked out. "Sicko, peeping Tom, throw him out. We're not putting up with a creep like this." The survivors around them raised their fists in protest. Su Ji and Wu Debao exchanged a look. Back before the apocalypse, a guy like this would have been hauled off to jail. But out here, kicking him out was a death sentence. He wouldn't last a day. When you got right down to it, it was still a human life. The crime didn't warrant death. Seeing that the crowd really was ready to throw him out, the suit lost his nerve. Without the convoy, he was as good as dead. He quickly dropped the attitude and begged, "I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please don't kick me out." But the crowd figured he'd just do it again. Letting it slide would only make things worse. Zero tolerance. Wu Debao couldn't make up his mind and looked to Su Ji. Su Ji raised a hand to calm everyone down. "Since he's genuinely sorry, we'll give him one chance. Do it again, and he's out for good, left to fend for himself." Once the captain had spoken, a few of the more worked-up women and single mothers weren't happy about it. They thought he was being too soft. But others backed him up. "All right, if Captain Su says so, we'll give him one shot." Just like that, the survivors split into 3 camps. Those dead set against it, those siding with Captain Su, and those content to just watch the show. In the end, after a sincere apology, the man in the suit was released. The woman and her husband weren't satisfied at all. They figured that even if he was getting a chance, he should have at least been made to suffer a little so he'd remember his lesson. Having dodged a bullet, the suit thanked Su Ji out loud, but inside he was already scheming. "So all of you want me gone? Fine. Once I've got some real power, I'll kill every last one of you and throw you out. Then I'll be the one calling the shots and living like a king." Once the crowd had dispersed, he climbed back into his Mercedes and muttered under his breath, "Sons of bitches. If only I could awaken a sequence transcendence too. Then let's see who dares talk back to me. I've got to find a way to dig up the secret to awakening." The truth was, sequence transcendence was hardly a secret in the convoy anymore. Su Ji, Su Ling, and I were all sequence transcendence awakened. Guys like the suit, green with envy, were a dime a dozen. Who would want to stay an ordinary person? But awakening was a strange thing. It wasn't something you could trigger by eating anything or going through any particular experience. It happened passively, when the time was right. The Su siblings had both. I've got no clue how I awakened. Felt like I just slept it off and woke up with the powers. As for me, a fake super god mechanic, I don't know and I don't care. I've got the system anyway. Awakening just means stacking another cheat on top. Even without it, I'm still living better than most. Word of the commotion back at the camp reached me, but I had zero interest in getting involved. I stood beside my car watching a lizard-shaped mech pet at my feet, huffing, wagging its tail, scampering around. Honestly, kind of dog-like. This was what my standard issue pistol had upgraded into, an intelligent energy life form called Scout. Palm-sized, but when its forelegs got going it was like a pair of windfire wheels. It followed my orders 100%, and it could blend into its surroundings for camouflage. Recon, tracking, combat, it could do it all. Compared to my metal spider, Gold Baby, I named this one Sneaky. Sounded lowbrow, but it fit. Sneaky, find a spot around the camp. I want to see what's hiding in the fog at night. The little lizard spun around and shot off in a streak, vanishing in an instant. Thanks to its color-shifting camouflage, you couldn't spot it on the ground even if you tried. Vision sharing was a handy ability. I could share its sight and issue commands with a thought. It was like having a second body, slipping into dangerous places to gather intel for me. Back inside the car, Su Mingwei in the passenger seat handed me a strip of spicy jerky. I still had plenty of supplies stashed in the car, but back at the camp I ate and drank whatever everyone else had. Only when I was back in the car did I break out the snacks to satisfy the craving. I took it and bit down, spicy, savory, appetite-whetting. Even lifted my mood a little. Su Mingwei sucked the chili oil off her fingertip. "Bro, what were you doing outside just now? Took you forever to come back up." I turned to look at her. The girl had actually put on light makeup. Instead of answering, I fired back a question. "I distinctly remember you didn't bring a bag when you got in my car. So how are you doing, makeup?" I had to admit, Su Mingwei had solid natural looks. She was pretty even barefaced, and with a touch of makeup, she looked downright exquisite. She tugged down the zipper of her bulky pajamas to reveal the trick inside, rows of pockets sewn all along the lining. The bulk was just camouflage. She actually pulled out several packs of spicy jerky, makeup, and most impressive of all, a concealed dagger. I'd seriously underestimated her. That pajama set held its own against any backpack. Of course, what really caught my eye was the figure wrapped up inside those pajamas. Not far off from Su Ling's, honestly. And she had collarbones too. Face and body both on point. That was something I hadn't expected. Su Mingwei zipped back up, kicked her feet up on the dashboard, and lounged there gnawing on jerky, looking thoroughly pleased with herself. I'm no saint like Liu Xiaohui, but I'm also not some guy who loses his footing at the first pretty face. I quickly reined it in and gave the car a command. Switch to sleep mode. The vehicle beast obeyed like a well-trained pet, immediately shifting form. The furry seats slowly reclined back, unfolding into a wide, flat sleeping space. The scale-plated windows split apart. The one-way tinted windows kept everything outside in the dark. Su Mingwei was long past being fazed by it. In fact, she loved it. Lying on the soft bed felt like being tucked into a fairy tale. The cabin lights glowed softly, invisible from the outside. The air inside was crisp and clean. The vehicle beast filtered out any toxins. Once it entered sleep mode, the fur along the blue vehicle's body stiffened into steel-hard needles, wrapping it in a protective shell. The LED display on the dashboard rendered a 3D panoramic sentry view, monitoring every angle around the vehicle. As the mist thickened, though, the image would grow blurrier and blurrier until only rough outlines remained. The most reassuring part, no matter how loud things got inside, not a sound escaped to the outside. No more worrying about accidentally drawing in the monsters lurking in the mist. Never, ever get out of the vehicle at night. Expose yourself to the mist, and lethal danger came roaring in from every direction. Even if you had to piss in the car, shit in the car, do not step outside. It was an ironclad rule of the convoy. So far, everyone still followed it, but there were always exceptions. Sooner or later, some fool would ignore the warning and step out for a bathroom break. You only get one life. I couldn't be bothered to worry about people who didn't matter to me. I lay on the flat bunk with my hands behind my head, wondering if I should upgrade the vehicle with a toilet just for those late-night calls of nature. Unfortunately, I was fresh out of survival points. I'd have to see if I could bag a beast tomorrow and earn a little extra on the side. The minutes ticked by. Outside, the mist had grown so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The people in camp cut their lights and locked their windows the moment it hit, covering everything up and forcing themselves to stay still. Once the chirping of insects and birds died out, you had to hide and shut your mouth. That was how you stayed alive. Inside my vehicle, Jinbao, my metal spider, had obediently curled up into a metal ball on the console. Su Mingyue stared at the monitor, watched the mist begin to spread, and drew in a deep breath to force down the fear. This was already the third night of the apocalypse. I closed my eyes early, shifted my consciousness, and slipped into the point of view of Old Six, my scout. I found myself perched on the trunk of a tree and worked Old Six head around for a look. The mist was so thick you couldn't see your own hand, but Old Six had infrared thermal imaging. The picture had no color, but every shape came through crisp and clear. Trees, insects, blades of grass, all laid out in perfect detail. I had Old Six crawl higher up the tree. Along the way, I spotted a bug clinging to the bark, and on impulse, I issued an attack command, just to see how he'd handle it. The little guy opened his mouth and out shot a red beam no thicker than a needlepoint, puffed, punching straight through the bug and scorching its body. Ding. Wild bug slang. Survival points plus 0.5 dot. So killing bugs earned survival points too. Not bad. Shame the laser couldn't fire on rapid, though. It had to charge up, and there were only 9 shots total. Still, that one blast had vaporized the bug instantly. Solid firepower. I kept climbing higher, glanced idly in one direction, and froze, dumbstruck. The mist. The place was crawling with freakish creatures. Winged squid? 6-legged wolves? Was this world even normal anymore? Fish-like monsters glided through the fog, bearing razor-sharp fangs as they tore into each other. The moment blood hit the ground, tentacles sprouted up and licked the earth clean. Even scarier, humanoid figures staggered through the mist like zombies, devouring any prey they got their hands on right where they stood. When I looked up, I spotted several massive shapes drifting slowly along. In the fog, they were like blind men, hunting by heat and sound alone. The beasts I'd seen during the day had already been pretty out there, but witnessing this parade of nightmares crawling through the dark completely shattered my worldview. Hiss! A giant serpent, thicker than a tree branch, coiled its way past a tree. My breath grew heavy. Thank God the fog was a natural barrier. As long as you didn't make a sound, these blind hunters couldn't find you. I ordered Old Six to burrow into a tree hollow and keep itself safe, then exited the vision share. Lying back in the car, I couldn't sleep for the longest time. We were so tiny in this world. One wrong move, and we'd be dead. Worry gnawed at me until I drifted off in a daze. At 6 the next morning, the alarm went off and my eyes snapped open. I bolted upright. Beside me, Su Mingyue was startled awake too, sitting up with her hair a wild mess as she stared at me. I grabbed my phone, 30% battery left. On power-saving mode, it could last a few more days. No signal out here, so it was basically just an alarm clock and flashlight now. Today we were teaming up to hit the gas station Su Ji had sensed, looking for fuel and supplies. The second I stepped out of the car, Su Ji and Su Ling climbed down from the pickup. Su Ji got straight to the point. Vice Captain Wong, we'll take 3 vehicles this run. For people. Everyone else stays at camp. 3 cars, for people, light and mobile for a supply run. No objections here. Su Ling shot me a look. Your dear little sister doesn't seem too thrilled about staying behind. I opened the car door and said to Su Mingyue, out. Stay at camp with the others. We're heading out to scavenge. Su Mingyue bit her lip. No, I can help carry stuff. I won't feel safe with you going alone. She was starting to act like a pouty kid, and that last line had a suggestive edge to it. But I wasn't some bleeding heart. Bringing her along would only slow us down. I hardened my expression. Either you get out and wait for me to come back, or I throw you out and we're done. Clean break. Su Mingwei could tell I meant it. Reluctantly, she got out of the car, walked right up to me, and punched me in the chest. Her eyes went red as she snapped. All men are pigs. We eat together, we sleep together every day, and now you're yelling at me? Anyone overhearing that would have gotten the wrong idea. Luckily, Suji had already gone off to coordinate with Wu Debao and hadn't heard a thing. Su Ling had heard it, but she wasn't the type to read too much into it. Su Mingwei was doing this on purpose, openly staking her claim right in front of Su Ling. Before the apocalypse, women like them could pick and choose among CEOs and white-collar elites. Now, even delivery boys were in high demand, let alone me, a sequence extraordinary awakener. Su Ling watched with a faint smile on her lips, eyes glinting with amusement, as if she were watching some clumsy little show. Still, I gave Su Mingwei a few last instructions. If anything comes up, go to Wu Debao or Old Lu. Nobody in the camp would dare lay a finger on you. They can't handle my temper. Anyone who'd survived this long was no fool. Even if some of them had ideas, they wouldn't dare show it. Brother, you have to come back safe. Su Mingwei was still upset, but she knew tagging along would only slow me down. I will. Don't worry. I nodded and mentally ordered Old Six to climb up onto the roof of the car and stand by. This run, my top priority was staying alive. I couldn't spare him to guard her. The camp sprang into motion. Suji brought along a truck driver and drove out the only small white cargo van in the convoy. A shame it had been empty during the escape. Otherwise, our supplies would be a lot healthier now. My beast car, Little Blue, fell in behind Suji's pickup and the van brought up the rear. The three vehicles slowly rolled out of the camp. When Su Mingwei saw Su Ling climb into my car and take the passenger seat, her sense of crisis went through the roof. She stood there with her fists clenched, watching the blue car disappear into the distance. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, so she went off to teach the kids instead. The moment the leader was gone, plenty of survivors started slacking off. Wu Debao took the combat squad around and caught them red-handed one after another, chewing them out on the spot. Everyone quickly realized that with Suji gone, there was still Wu Debao, both ex-military, both quick and decisive. Not people you wanted to cross. With a rifle slung across his back, no one dared talk back. The fish in the nearby streams and pools had been cleaned out within 2 days. Whatever was left had all funneled into the water cave. Wu Debao went to inspect it himself, forbidding anyone from taking the risk of going in. He only let them fish along the outer edges, catch what they could. For the moment, the camp was running smoothly. Meanwhile, on another mountain, the three vehicles were winding their way through rugged terrain. The land was treacherous, and I kept my eyes locked on the pickup ahead, not daring to let my attention slip for a second. One wrong move, and we'd be a smoking wreck. The van driver behind me was breaking out in a cold sweat. After more than an hour of driving, the pickup up front pulled over. I eased in behind it and stopped as well. Su Ling got out, gripping her handmade long blade, scanning the surroundings warily. Suji lit a cigarette and carefully cast his senses in all 4 directions, letting the guiding vision slowly take shape in his mind. While the others rested, I used the downtime in the car to upgrade my Type 95 rifle. I'd saved up 10 survival points last night, and now was the perfect time to spend them. Unfortunately, the points only covered repairs and the infinite ammo modification. I couldn't afford the evolution path. Still, a Type 95 with unlimited ammo was more than enough to handle ordinary wild beasts. Rifle in hand, I stepped out and called over to Suji. "Captain Su, how much farther?" He blew out a smoke ring. "About another 2 hours. Not close, but a gas station, just for the fuel alone, was worth the risk. To haul back as much as possible, the van had also come loaded with plenty of big water jugs, too." Suji spotted the Type 95 in my hands, and his eyes lit up. "Vice Captain Wong, you actually got that thing working?" "Just got lucky." I brushed it off with a laugh. "Nice. I knew you could do it." With ranged firepower on hand, he figured we could handle whatever beasts came at us next. A wolf howl rang out from the trees, followed by the rustle of paws closing in. Wolves. All 3 of our faces darkened, and almost in unison we piled back into the vehicles to get moving. But the pack wasn't about to let its prey slip. They charged. Suji took point in the pickup, the small cargo truck tucked in behind him, and I brought up the rear. There were a lot of wolves, and some of them were the size of bulls. Rat-tat-tat. A tight stream of bullets poured out my window. The regular wolves couldn't take it and dropped one after another. Ding. Coyote slain. 30 survival points earned. Driving with one hand and shooting with the other, I looked pretty damn cool. Only possible thanks to the strength of the nanomech combat suit. Su Ling worked her wind element to throw up a wall of air. Wolves slammed into it and hit the dirt, heads spinning. After a chase of 10+ kilometers, the pack abruptly halted. Past the edge of their territory, they didn't dare pursue. We were safe for now, but we'd have to come back through here on the return trip, which meant another chase was inevitable. I set the rifle down by my feet so I could grab it in a hurry. Su Ling stared at me, surprised. That Type 95, you never swapped a magazine. Don't tell me it's got unlimited ammo. Yep. That answer clearly didn't satisfy her. She crossed her arms with a huff. Wang Lin, be honest, do you like guys? A total knockout is sitting right next to you, and you haven't even blinked. I shot her a sidelong glance and smirked. Lady, this is the apocalypse. You think we're out here on some camping trip? One slip and you're dead. The words had barely left my mouth when the sky went black. A massive flock of blackbirds was dive-bombing the vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. Impacts hammered across the roof. The pickup swerved and plunged into the trees on the side of the road. The cargo truck followed close behind. The windshields were plastered with palm-sized blackbirds. My beast car didn't even feel it. Its tough blue fur bristled like steel needles. Any bird that hit it was signing its own death warrant. Ding. Blackbird slain. 10 survival points earned. Ding. Mutant blackbird slain. 50 survival points earned. Another wave of survival points rolled in. I could barely keep the grin off my face. Wang Lin, get into the trees. These birds are afraid of something in there. Su Ling wanted to help drive them off, but there were too many. Her wind wall couldn't hold them back. Sister, if the birds are scared of it, shouldn't we be too? Her logic honestly stunned me. But we didn't have a better option. The vehicles pushed into the forest, and the blackbirds flapped off in frustration. In the rearview mirror, the ground was carpeted with bird corpses, and the ones still alive were landing to tear into the bodies of their own kind. It was like an all-you-can-eat buffet. My scalp went numb watching it. Were these things even birds anymore? They wouldn't even spare their own kind. In the woods, Suji got out to inspect the damage to his pickup. He was so pissed he wanted to charge back out there and wipe out every last bird. Luckily, the tires were fine. The little cargo truck had it worse. The cargo box was pecked clean through, riddled with holes. Sun Zhong, the driver, climbed out with a machete and came looking for Suji. Captain Su, the windshield's cracked. It won't hold up against another attack. He was already regretting this. He'd figured tagging along with an awakened would be safe, but they'd been ambushed twice now. At this rate, the trucks would be scrapped before they ever reached their destination. Suji's head was pounding. That pickup had been with him for years. Then he looked over at me and suddenly strode up and clamped a hand on my shoulder. Little brother, can you do it? I blinked. Do what? Su Ling was just as thrown by her brother's question as I was. Suji pointed at the pickup and the cargo truck, his face full of hope. Your ability, can it upgrade and modify other people's vehicles? I could get the system to scan things, and anything it scanned, I could modify. But modifications were exhausting, and I really didn't feel like it. Still, if I didn't fix them now, the trucks would break down halfway. As I was mulling it over, a thought flashed through my mind. I could just spend a tiny amount of survival points to patch up the damage. No need to actually upgrade them. Life's a stage, and it's all about the acting. I made a show of pressing my hand against the truck, then spent 20 survival points to restore both vehicles to like new condition. Suji and Sun Zhong were floored. Su Ling stared at the brand new trucks and figured this ability was even more incredible than her elemental manipulation. It was like being able to swap old for new, over and over. Suji hugged the door of his pickup, thrilled. It's exactly like the day I bought it. I faked a look of total exhaustion, gasping for breath. I need to get back in the truck and rest. That took a lot out of me. Su Ling helped me into the passenger seat. I leaned back and shut my eyes to rest, and she didn't suspect a thing. She took the driver's seat and started the truck. First time behind the wheel of a vehicle I'd modified, One tap on the gas, and she nearly rocketed forward. The suspension and off-road handling blew away every other car she'd ever driven. While pretending to rest, I was actually secretly upgrading the Type 95. Infinite ammo was great, but the damage was too weak. Even a wolf pack was a struggle. I needed more firepower. System, draw up a custom upgrade plan for the Type 95. Ding. Plan complete. Option 1, traditional route. Convert to a personal Gatling gun, 50 points. Convert to a heavy cannon, 150 points. Option 2, evolution route. Convert to a vehicle-mounted auto turret, 200 points. Retain the infinite ammo trait, 100 points. Boost armor penetration, 50 points. I'd only saved up 380 points since leaving the camp, and this would cost me 350 in one go. But fusing it with the vehicle as an auto turret, with infinite ammo and armor-piercing rounds on top, absolute steal. System, go with option 2. Ding. Type 95 absorbed into upgrade space. Fusion modification with beast vehicle underway. Countdown. 1 hour. Sure, I'd lost a ranged weapon, but the beast car had gained a mobile, fully automatic turret in return. Firepower was up. Now I could shoot on the run, shoot in pursuit, maneuverability maxed out. Su Ling had no idea her ride had been upgraded again. She was focused on trailing the pickup along the winding mountain road. Drive long enough and every stretch of forest starts looking the same, exhausting. Thankfully, Suji pulled over before long at the edge of a cliff. I got out. Sheer rock walls all around. No way there'd be a gas station up here. So why had Suji stopped? He raised his phone, zoomed in 120x, and aimed it downward. At the base of the cliff stretched dense virgin forest, and there, resting quietly in a clearing, sat a gas station. It looked like the whole thing had been teleported in as one piece. The tanks underground had to be holding a hefty supply of fuel. The convenience store's doors were shut tight, but through the glass you could just make out bags of snacks on the shelves. Su Ling and I watched over his shoulder, and our spirits lifted. If we hauled all of this back, we'd be set for a good long while. Sun Zhong stood behind us, peeling off his gloves and scanning the perimeter warily, as if another wolf might come charging out any second. Suji pocketed his phone. 10-minute break, then we head down the mountain. We'd been on the move all morning, and everyone was hungry. I'd had my fill of jerky. I'd rather eat a Snickers. Suji wasn't picky. Back in his army days, he'd choked down worse. To thank me for fixing her truck, Su Ling boiled up a pack of instant noodles for me. Sun Zhong caught the smell and swallowed hard, but all he had was jerky. After the short break, Suji got to his feet, energy renewed. He couldn't guarantee theirs was the only convoy in the area, and he couldn't guarantee there weren't other sequence awakeners out there either. In the apocalypse, supplies were currency, they were leverage. Nobody ever thought they had enough. I finished my noodles, took a few sips of water, then stepped away to clear some memory. Feeling refreshed, I climbed back into the passenger seat. Su Ling teased, "Want to drive? I could help you relax." "Sure, I'll drive." There was something suggestive in her tone, and my mind started wandering to places it probably shouldn't. We swapped seats. I hit the gas and fell in behind Suji's pickup, with Sun Zhong taking the rear. Su Ling tied her hair back in the passenger seat, and true to her word, she relaxed me. For a while there, I had a hell of a time managing the pedals. Luckily, my willpower is something else. It took her a solid half hour before I finally had to admit her technique was impressive. Su Ling wiped her hands, fixed those beautiful eyes on me, and just came out with it. "Wang Lin, be my boyfriend. My brother's convoy needs you, and so do I." If this had been a simple transaction, she'd never have said it that way. But because I was a sequence awakener too, she wanted a shoulder she could lean on in the end times, and that meant taking the initiative. Out here, propriety didn't hold up against a mouthful of food or a swallow of water. Su Ling wasn't the type to play by old-world rules. She sat there in the passenger seat, watching me. She smiled and said, "Be my boyfriend. I don't care how many other women you have. I won't get jealous, and I won't betray you. As long as you keep me satisfied." I sneered inwardly. The apocalypse was here. Monogamous, faithful love was a soap bubble. It would pop before you even touched it. When survival was on the line, love was just an illusion. Behind my glasses, I looked like a scholarly type, but I had my own ambitions. She was willing to follow the strong, which meant I had to be strong enough. Otherwise, she'd swap me out the moment someone better came along. Crack. A stone shattered the car window. I whipped my head around and spotted several strangers, survivors, crouched in the trees to our front right, slingshots in hand. They were trying to force us to stop so they could rob us. Suji grabbed the walkie-talkie from the pickup and shouted, "Swing left. Don't stop. The second you stop, you're in an ambush." Our three vehicles peeled off together. Sun Zhong worked the wheel with steady hands, dodging arrows and stones. Suji's Pathfinder ability finally proved its worth. He avoided the ambush route entirely, weaving around behind a convenience store instead. Up ahead at the gas station entrance, a crew had been lying in wait for half a day, expecting us to walk right into their trap. But their scout came back with the news that all three vehicles had veered off. The leader wanted to give chase, but thought better than to press desperate quarry, and finally gave up with a string of curses. That gas station had been claimed by that crew first. They weren't in any rush to loot it. They were fishing, ambushing survivors who came to loot the place. Way more efficient than doing the work themselves. In just 2 days, we would have been the second batch to swim into their net. Sequence transcendents were precious. The future belonged to them. Ordinary people were fit for nothing but beasts of burden. In the apocalypse, it was kill or be killed. If you wanted to live, you fought like hell for it. Suji used his ability all the way to scout a route, and he found a hidden back path leading straight behind the gas station. For an easy escape, he parked the pickup and even planted a homemade IED. The guy had served in the military, and he could even cook up improvised bombs. I'd really underestimated him. Su Ling was no vase either. She had a solid pair of hands on her. Once the pickup was hidden, she set out driving my beast car and the small cargo truck. That's when it hit me. The hour had passed long ago. The fully automatic turret on top of my beast car was already installed, ready to deploy at a single command. But I didn't flaunt it. I figured the time wasn't right yet. The closer we got to the back of the gas station, the more careful we became. We killed the engines and watched for a good long while. Not a sound. That crew was way too cocksure. They hadn't even posted a guard at the back door. Backdoor raid. We'd have to teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. Suji gripped his laser saber and was about to charge in when I threw out an arm to stop him. Let Old Six scout ahead first. Who's Old Six? Suji looked completely lost. The words had barely left my mouth when a mechanical lizard leapt down from the roof of the car and landed at his feet, cocking its head and flicking out its tongue like it was showing off. Suji looked at it, then at the metal spider on my shoulder, and understood. All pets I'd tinkered together as a mechanic. Su Ling stared at me. A new layer of this guy's got depth creeping into her eyes. Old Six, go scout the gas station. Old Six took off like a shot, gone in a blur, unbelievably fast. Sun Zhong watched it with naked envy. This golden bachelor had walked out of his marriage with nothing but the clothes on his back, and now all he wanted was some company. Old Six beamed the footage back into my head. Sure enough, no one was guarding the rear of the gas station, but there was a beast chained up back there. The chain was just long enough to let it roam the hillside behind the building. If we hadn't scouted first and spooked this thing, we'd have died under its claws. I dropped my voice and swore. Son of a bitch, those bastards chained up a wounded mutant beast to guard the back door. Suji and the other two paled at the thought. Chaining up a mutant beast as a watchdog? Who comes up with something that vicious? Thank God I was on the team. Thank God they'd listened to me. My eyes hardened. Gold baby, go link up with Old Six. Take that beast out, quietly. The metal spider leapt down, spitting golden silk and swinging up onto the gas station's foundation. Suji liked my ruthless streak. Su Ling admired my decisiveness, and Sun Zhong flat out revered me. The two mechanical pets exchanged a glance, then struck at the same instant. Uffed. Golden silk clamped over the beast's jaws, gluing them shut so it couldn't make a sound. Old Six laser claw sliced across its hide, opening a gash. The beast jerked awake and reared up. Gold baby swung down on a strand of silk, looped it around the creature's neck a few times, and yanked tight. The silk's brutal tensile strength began carving into flesh, and blood welled up. The beast thrashed in panic, and Old Six charged in to jab a laser needle into the wound. It tried to roar in agony, but the silk sealed its mouth. The silk cinched tighter and tighter. The beast could barely breathe. Old Six danced around it, burning a gaping hole through its chest with a few well-placed jabs, then dove straight in, laser claw carving the way. Gold Baby gave one savage pull. The beast's pupils contracted violently. Head and body parted ways. Old Six burrowed out from where the heart used to be. A crystal core clenched in its jaws. Ding. Mechanical Pet has slain the mutant beast flat-faced wolf dragon. Awarded 2,000 survival points to. Jackpot. A full 2,000. I already knew exactly what I wanted to upgrade. The 459 yuan Redmi watch on my wrist. System, custom storage plan. Ding. Plan 3. Upgrade to high-tech subspace advanced storage device. Cost. 1,500 survival points. 5,000 square meters of space. Up to 50 square meters can accommodate sentient energy life forms. Time frozen inside the space. I picked Plan 3 without hesitation. Plenty of room, and I could stash both mechanical pets in there. Ding. Modification initiated. Countdown. 30 minutes. Enough time. Suji couldn't hold back. Brother, is the beast down? I clapped him on the shoulder. Handled. Grab the loot. Supplies and get out of here. The four of us grabbed empty jerry cans and scrambled up to the gas station. The beast's severed head lay right in front of us. A flat skull, wolf-like, but not quite a wolf. Old Six trotted over with the crystal in his mouth, angling for a treat. The instant I took the crystal from him. Ding. Second-tier beast energy crystal detected. Absorb and integrate. Note. Each person has a 30% chance of awakening a supernatural sequence on first ingestion. My pupils contracted. So killing beasts and consuming their crystals could awaken supernatural powers. Less than a 1 in 3 chance, and only one shot per person. Keeping my face blank, I slipped the crystal into my pants pocket and ordered Old Six, go stand watch. Jinbei was the strong one. I had him stay to haul stuff. Suji's eyes were glued to my pocket, hungry. He could sense that the crystal would push his navigator ability up a tier. Su Ling felt the pull just as strongly, but she didn't scheme for it. It was mine. Sun Zhong was an ordinary guy. He had no clue what was really going on here. The four of us pushed into the convenience store and helped ourselves without ceremony. Bottled water, sparkling water, Red Bull, rice, snacks, case after case hauled outside. Suji tore into the cigarette display and stuffed a few packs into his shirt, all top-shelf Chunghwa. Sun Zhong pocketed 2 bottles of the good liquor. Su Ling made straight for the tissues and wet wipes. A girl couldn't very well make do with leaves. Once we cleaned the place out, we went for fuel. The pump had been dead for ages, but Su Ling had a gift for elemental control and could sense the oil down below. Suji took his laser saber and punched a hole through with a single strike. Su Ling manipulated the oil the way she'd handle water, drawing it up and filling the cans to the brim. Suji and I hoisted the cans and ran. Every second counted. 3 round trips in, Sun Zhong was drenched in sweat, and Suji was flagging. But I wasn't even flushed, wasn't even breathing hard. The nanosuit made it a walk in the park. The Su siblings' memories couldn't line up. This was the guy who'd been panting after a few steps last time. Where had all this strength come from? But everyone had their secrets, and neither of them asked. Half an hour passed. Old Six, still on watch, sent the signal, incoming. I told Suji, Su Ling, and Sun Zhong to fall back right away. I'd stay behind and set an ambush. The Su siblings didn't question it and left with the last load of supplies. The moment they were gone, I brought out my modified storage watch and swept everything into the inventory space. Every drop of oil, every last item in the convenience store. Not a roll of toilet paper, not a single shelf left behind. Once I was done, I gave Old Six the signal to intercept them. In front of the gas station, Old Six opened his mouth and shot a laser needle straight at the man walking point. The poor bastard never dreamed he was about to die. The instant he dropped, everyone behind him snapped to alert. The awakened supernaturals dove for cover. Ambush or friendly fire? A red beam. It's hostile, and no ordinary man at that. A man in a windbreaker shouted, "Old Ba, use your ability. Turn to stone and go take a look." The bald guy hardened his entire body to solid rock and poked his head out to scout, but by then I was long gone, along with everything worth taking. Old Ba made a full circuit and found nothing. They bolted. The man in the windbreaker immediately took. The men rushed into the gas station. Up close, they got a good look, a gaping hole where the fuel tank had been, not a single drop of gas left. "Boss, the convenience store's cleaned out too." The guy in the windbreaker shoved his lackey aside and stormed inside. Not even a shelf left standing. Even old Ba felt a grudging respect. Whoever pulled this heist was brutal, didn't leave so much as a stray hair. Then the windbreaker guy remembered the mutant beasts they'd pinned up out back. He ran to check, heads and bodies neatly separated, a gruesome sight. Everyone froze in shock. This crew had originally been loan shark thugs with mob ties. When the apocalypse hit, they'd been the first to grab their gear and bolt in their cars, only to be teleported here by mistake. They'd found this gas station before anyone else and set it up as bait, hoping to reel in some fish. Instead, they'd been the ones cleaned out. "Boss, we going after them?" The windbreaker man's face twisted into a snarl as he gave the order. "Get the cars ready." Guzzi leads the way. "Bring out the hardware. Let's show these rats what a real crime syndicate looks like. If I don't drag them back, my name's not Mahu." Guzzi was their Sequence 0998 tracker, a scent hunter with killer speed and endurance. The green-haired young man spoke respectfully. "Brother Hu." They took off out the back. Under 3 clicks out, but the distance is growing. Mahu clapped him on the shoulder. "Take a team and drag them back. Kill him if you have to, but the supplies come first." Guzzi tossed his long hair and set out with 4 of his boys. Every one of them was strapped, compound bows, homemade hunting rifles, and Guzzi himself had a black market big black star tucked into his belt. 2 armored Humvees took the lead, followed by 2 off-road SUVs packed with young enforcers, every single one with a rap sheet. I still had no idea I'd just kicked a hornet's nest. After catching up with the pickup, I dropped to the rear to bring up the tail, feeling pretty good about myself. I had 500 survival points left, and my eyes were on my glasses. My vision was over 300 degrees nearsighted, and I needed to upgrade to a pair of tactical goggles that wouldn't break. System Custom Options. Ding. Plan 3. Upgrade to nanomechanical combat goggles. Cost: 499 survival points. Features include scanning thermal imaging, telephoto marking, map tagging, comm calls, explosion-proof, dust-proof, waterproof, fire-resistant, and anti-vertigo. The first 2 were cheaper, but skimpy on features. I went straight for Plan 3. Ding. Adding to your upgrade inventory. 10-minute countdown begins. The words had barely finished when the glasses on my nose vanished into thin air. My vision blurred instantly. I panicked and immediately ordered my beast car Little Blue to switch to auto drive. Without my glasses, I was blind as a bat. One wrong move, and it'd be game over. The beast car practically had a mind of its own. The second it got control, it took off like a kid let loose in a candy store. Accelerating, drifting, whipping through turns, showing off every trick in the book. Over on the pickup, Su Ji and his sister were staring slack-jawed. Su Ling even radioed in to ask what was going on. I could only grit my teeth and say everything was fine, when really, I was sitting there staring at a blurry mess, heart pounding out of my chest. Sun Zhong took one look at that blue furball's driving and started suspecting I was some kind of pro race car driver. Beep, beep, beep. In the rear view. In the mirror, 2 Humvees and 2 SUVs had caught up. Sun Zhong grabbed the walkie-talkie in a panic. "Captain Su, we've got tails." Su Ji eased off the gas to let the little truck pull ahead, then signaled Su Ling to throw something in the Humvee's way. Su Ling closed her eyes, reached out for the earth element, and tore open a deep pit right in the middle of the road. The lead Humvee saw the pavement suddenly cave in and yanked the wheel hard to swerve around it. The one behind wasn't so lucky. It plunged straight into the pit, and the trailing SUV plowed right over the roof of the Humvee stuck inside. I knew that was Su Ling's doing. Conjuring a pit that size out of thin air had to be the work of a sequence tier extraordinary. Sure enough, that dog Chun-Yi lost it over the radio, warning the remaining cars to be careful while cursing up a storm and swearing he'd catch us and run a train on us. But that one move had drained Su Ling dry. Cold sweat poured off her, and she slumped in her seat, wrung out. She tried to force herself upright for another go, but her brother Su Ji stopped her. "Sis, rest up. They won't dare push their luck for a minute." On my end, my vision was still blurry and the beast car's driving controls hadn't handed back to me yet, so I couldn't do a thing. All I could do was tell Su Ji over the radio, "Stall them for 9 minutes." The other side wasn't stupid either. Under 2 minutes in, Chun-Yi saw we weren't doing anything and ordered his men to floor it. Su Ling gritted her teeth and threw up a row of earthen spikes. But Chunya's Humvee had been modified. He just gunned the engine and rolled right over them. Suji was cursing in frustration. What the hell is Wang Lin doing? Finally, the countdown ended. The first thing I did was pull out my upgraded tactical goggles and slip them on. The second they were on, it was like putting on a VR headset. Thought-controlled and linked up with my mechanical pets and the beast car. Without hesitation, I tapped open the auto turret and took back the wheel, snatching up the walkie-talkie. Captain Su, you guys keep going. I've tagged your vehicle. I'll handle these bastards. Suji let out a breath. Got it. We'll wait for you up ahead. I spun the wheel and whipped the car around. The ghostly outline of the mechanical turret on the roof snapped into solid form. Long, thick, and already leveled straight at the Humvee. Auto turret, open fire. Rat-tat-tat. The Humvee jerked the wheel hard to dodge, leaving the SUV behind it as the sacrificial lamb. A burst of armor-piercing rounds tore through it. The driver died on the spot. The vehicle went up in a fireball, and just like that I racked up 40 survival points. Brake. Turn around. The last SUV whipped a U-turn and bolted, and Chun-Yi was screaming at his Humvee to run for its life too. Cat and mouse. Time to switch roles. I stomped the accelerator. The beast car let out an excited growl, its custom tires spinning wild enough to nearly gouge the pavement. I chased down the Humvee, guns blazing. Armor-piercing rounds shattered its windows to dust, and the poor bastard in the back seat took a hail of bullets with his own body. My body was nearly falling apart from the beating. To shake me off, the SUV plunged straight into the forest, and before long it came roaring back out, dragging a tier, 3 mutant beast behind it that looked like a T-Rex. When the Hummer shot past underneath the T-Rex at top speed, the driver damn near pissed himself. One glance through my goggles scan confirmed it. Tier 3. My V1 armor-piercing rounds couldn't even scratch its hide. Not something to mess with. Since there was already a mutant beast doing the hunting for me, I just hit the brakes and pulled back. Turning around, I drove back to the deep pit, then had my nanosuit sheathe my whole body, looking every bit like the Black Panther out of some sci-fi flick. 2 survivors were still hiding at the bottom of the pit. Goldie, go take care of the rats in that car. The metal spider on my shoulder leapt down onto the roof of the Hummer and slipped nimbly through the window. What the hell? A spider. Shoot it. 2 gunshots. 2 screams. Goldie crawled out without a scratch, dragging the corpses up with it. I raised my hand and stored the Hummer into my watch's inventory space. A little modification back at base, and it'd make a perfect second ride. As for the poor bastard being chased by the T-Rex, live or die, that was on him. None of my business. I followed the markers on my goggles map to catch up with Su Ji and the others. Having so many features really was convenient. No more worrying about losing the convoy. Half an hour later, in the pickup up ahead, Su Ling had recovered a bit. One glance in the rear view showed my car was missing, and her face changed. Su Ji jumped in to explain. Wang Lin told us to go on ahead. He's covering our rear. I trust he'll catch up. Su Ling still wasn't reassured. With just those 2 mechanical pets of mine, running into a combat-type sequence transcendent would be no contest at all. If she knew I was being underestimated like this, I'd have to show her what I could really do all over again. She called me on the walkie-talkie, but the distance was too far. No response. In the small truck behind, Sun Zhong listened in silence, then quietly lit a cigarette. That Wang Lin kid was solid, low-key, gutsy, resourceful, and willing to shoulder responsibility. Covering the rear this time, though, odds weren't looking good. KZZT. Su Ling, missing me already. My voice suddenly crackled out of the walkie-talkie. The moment Sun Zhong heard it, he broke into a grin. No need to worry about me. Took a shortcut. I'll catch up soon. Friendly heads up. Check the sky. Su Ling craned her head to look behind them. A dense black cloud was bearing down on them. Thousands upon thousands of black birds. They'd been chased by this pack of feathered vermin into the forest once before. Speed up. There's a stretch of woods up ahead. Those things won't go in. Su Ji ordered, his voice grim. Both vehicles surged forward. The blackbirds caught on, swarming together and diving down. Just at that tense moment. Vroom. A blue streak. My car came tearing out of the mountain road and dropped in behind the small truck. Rat-tat-tat. The rooftop turret opened up in a furious barrage. Blackbird carcasses rained down like. They fell like rain. Ding. Blackbird slain. Plus 10 survival points. Ding. Mutated blackbird slain. Plus 30 survival points. Hundreds of black birds hit the ground, only to be run over again and again by the three vehicles. Sun Zhong was getting tossed around inside his car like a rag doll, but he was still hollering, "Hell yeah? This is what I'm talking about." The flock immediately gave up on the first two cars and swarmed my little blue instead. But instead of panicking, I was thrilled. Every single one of them was survival points on wings. I flipped on the headlights, and the blinding glare sent them crashing headfirst into the vehicle. The bristles coating the car body were hard as steel needles. Any bird that pounced was signing its own death warrant. As for the ones pecking at the windows, I just cranked up the wipers and slapped them silly. Even the mutated blackbirds could only leave shallow scratches on the reinforced glass. Up ahead, Su Ling saw me pulling the entire flock's aggro alone and wanted her brother to slow down and help. Suji waved her off. "Don't worry. With that flashy ride of his and the rooftop turret, the two of us together wouldn't stand a chance against him." Crude, but true. Suddenly the sky went black with storm clouds, and a bolt of thunder cracked across the sky. The flock abruptly broke off and flew away, but I wasn't letting them off that easy. The turret hammered them all the way to the edge of its range before I finally stopped. Less than 10 minutes later, the downpour hit. Suji used his sensibility to locate a cliff face and prepared to take shelter beneath the overhang. It was already 5 in the afternoon. There was no way we'd make it back to camp before nightfall, so we'd have to hole up here. With Wu DeBeo and a Type 95 rifle holding down the temporary camp, I wasn't worried about the people, only about wild beasts or mutant creatures wandering in. The pickup led the way up the slope, which grew steeper by the minute. I followed easily behind, grinning ear to ear as I stared at my system panel. A full 18,000 survival points. Around 800 regular blackbirds, plus over 300 mutated ones. Now that was a haul. Breaking 10,000 for the first time, I couldn't help feeling a little smug. But my victory lap didn't last long. A piercing screech dropped from the sky. A two-headed blackbird bigger than an RV came diving straight at me, talons outstretched to snatch me up. The auto turret opened fire in an instant. Suji, tucked beneath the boulders, heard the gunfire and panicked. Damn it, Brother Wong's in trouble. Laser saber in hand. With Su Ling gripping her spear, the two of them charged out into the pouring rain, but not before telling Sun Zhong to stay in the car. Sending an ordinary person out there would only get him killed. Good God, that thing's gotta be the granddaddy of the whole flock. It's as big as a car. Suji gaped when he got a clear look at it. Su Ling was hitting her stride now, conjuring ice spikes and hurling them at the beast. But Suji had no ranged attacks. All he could do was watch and fume. The problem was, even my V1 armor-piercing rounds couldn't knock off a single feather. Its defense was absolutely monstrous. All I could do was crank the wheel left and right, dodging its dive attacks. Finally, I managed to swing around in front of the siblings. "Get in. It's a tier 2 mutant beast. We can't take it. We just need to stall until nightfall when the mist rolls in, and we'll live." The two of them didn't argue and piled in. I kept driving, taking them along for the bird walk. Every time the blackbird dove, I jerked the wheel and dodged. Furious, it climbed high and circled overhead. Not even the downpour slowed it down. Suji was getting tossed around in the back so badly he nearly threw up. Being chased around by a bird, it was humiliating. Su Ling watched the surveillance feed and called out turns before I needed them. We ran circles for half an hour. The blackbird couldn't do a thing to this weird contraption of mine. With one last resentful screech, it turned into the storm and flew off. The mist crept in soon after. I threw the car into a clean drift, whipped it around, and drove back under the massive boulder. On the way, Suji noticed deep claw marks gouged into every rock we passed. That's no bird. One swipe and it crushes solid stone. Any defense we've got is a paper tiger against it. Su Ling's face went pale too. If that thing had connected with the car, the roof would have been gone in an instant. But if the blackbird wasn't afraid of the mist, then why did it leave? As the car rolled in under the boulder, elk, wild boars, tigers, a lone wolf, hundreds of different species came flooding in all at once. Luckily, the space beneath the rock was huge. Once inside, each animal claimed its own corner and left the others alone. A squirrel scampered right past a lion with a pine cone slung over its shoulder, and the lion just watched, unbothered. A mother monkey rode in on a soaking wet wolf, her baby clinging to her. Predators and prey coexisting peacefully? Did that even make sense? Su Ling whipped out her phone and started recording. I got out to take a look and realized the mist was being held back by some invisible force just outside the boulder. It couldn't get in. Su Ling pointed at the strange runes carved into the stone. I think these runes form some kind of barrier that blocks the mist. These animals are just trying to survive. They've got no choice but to bury the hatchet and get through the night. I agreed. The mutant beasts probably had similar runes on their bodies, which was why they weren't afraid of the mist. But then, if the blackbird wasn't afraid either, why did it fly away? A pack. Protection. I took a wild guess. Only those without a pack to shelter them came to a place like this to ride things out. Everything seemed to add up. Whatever, Suji said, hopping out of the car without a shred of fear for the wild animals around him. If this place blocks the mist and everything in it, we might as well set up camp here. No more sleeping with one eye open. Su Ling got out too. You must be starving. Let's have something good tonight. Instant noodles with sausage. Suji's mouth started watering. Yes, my mouth's gone bland as hell. I just gave a non-committal grunt. Seeing that the animals weren't attacking, Sun Zhong worked up the nerve to get out and stretch his legs too. System, can you scan these runes? Can you replicate them? Reporting to host. These runes contain the power of this region's unique laws. The system's current level is insufficient for replication. There's still a chance then. I let out a quiet breath. Outside, the thick mist churned and rolled, strange sounds and shapes drifting past without pause. Half an hour later, the smell of instant noodles cut through my thoughts. That aroma even lured over the little social butterfly monkey from the side. The little monkey squatted next to Su Ling, drooling openly. Su Ling laughed and handed it a sausage, and the monkey scampered happily back to its mother to chew on it. The other animals paid us no mind. Each sprawled out lazily on its own patch of ground. Even though we were coexisting peacefully, there was no telling what move might set one of them off. So I made sure everyone kept their distance. I held my bucket of instant noodles and one slurp off the plastic fork. That pickled cabbage flavor was seriously appetizing. A bite of sausage on top of it. Heaven. Suji was eating with grease smeared all over his mouth, slurping the broth every so often. Sun Zhong had dropped the whole keeping up appearances thing too. Getting to eat instant noodles and sausage was blessing enough. The four of us huddled around the campfire and polished off 4 buckets of noodles and a pile of snacks. Scavenging for supplies out there was dangerous work, so nobody was going to judge anyone else for treating themselves a little. Jinbei was curled up on my shoulder, and Lao Lu squatted at my feet staring into the fire, dumb and adorable as ever. Only after Suji had eaten his fill did he notice I'd swapped in tactical goggles. He thought they looked pretty sharp. No wonder his sister had her eye on me. Feeling him size me up, I cleared my throat and stood. I'm gonna head back to the car and rest. It was a little past 7. Suji waved me off without really thinking about it. But then Su Ling followed me onto Little Blue, which put him out a bit. Looked like his prize cabbage was about to get rooted up by a pig. It was just the 2 of us in the car, and the atmosphere got a little awkward. Little Blue, sleep mode. The seats reclined all the way back and folded into one big platform bed. Su Ling's jealousy kicked in. So your car can do this, huh? No wonder you're always so bright-eyed. Bet you've made plenty of moves on other girls. She was referring to Su Minghua. I lay down and answered honestly. I, Wang Lin, am not that kind of guy. Forcing anything on anyone. No, I couldn't bring myself to do that now. Later on, who knew? In the apocalypse, people changed. I'm just teasing you. You take everything way too seriously. Her tone reminded me of my ex. One rule for herself, another for everyone else. Seeing my expression sour, she pressed her palms together. Wang Lin, I'm sorry, forgive me. I waved it off. It's fine. We lay there talking, and before I knew it, I was doing most of the talking. Especially when my ex-girlfriend came up, my voice thick with resentment and bitterness. She could tell I'd been hurt, so she dropped the topic and just asked what kinds of things I liked. 2 hours of chatting later, we were both tired, and we ended up falling asleep side by side. She was actually asleep. I was faking it, silently calling on the system to overhaul the vehicle. That blackbird beast from earlier had put a real scare in me. Little Blue could handle Tier 1 mutants well enough, but against a Tier 2, all we could do was tuck tail and run. System, Custom vehicle upgrade. Offense and defense integrated. Ding. Option 1. Absorb the crystal of a Tier 2 mutant beast to remodel the beast vehicle, awaken its beast soul, and elevate it from semi-sentient to a fully sentient life form, bound to the host's soul. Option 2. Upgrade chassis defense and drivetrain for 500 survival points. Add new functions for 200 points. So this time it could actually absorb a crystal and evolve. Without a moment's hesitation, I picked option 1. This new Baojun had been my late father's. Bought with my own money, it had carried mom and dad through countless places. It had long since become family to me. Ding. Crystal absorption commencing. 6-hour countdown. Host, get some good sleep. Being told that actually made it impossible to sleep, so I went back to upgrading the nano combat suit. Option 1. Tier 2 nanomechanical suit, including energy shield and energy wrist cannon, 1000 points. Option 2. Tier 3 nanobiomechanical suit, with heavy-duty shield, palm-mounted energy cannon, underwater capability, and short-duration flight, 10,000 points. I went straight for the strongest, Tier 3. Ding. Countdown, for hours. This was my trump card. I'd blown a full 10,000 points on it. Any further upgrade would probably start at 100,000. With the vehicle and the suit taken care of, I decided to upgrade Goldie and Old 6-2. Option 1. Promote to Tier 1 Intelligent Mechanical Life Form, 3,000 points. Capable of solo hunting any Tier 1 mutant beast. Option 2. Enhance a single function, 1,800 points. The deeper in I went, the more absurd the prices, thousands at a pop. But there was no way around it. I picked option 1. Compared to the tangled hearts of people, I trusted the loyalty of machines. In the middle of the night, howls and shrieks tore through the air outside the cave. Even with earplugs in, Sun Zhong couldn't fall asleep. Those demonic sounds bored straight into his ears. Suji had his hands clamped over his ears too. Out here it was way more savage than back at camp. Different places, probably different things lurking in the mist. Inside my car, Su Ling sat up and reached out to touch my face. Under the soft lighting, I sensed something drawing near and snapped my eyes open, seizing her wrist. The hell are you doing in the middle of the night? I couldn't sleep. I just wanted to touch your face. She hadn't expected me to be so alert. One small motion and I was wide awake. She could tell I was deeply lacking in any sense of safety. Once burned by love, forever shy. A rope on the ground still looks like a snake 10 years later. I let go of her hand and reached for a mirror to check whether there was anything on my face, only to find that the interior of the car had transformed again, more refined, more luxurious, richer in texture. A virtual pop-up appeared, and a chibi-style, blue, long-furred little monster came bounding over to nuzzle at me. Master, I'm Little Blue. Cuddles, please. Su Ling's eyes went wide and her mouth fell open, like she'd seen a ghost. I reached out and gave it a pat. It called itself Little Blue, which meant the upgrade was complete. Su Ling remembered that I'd upgraded the car several times, which meant I'd reached the mid to late stage of Tier 1. Awakened had ranks. Freshly Awakened was rank 0. Using your ability to grow stronger could get you to Tier 1. But climbing to Tier 2 required mutant beast crystals or rare treasures of heaven and earth. She herself wasn't quite there yet. She'd need a few more days of grinding. After the upgrade, the car was even smarter. It could communicate with my mechanical pets and help me carry out missions solo. Even if I wasn't around, Little Blue could drive over on autopilot to pick me up. Autopilot mode, sleep mode, combat mode. I couldn't wait to try combat mode. Who knew? Maybe someday it would fight alongside me like a transformer. Su Ling reached out to touch Little Blue. Xiaolon flashed a dame gesture. She laughed. This little thing's pretty smart. Xiaolon snarled. You're the little thing. Your whole family's little things. I reached out to block the hot-tempered little gal. Enough, Xiaolon. Play some soothing rain sounds to help us sleep. Yes, master. A snap of her fingers, and rain started falling inside the car. Su Ling tensed up at first, but remembering that the boulder rune barrier was up, nothing in the mist could get through, she relaxed. Back at camp, this kind of racket would be a death wish. I crossed my legs and reassured her. Relax. You could throw a rave in my car, and nobody outside would hear a thing. I didn't have to say it. Really. Explaining it almost sounded like I was egging her on. Half skeptical, she suddenly started bouncing hard on the seat. The car didn't budge an inch, and only then did she believe me. Xiaolon, wake me at 6:30 tomorrow morning. You can go now. Xiaolon gave a salute and dissolved back into data. Su Ling suddenly leaned in, pressing close in front of me, and asked curiously, Wang Lin, where do you actually rank on the sequence transcendent list? I'd bet you're top 50 at least. Top 50. Only I knew the bitter truth. Without the system bound to me, I'd be an ordinary guy cowering in this car right now. Seeing I wasn't answering, she gave a mischievous grin and leaned down. Well, if she wanted to test how well-built the car was, let's put it to the test. She kept me up half the night, so I just did what needed doing to the sound of the rain. Out on the pickup, Su Ji wasn't used to sleeping alone. He used to have his sister to chat and keep him company, but now that I'd swept her off, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Sun Zhong had barely drifted off when the 6:30 alarm buzzed him awake. He shut it off, got up carefully, and peeked out the window. The mist was thinning. He could see out 3 meters or so. The beasts that had shared the space so peacefully were leaving one by one. A baby monkey, following its mother, kept glancing back reluctantly at Su Ling as she stepped out of the car. I got out and looked around. Only some small critters were left in the clearing. The big ones had all cleared out. Seeing his sister and me get out, Su Ji rushed over first thing and pointed at the totally transformed Xiaolon mobile. Wang Lin, did you sneak in another upgrade on your ride? I just smiled and didn't answer. Once he got used to it, he'd stop asking dumb questions like that. Su Ling slung an arm over his shoulder and teased. Bro, if you ever got a ride in Wang Lin's car, you'd know your precious pickup is bottom of the barrel. Su Ji's face went stiff instantly. No way. I dropped serious cash on my pickup's interior, and its mobility and off-road capability are second to none. How could his little SUV compare to my baby? I didn't bother arguing. We'd be together day in and day out. There'd be plenty of chances to break him yet. Sun Zhong, who'd been holding it in all night, got out to find a spot to take a dump. Seeing him grab some paper, Su Ji immediately threw up a hand. Wait for me. Old son, let's go together. I was speechless. Even taking a dump has to be a group activity? Not even the apocalypse can break the bond between men. Su Ling tied her hair up with quick, practiced motions, and the way she moved sent my mind straight back into the gutter, replaying the scene from an hour ago in vivid detail. She caught me staring and teased. What? Haven't gotten your fill? Want to head back to the car so I can give you another look? I wasn't about to lose my head over that stuff. Sure, part of me wanted to play the debauched king for a day, but I hadn't earned the right to kick back and indulge just yet. She fished a piece of extra gum out of her pocket and popped it up to my lips. Sweetie, gotta keep that mouth mini fresh. I chewed on the gum. I could go for something good this morning. Otherwise, I won't have the energy to drive. Sure, I'll fix you something tasty, keep you going all day. Her brother's car still had a few boxes of self-heating rice and yuxiang pork he'd been hoarding, stockpiled before the apocalypse. I didn't bother watching her cook, stepped outside to take a leak myself. Once I was outside the boulder, I found Su Ji and Sun Zhong at the low stone opening, puffing away on cigarettes and taking in the view. Up here the landscape was wild and beautiful, but surviving in a place like this would be next to impossible. Nobody in our convoy was a scholar. We had no seeds to farm with, no materials to build anything worthwhile. Su Ji flicked his cigarette butt away. We'll rest a bit, grab some food, then head back to camp. It's getting colder by the day. We need to move south. I can sense a huge stash of supplies down there just waiting for us to come claim it. Sun Zhong lit up at that. Hitting a supermarket would mean coasting through winter at the camp. No sweat. But I knew better. Wherever there were supplies, there was fighting, killing, and death. It wasn't that I didn't trust Su Ji. It was that other convoys had to have awakened ones too. Somewhere out there, a navigator with the same ability as his was probably leading his own crew through this ruined world. Su Ji turned and clapped me on the shoulder, his tone heavy with meaning. Brother Wang, we're counting on you from here on out. He didn't mention the convoy, didn't mention himself. The meaning was clear enough. When the moment of hard choices came, he wanted me to choose Su Ling over the convoy. People are selfish by nature, and a soldier's instinct, forced to pick between family and outsiders, doesn't hesitate for a second. I didn't promise anything. Promises are moral shackles. Casual words are fine, but actually following through? Not likely. Su Ji could tell I didn't want the weight, so he didn't push it. He just held on to the private hope that I was the right man for Su Ling. A gust of wind swept through, and Sun Zhong shivered. Feels like fall's already knocking, doesn't it? The comment struck Suji. If this place had 4 seasons too, how would they get through the winter? The world was vast, and they needed a proper base to weather the cold. Food's ready, Su Ling called out. The three of us clambered back inside the boulder. Breakfast was a feast by our standards, self-heating rice. Su Ling even pressed a carton of milk into my hands for the protein. I took it awkwardly. Free was free, no sense refusing. Suji didn't get the same treatment. He cracked open a Coke to reward himself, and Sun Zhong popped open a bottle of iced tea and took a long, satisfying pull. Big mouthfuls of rice went down fast, everyone shoveling it in like they hadn't eaten this well in ages. When I finished, I tossed my trash next to the campfire. In a place like this, littering was. No one was watching. I secretly marked the spot and headed back to the car. Driving mode engaged. I looked at the completely refreshed windshield display. Map, 360-degree surveillance, automated turret status, all in a single glance. Wang Lin, open up. That woman was trying to bum a ride again. Xiaolan had deliberately locked the doors to keep her out, so all she could do was knock. I gave the order. Xiaolan, open the passenger door. It obeyed, reluctantly. Click. Su Ling climbed in and crossed her legs. Your car's still the comfiest. Buckle up. We're moving. I started the engine. Suji's pickup, freshly fueled up, ran even smoother now, with the small cargo truck bringing up the rear. The three vehicles pulled away from the boulder cliff and started the trip back. We didn't run into any more blackbirds along the way. Otherwise, I could have farmed another round of survival points. Easy to go from thrift to luxury, hard to go back the other way. After striking it rich a few times, the 10 daily survival points that hit my account every noon felt about as exciting as a welfare check. Killing beasts and killing enemies. That's where the real money was. We drove for over an hour. The road was littered with wrecked vehicles, corpses still inside them. Clearly the work of humans, not wild animals. We crossed a mountain, and on the descent down a gravel road, we spotted a column of survivors on foot ahead. Some were pushing bicycles loaded with bedding and cookware. The moment they saw our three vehicles, they rushed into the middle of the road to block us. Stop. We need help. Finally, some living people. They've got to have food and water in there. Over 100 of them completely blocked the road. Suji, in the lead, slowly eased off the gas, staring at the sea of unfamiliar faces pressed up against his windows. Every one of them bundled up in gaudy red and green winter coats, obvious northerners. As soon as the pickup slowed, the cargo truck behind had no choice but to stop too. Sun Zhong's worried voice came through the walkie-talkie. Captain Su, there's at least 100 survivors up there. Once we stop, we can kiss our supplies goodbye. He wasn't wrong. This crowd looked haggard and worn, obviously running on empty stomachs and no sleep. But Suji couldn't just leave them to die. That wasn't the kind of man he was. Crossing paths is fate. If we can help, we help. There were over 100 of them, whole families in tow. Our three vehicles couldn't possibly carry them all. The best we could do out of basic decency was hand over some supplies and point them in a direction. But this bunch had appetites bigger than their bellies. They wanted everything, every last bit of our supplies, and the women in the cars too. My eyes gradually went cold. I could tell right away, these weren't good people. Help. Have a heart. Spare us some food and water. Get out. Hand over the food, or we're smashing the car. They swarmed forward and surrounded the pickup, some even climbing on top to grab whatever they could. Suji got out, gripping his transcendent weapon, the laser Miao Dao, and roared, "What the hell are you doing? You trying to rob us?" The old men and old women closing and didn't care one bit. They launched straight into their guilt trip routine. "Young man, what's the matter with you? We haven't eaten in a whole day. I've got heart problems. If I go down, you're looking at 1,000,000 yuan minimum before I." "Come on. He's alone. There's a whole crowd of us. What's there to be scared of? Hurry up and search. I saw coke in that truck." Suji's face darkened. He raised his weapon and shouted again, "I can give you supplies, but you can't just take them." The crowd paused for a second, then looked at him like he was an idiot. A few couldn't help snickering. His scolding had zero effect. In an instant, he'd become a clown. Out of the 100-plus people, about a fifth zeroed in on the pickup, while 3/5 locked onto the small cargo truck. Its tires were sagging, so it was obviously packed with goods. Only seasoned survivors could spot that kind of tell. I sat in the driver's seat, watching through the window as that pack of green-eyed survivors closed in on my little blue car and my cargo truck. About a fifth of them had their sights on my car, hands already raised to bang on the window and force me out. I didn't hesitate for a second. I gave the order straight away. Xiaolon, ready the turret. Anyone who comes near these two vehicles, open fire. Su Ling panicked. Wang Lin, don't. They're survivors too. I couldn't be bothered with her. In my book, anyone who tries to touch my stuff gets their paws chopped off. Doesn't matter if the king of heaven himself shows up. These old fossils pulling rank were worth a few survival points at most. And besides, they weren't here to ask for help. They were here to rob. Understood, master. The rooftop turret swiveled, taking aim at the incoming crowd. The old men and women were still smug. Look at this little car with its toy turret. Probably shoots water. Kids these days, all flash and no substance. A few of us together, and we'll tear it apart. Hurry up, before the good stuff's all gone. The next second, rat-tat-tat, a dense hail of bullets poured out. The old woman at the front of the charge hadn't even reached the car before she was riddled full of holes. Several people crumpled into pools of blood. Dead silence swept over the scene. No one dared take another step forward. Over by the pickup, the people who'd been looting Su Ji's supplies froze too. That turret was the real deal? Murder. Murder. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air, and only then did the crowd realize I wasn't someone to mess with. Su Ji's face went pale. He hadn't expected me to be so ruthless. A few young men in the crowd started stirring the pot. Everyone rush him together. A life for a life. We can't let them die for nothing. Charge. A few of the bolder old men exchanged glances. No food, no water. They wouldn't last many days anyway. So why not take the gamble? But the moment they stepped forward, rat-tat-tat, their heads burst open like watermelons. Blee. More than a few crumpled to the ground, retching. Even more turned and bolted. They'd rather starve to death than get mowed down by that turret. From the cargo truck, Sun Zhong watched me gun down one after another. Along with his admiration, he breathed a sigh of relief. The supplies were safe. I pushed the door open and got out. Those weak-kneed cowards were already climbing onto their moral high ground. They started cursing me out, one venomous line after another, as if that somehow made them sound educated. A boy of 7 or 8 jabbed a finger at me. You selfish bastard. Won't share your supplies with everyone? You'll rot in the 18th level of hell. Hand it over now. I looked at him, then snapped my fingers with a dead serious face. This kid's been possessed by a mutant beast. I'll do a good deed and send him off to reunite with his family. The turret swung toward the boy. Bang! A single round punched through his forehead. He toppled backward, disbelief frozen on his face. Grandma had told him it worked every time. Act tough enough and the other side would fold. So why the hell didn't it work here? Seeing that I wouldn't even spare a child, the rest finally realized they'd picked the wrong target this time. They scrambled and tripped over themselves trying to flee. The looters on the pickup abandoned it too and bolted up the hillside. I didn't chase. I just had the turret rake the ground around them for pressure. The whole crowd, men, women, old, young, crawled and scampered off like rats in the street. Once the bandits were driven off, I turned to Su Ji. Get in. Let's keep moving. I wasn't going to explain, and I didn't owe him an explanation for why I hadn't spared even the old and the weak. Su Ji stared at the torn open snack wrappers scattered across the pickup bed, seething himself. If they'd just asked nicely, he probably would have shared. They chose to rob us. They got what they deserved. I'd just started the engine when. Whoosh. Thunk. Clang. The ones who'd made it up the slope were hurling rocks at the cars. All 3 vehicles were within their range. Su Ling's worldview shattered on the spot. We let them go, and they still wanted revenge? I wasn't angry. I just swung the turret toward the hillside. Anyone who poked their head up got hosed down. Rat-tat-tat. Against a mounted gun, their attacks were laughable, pathetic. The unlucky ones got headshots and checked out on the spot. The lucky ones took grazes with no meds to treat them, which was actually worse. They'd end up as somebody's dinner. Cannibalism in the apocalypse was only a matter of time, especially in a group without any awakened supernaturals. Sooner or later, they'd become demons wearing human skin. I was ruthless and decisive. This whole trip, The only loss was the supplies from Suji's pickup, which was a shame, since they'd all ended up in those dogs' bellies. Other people's stuff wasn't my problem, but anyone who touched what I had scavenged was signing their own death warrant. The 3 cars drove on until we reached an intersection. A few vehicles sat there, out of fuel, and beside them lay several naked female corpses, raped and murdered, by the looks of it. Suji stopped the car and gently closed the eyes of the women who'd died staring. I watched this bleeding heart. He'd awakened the navigator sequence. He'd make a fine team leader someday, but he was still green. He needed more grinding. As for the bodies, they were no concern of mine. Flowers in bloom are meant to be admired from a distance. Get too attached to ownership and you lose yourself. Having been burned before, I stopped buying what women were selling a long time ago. Su Ling, if she really said she loved me, I'd just smile and say nothing. Bro, I'll help. Su Ling got out of the truck and joined Su Ji in digging a pit to bury the bodies. Maybe it was because she was a woman herself that she was willing to lend a hand. Sun Zhong and I didn't move. Who knew if those corpses were carrying anything contagious? In the apocalypse, no medicine meant death's scythe pressed to your throat. When Suji finished, he walked over to my car and rapped on the window, like he had something to say. I rolled it down. Captain Su, what can I do for you? He dusted off his hands and looked at the beast car, which no longer resembled a compact SUV in the slightest. He smiled and asked, Brother Wong, after what we just saw, got anything to say? I gave it some serious thought, then put on a face full of regret. If I'd known those animals were doing shit like this, I would have mowed them all down with the turret. Suji froze. He'd figured I'd offer some hollow line like it was their fate, but my answer actually made a lot of sense. Those 4 female corpses were almost certainly the work of that gang of highway robbers from earlier. To think a convoy of over 100 people had harbored that many rotten apples. Su Ling walked over and patted his shoulder. Bro, let's hit the road. We did what we could. Suji nodded and climbed back into the pickup. The 3 vehicles had barely pulled away when an old man carrying a skull-topped staff arrived at the burial site, muttering under his breath. A beam of black light shot from the staff and bored into the earth. One by one, hands mottled with corpse spots clawed up through the soil. Crack. The 4 female corpses shed their skin as skeletons and crawled out of the ground, their crimson pupils burning with a bloodthirsty madness. The old man grinned, teeth bared, didn't even have to lift a finger. For female skeletons steeped in resentment, all in one go. With them at his command, Sequence Transcendent 097 Necromancer Elder Wu was finally no longer a lone wolf. His mental strength was twice that of an ordinary man. Most necromancers could handle 4 skeletons at most, but that was nowhere near his ceiling. He set off in the opposite direction from us, feeling in his gut that even greater fortune awaited him. If we'd known we'd just missed a top 100 Sequence Transcendent, we'd probably have kicked ourselves. Around noon, the 3 vehicles rolled back into the temporary camp. The moment the scouts spotted us, they reported to Wu DeBayo, leader of the combat unit, and he came out personally to meet us. At the edge of the camp, every last survivor of the miracle convoy stood waiting, eyes fixed on the approaching vehicles. Suji's pickup slid to a stylish drift stop. He climbed out, looked at the crowd gathered to greet him, and felt a surge of emotion. His efforts had paid off. Then, the very next second, the kids all came scrambling toward my beast car. The oversized SUV was a beast now, imposing and fierce, its exterior like some shaggy furred monster. Way cooler than any pickup. Deputy Captain Wong is back. His car changed again. I love it. When I grow up, I want to be a transcendent awakener just like Deputy Captain Wong. The kids, in two. Their eyes lit up as they crowded around me. What were navigators or elemental mages compared to a mechanic who could upgrade vehicle weapons? Nothing even close to as cool. Watching how popular I'd become, Suji felt a pang of bitterness and could only console himself. It's fine. They're just kids. Brother Wong. Zhongli came scurrying over, stroking the blue fur on the car with a look of pure envy. If only I could awaken the same class as you. Good Pang squeezed in too. I want that too, practically written all over his face. The other survivors looked on with hungry eyes, wishing they could upgrade their own vehicles as well. Crack. Suji could feel his heart splitting. All the spotlight had been stolen. Thank God this future brother-in-law was on his side. Otherwise his whole worldview really would have shattered. Bro, Su Mingyue pushed her way out from the back of the crowd and came running toward me. The moment Su Ling saw her, she walked over and looped her arm through mine, saying to Su Mingyue, "Little sister, from now on we're all family." Su Mingyue skidded to a halt, staring at us in disbelief. One night out, and I'd already been snapped up? Was I really the kind of man who couldn't take a step without falling for a pretty face? No, that wasn't right. She noticed I neither confirmed nor denied anything. Still the same man she remembered. Su Ling had been hoping she'd back down and take the hint, but Su Mingyue was no pushover either. She'd originally stumbled into my car purely to escape the disaster, but the more time they spent together, the more she realized I was a serious heavyweight. Whatever the cost, she was going to hold on tight to this thick thigh. She'd made peace with being a contender long ago. Su Mingyue stepped up and grabbed my other arm, smiling sweetly. "Bro, you must be tired. Let me rub your shoulders and pound your legs." Su Ling frowned. She'd just staked her claim in front of all these people, and this girl was just going to ignore it? She really did have some nerve. Su Mingyue glared right back, unwilling to concede, as if declaring war. Su Ji and everyone else just stood there dumbstruck. I was that in demand. Two women fighting over me. Every man there was green with envy, while every woman was fretting that she didn't have what it took. Looking at the scene, I didn't feel smug. If anything, I had a bit of a headache. "Captain Su." Wu Debao stepped forward with a Type 95 slung over his back and reported publicly. "We found a lot of strange bugs near the camp." Bugs? Suji didn't take it seriously. It's normal to have bugs deep in the mountains. Wu Debao shook his head, his expression grim, and signaled his men to bring a bug corpse the size of a wash basin over to Suji. Forget Suji. Even I, Su Ling, and Sun Zhong were shocked. "Whose bugs grew this big?" "Captain Su, this is only a larva," Wu Debao said. "We also saw adult ones the size of hunting dogs." Good God, are those even bugs anymore? Do they eat plants or meat? Who cares what they eat? As long as we stay in the cars, we're fine. That one line sent everyone into a fresh wave of worry. No wonder this morning's fight. The scouting party came back one by one, faces pale. I crouched down and examined the bug's corpse. It had been killed by a sharpened wooden stick. Its jaws were razor sharp, still hung with scraps of blood-red flesh. I couldn't tell what animal the meat came from, but one thing was certain. This thing wasn't a vegetarian. Which raised a question. If these carnivorous bugs caught wind of all the fresh meat gathered here, would they launch a full-scale attack? I immediately released Goldie and Sixer from the storage space in my watch. Both had been upgraded to roughly Tier 1 extraordinary level, and issued my orders. Patrol the perimeter and report the moment you spot a bug. Goldie shot out a nearly invisible strand of spider silk, gave it a tug, and swung up into the towering trees, vanishing in an instant. Not to be outdone, Sixer scrambled off on all fours, tail whipping behind him, and slipped into the undergrowth. Within seconds, he'd blended seamlessly into the surroundings. The survivors watched me pull two biomimetic mechanical pets out of thin air, and their eyes filled with even more envy and jealousy. Over the past few days, though, they'd grown used to me being a mechanic. The truth couldn't stay hidden forever, so I'd simply come clean and openly admitted I was a divine mechanic. Su Ling and Su Mingyue both picked up on what I was doing, and their worry deepened right along with mine. If even I was cautiously sending pets out to scout, that meant this was no small matter. Su Ji slung an arm over my shoulder and murmured, "Wang Lin, we can't stay here any longer. We need to keep moving." On the surface, this campsite looked safe enough, but we'd run into a giant python on the very first day. There were giant bears in the area, and for all we knew, some other massive beast, or even a mutant creature, might show up today. I nodded. "Tell everyone to pack up quickly. You lead the way." Su Ji turned and announced, "Everybody, pack your things and go see Sun Zhong for fuel. We're moving out." "What? Marching around again?" grumbled an old man, clearly unwilling. "My back's killing me. Can we rest a couple more days?" whined an old woman, clutching her lower back. I couldn't be bothered arguing with these stubborn old codgers. I wasn't their nanny. Anyone who doesn't want to travel with the convoy can stay behind. Nobody's forcing you. After the robbery on the road, Suji had come to understand that being too soft-hearted just made people think you were a pushover. "Captain Su, that's not right. You've been captain a few days, and it's already gone to your head?" A balding man with a horseshoe ring of hair stepped out and jabbed a finger at Suji. His agenda was obvious: build his own image and rally supporters to seize power. Yeah, without us, you wouldn't even be captain. Don't think being extraordinary makes you better than the rest of us. You're supposed to protect us common folk. Otherwise, when we meet up with the army, we'll report you. A handful of younger men chimed in, backing him up in a chorus. They'd clearly been in on this together for a while. Wu Debao looked at the group with guilt in his eyes. He hadn't imagined they'd been scheming behind his back to grab power. Baldy looked down his nose at Suji. I used to be deputy director of the demolition office. My leadership skills are better than yours. Let me take over the convoy. You're an extraordinary awakener. You can just serve as my deputy. Director of the demolition office? And only a deputy. Suji understood now. This guy couldn't hold back his craving for the seat of power. Just a few days in, and it was already like this. There'd only be more scheming ahead. None of this had anything to do with me. I didn't put in a word for Suji. I left the call to him and just watched in silence, waiting to see how he'd handle it. As a transcendent awakened, would he swallow it? Or would he strike? Wind rope. Su Ling moved first, manipulating the wind element to bind the deputy director and the several combat team members he'd won over. Baldy, pinned in place, still ran his mouth. I'm a public official. You lay a hand on me, and the army will execute you the moment they show up. Suji had served in the military, and deep down he carried a certain wariness toward officialdom. But faced with this petty, scheming worm, he clenched his fist and threw a straight punch. Even a clay figurine has 3 parts fire in it. And besides, this wasn't Blue Star. There were no officials, no army. Whoever's fist was harder had the right. The crowd scattered, distancing themselves. The few bound combat team members struggled uselessly and started to regret it. Picking a fight with a transcendent awakened really wasn't a bright idea. Suji grabbed Baldy by the collar, stared into his terrified face, and sneered. Deputy Director of the Demolition Office, huh? Where's all that swagger from a minute ago? Weren't you a public official? Keep talking. Captain Su, I was wrong. A great man doesn't hold grudges against a small one. Please forgive me. Baldy's daydream had shattered. He'd thought his title would scare Suji off, but he'd forgotten the man had been a soldier and was no fool. Forgiveness is the Buddha's business. What I can do is send you to meet him. Suji bared his teeth in a grin and slammed one more punch into him. Baldy's nose crunched, blood spurted, his head lolled sideways, and he looked stone dead. That terrified the 3 accomplices. Captain Su, he came to me on his own with a payoff? I was wrong. Yeah, me too. And he hadn't even paid me yet. Setting the facts aside, Captain Su, you're partly to blame too. Let's call it even, huh? Suji snapped, shut it. You've all been expelled. Take him and get lost. I watched and shook my head. Not killing them. Still too soft-hearted. Once a feud is drawn, you have to pull it up by the roots. Otherwise, the spring wind blows and it grows right back. The 3 exchanged glances, thinking they'd been let off. But the next second, Su Ling struck. Wind element clamped around their throats. GUH. The 3 were hoisted up by an invisible force gripping their necks, eyes slowly rolling back. The bystanders knew Su Ling was an elemental mage, but they'd never actually seen what she could do. Witnessing it now, they stumbled back several steps in terror. Sis. Suji tried to stop her, but Su Ling had already clenched her fist, her spiritual power driving the wind element, and snapped all 3 of their necks clean through. Crack. 3 corpses thudded to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dead. Just like that. Killed 3 of them. A few of the more timid ones slumped to the ground on the spot, faces drained of color. Su Ling was still trembling slightly. This was her first kill. Suji watched her with a complicated expression, wanting to say that the 3 hadn't deserved to die. I stepped up and clapped her on the shoulder. Not bad. The woman's choice had genuinely impressed me. She got it. If you wanted to ride with a ruthless bastard like me, you pulled weeds up by the roots and left nothing to sprout back. Suji was just about to speak when a feed shared by Old Six suddenly flashed across my tactical goggles. A black tide of bugs was pouring out of the cave, swarming straight toward the camp. Fuck. Son of a bitch. The curses shot out of my mouth. Everyone froze, baffled by my sudden outburst. Everyone, we move out in 2 minutes. Bug swarms coming. I turned and climbed into my vehicle, at the same time ordering Old Six and Golden Baby to fall back, while killing bugs on the way. The words bug swarm set off a bomb in the camp. Everyone scrambled to grab their gear and fire up their engines. Suji swallowed whatever he'd been about to say and shouted at Wu Debeo. Check the vehicles, top off the tanks. Everyone rolls out in 2 minutes. For everyone else, it was a bug swarm. For me, it was walking, breathing survival points. +5, +8, +20. The system chimes were going off nonstop. So loud I just muted them. My 2 mechanical pets were reaping like crazy. 5 points a regular bug, 8 for a mutated one. High volume, all you can eat. At the swarm's current pace, they'd hit camp in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. I wasn't about to gamble on that last 50 seconds. Get surrounded, and there wouldn't even be bone chips left. I got in, glanced at Su Ling in the passenger seat and Su Mingyue in the back, grabbed the radio, and said in a low voice, "I can only buy you 30 seconds. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, racking up favor points, and giving the auto turrets another harvest run. Little Blue, combat mode engaged. Go link up with Old Six and Golden Baby." The headlights transformed into a pair of laser cannons, and the beast car roared off with a snarl. Suji and Wu Debeo had no way to stop me. They exchanged one look and hurriedly went about herding everyone into the vehicles. Falling in behind my car were the off-roaders of 2 rich kid couples. Fong Chong, the one with glasses, pushed them up his nose and muttered, "Bleeding heart." Wang Lin's the one who should be captain. Now there's a man with real decisiveness and bite. His girlfriend Su Yang chimed in. Yeah, following a saint like Su Ji is a dead end. At the camp, the bug swarm crashed in like a tide, leaving nothing standing in its wake. Little Blue leapt down and let loose with its laser cannons. Boom! A cluster of bugs blasted into paste. But in the blink of an eye, the bugs behind them had already stripped their own dead clean. Su Ling, in the passenger's seat, wasn't of any use. She could only sense wind, water, and earth, and the dirt walls she conjured collapsed the instant that tide of bugs pressed against them. Su Mingyue in the back didn't understand why I was taking this kind of risk. To her, I was dancing on the edge of a knife. I kept my eyes locked on the skyrocketing survival points. Sure, the unit price is low, but the sheer volume makes up for it. 10 of them makes 100, 100 breaks 1,000, and 1,000 breaks 10 grand. Chances like this don't come every day. I'm even thinking about popping the sunroof, climbing onto the roof, and reaping the harvest myself. Up ahead in the convoy, a minivan suddenly broke down. No matter what the driver tried, it wouldn't start. The driver and his wife could only watch, cold sweat pouring down their faces, as car after car sped past them. Finally, the man accepted his fate, shouldered a bag, grabbed his wife, and got out to flag someone down. "Take us with you. We're begging you." The couple dropped to their knees in the middle of the road. A white Toyota jerked its wheel, swerved around them, and floored it. The cars behind followed suit. They'd rather detour than stop. But a black Toyota Crown pulled over. The window rolled down, and a pudgy man with slit eyes and a black mole at the corner of his mouth looked the woman up and down, a knowing smile creeping across his face. "Want to live? Get in and do what I say. Otherwise, stay behind and feed the bugs with your dead meat husband." The woman scrambled to her feet without hesitation. "Big brother, as long as I get to live, I'll do anything you want." The husband tried to stop her, but the second she slipped into the car, the fat man locked the doors and hit the gas. "You bitch. You dare ditch me. I'll kill you." The man pounded on the window, screaming himself hoarse. The last 2 SUVs came rolling up. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed. But the 2 rich kids inside didn't even spare him a glance. Rescuing a useless nobody was a losing deal. Who'd bother? Virum. My beast car came howling down the road, a tidal wave of bugs churning right behind us. I spotted the driver kneeling there, broken, and saw the last flicker of madness ignite in his eyes. Clear as day, he was going to lunge in front of us and take someone down with him. I've watched way too many survival flicks to miss that look. Little Blue, floor it. Oh whoa. Flames burst from the twin exhaust ports, and the beast car turned into a streak of blue light as it shot past him. I didn't so much as glance his way. Cold-blooded? You bet. Su Ling wanted to save him, but this was my car. Without my say-so, Little Blue wasn't opening those doors for anyone. Su Mingyue was curled up in the back seat with her eyes squeezed shut, too scared to even look. The laser was almost out of juice, so I let the auto turret keep spraying until we were well clear of range before ceasing fire. The bug tide couldn't catch its prey and gradually slowed. Seeing the swarm settle, the driver turned and ran. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself for a full 5 minutes before his strength gave out and he collapsed. A few stubborn bugs were still on his tail, refusing to give up. Just a few bugs. Bring it on. He grabbed a rock and made his stand. The stone smashed into the soft belly of a lunging bug, splattering blood everywhere. And then the other bugs actually swarmed onto their fallen comrade and started devouring it. But the shells were hard as iron. He couldn't dent them. One bug pounced onto his back and sank its teeth in. Two more clamped down on his thighs. Always picking on the honest guy? I'm taking you bastards down with me. In a fit of rage, he slammed himself backward. Crunch. The bug on his back was crushed flat. Ignoring his wounds, he snatched up his bag and kept running. The two bugs finished off their fellow bug, then caught up. Just then an off-road motorcycle came roaring in. The JK girl on the back flung out a knife. One thrust, two bugs, pinned dead to the ground. The driver collapsed, gasping, laughing through his tears, alive against all odds. The woman at the handlebars, in yoga pants, pulled off her helmet. One look told her the guy she'd just saved was nobody special, and her enthusiasm cooled fast. In the eyes of her and her sister, an ordinary man's life was cheap as cabbage. Only rescuing an awakened sequence holder paid off. She tossed him half a bottle of alcohol. Disinfect it, or you'll die of infection. The man snatched it and poured it straight over the wound, shuddering with the pain. Only one thought pounded in his head. I can't die. Big brother, your convoy ditched you? Yeah. My wife got into a black Crown sedan. The driver was a middle-aged fat guy, beady eyes, a black mole at the corner of his mouth. His teeth clenched at the memory. The JK girl clicked her tongue. You remember all that detail? Any man would want revenge for a stolen wife. I'm Lu Mei. This is my sister, Lu Yu. Seeing he might still be useful, the woman smiled and introduced them. The driver had never seen women this beautiful up close. Every smile, every glance struck him right where it hurt. He spilled everything about the convoy like beans out of a bamboo tube. His name was Zhou Han, cast off from the Miracle Convoy. The convoy had 3 awakened, a navigator with no combat ability, a mage who commanded the elements, and a mechanic who could modify machinery. Lu Mei listened, then lifted her eyes to the tire-tracked road. A plan formed in her head. Find that convoy. In this world, you had to stick together to survive long. Well, let's go. She started up the motorcycle. Johan scrambled to his feet in a panic. Wait, let me start up the van. I'll lead the way. With beauties this top shelf, if he could just get a chance tonight, slip something in their drinks. But that little hidden lust of his was already seen straight through by Lu Mei, who'd run a gym and knew men inside and out. Bringing him along would be like carrying a time bomb. No need. We saved you. You gave us intel. We're even. Lu Mei twisted the throttle and left him nothing but the perfect view of her back. Fuck. Those two bitches are sharp. Johan cursed his way back to the van. He circled it once. No bugs. Then climbed in and turned the key. Come on, baby, don't fail me now. Nothing. Again and again, the engine wouldn't catch. Furious, he slammed the wheel, got out, popped the hood, poked around, cleared the fault, took a deep breath, and turned the key again. Virum. The van rumbled to life. Ha ha ha. I, Johan, was not meant to die today. You bitches, just you wait. And those 2 knockouts, give me the chance, and I'll have a taste of them yet. The van roared onto the main road and tore off into the distance. Meanwhile, on another mountain, a winding road snaked through open grassland and rolling hills. I sat in the beast-drawn cart, following along with the convoy. Su Ji said heading this way. We kept migrating in one direction, finding plenty of supplies along the way, so everyone deferred to him. Once we hit the plains, the scenery was so beautiful it was hard to look away, and for once everyone got to relax. But we hadn't gone far when Su Ji's pickup up front suddenly stopped, and the vehicles behind pulled up short too. Something clicked in my head. He must have found something. I opened my door right away, climbed out, weaved past the cars ahead, walked up to the pickup, and rapped on the window. Knock, knock. Su Ji stepped out, pale as a sheet, panting hard. But the aura around him was noticeably stronger than before. I did the math. This guy had probably just leveled up to tier 1. Su Ling scrambled out too and hurried over. Bro, why do you look so awful? Suji waved her off. I just sensed a financial center that got teleported in. Over 100 storefronts inside. Tons of supplies. Su Ling and I both perked up. Financial centers had everything. Cigarettes, liquor, tea, clothes, daily necessities. And if we got lucky, there'd even be a supermarket. That was a massive haul. But Suji's face was still clouded with worry. Su Ling knew her brother better than anyone. Bro, don't hold back on us. We're all family here. Only then did Su Ji come clean. He'd sensed other convoys out there with awakened ones of the same class as him. An old man, a fat woman, a little kid. All of them were fighting him for the reading, jamming fake routes into his head and making him dizzy. Still, he added with a hint of pride that he'd seized the chance to break through to Tier 1, gaining an ability called false is real that let him fabricate phony images to mislead others of his class. That took me by surprise too. Only a few days in, and Su Ji was already Tier 1, a solid step ahead of his rivals in the same class. Su Ling looked at him with envy. Bro, that's amazing. Our convoy just got even stronger. Su Ji didn't let it go to his head. Instead, he told her, Sis, you need to push for a breakthrough soon too. Personally, Tier 1 or Tier 2 didn't interest me. I had my Tier 3 nanomech combat suit. Forget alien beasts. I wasn't afraid of Tier 3 awakened ones either. Worst case, I could just run. I only cared about one thing. Captain Su, where's this financial center? Is it far? Su Ji frowned. Someone's jamming my read. I'm not sure the route's right. I need to catch a clear image fragment to confirm. Nothing's 100%. I rubbed my chin, thinking. Bringing the whole convoy along would slow the search. Leaving them behind would tank their survival odds. Not that I cared whether they lived or died. The supplies were what mattered. Captain Su, describe what you sensed. I'll take 2 vehicles and scout the way. Su Ji frowned. Brother Wong, you're the deputy captain and an awakened one, but taking 2 cars out alone is too risky. If you get separated, it's a mess. I tapped my combat goggles. Relax. I've tagged every vehicle of yours. There's a marker floating over each one. Sky satellites. They can pinpoint your location anytime. Damn, mechanics are that broken. Su Ji's eyes went wide. They've even got satellites. Su Ling chimed in too. Bro, splitting into 2 teams gives us more margin for error. If we can find supplies ahead of time, it's a win for the convoy. Su Ji thought it over, then clapped my shoulder. All right, we'll do it your way. I'll describe everything I see to you. I fired up the AI in my goggles to record his description, then went to pick my crew. I picked 6. Zhang Li, the guy driving the electric car. His ride had solar panels mounted on it, so power was never a worry. Fatty Go, who drove the 3-wheeler and, despite his bulk, had a sharp mind. And the rich kids and the 2 off-roaders, Zhang Sheng and Fang Cheng, along with their girls, Wen Wan and Su Yang. My gut told me there was a wolf in sheep's clothing among this bunch. One of them had to be a hidden sequence awakener. This was the perfect chance to feel them out. Zhang Li and Fatty Go agreed without a second thought. Fang Cheng was the weird one. The second I opened my mouth, he jumped in saying he'd go, so eagerly that I started wondering if the guy swung that way. Sure, we were all wearing goggles, but I really didn't play for that team. Zhang Sheng, the crew-cut rich kid, had a bit of an attitude. What's wrong with keeping a low profile and leveling up quietly? Why be so flashy? In the end, he came around anyway, since my beast vehicle was the strongest combat unit in the whole convoy. 5 minutes later, I set out in the opposite direction with an electric car, a 3-wheeler, and 2 off-roaders in tow. Right before we left, Su Ji handed us a few stones etched with runes. Hang them on the vehicles, he said, and even if we couldn't find a safe zone before nightfall, they'd protect us, block out the mist and the anomalies. It was intel that had popped into his head after he ranked up to Tier 1, gathered incidentally back when we camped on that cliff. Lucky break. The convoy hadn't been rolling for even half an hour when, out on the endless grassland, I spotted another group of survivors up ahead, at least 200 people, some of them pushing bicycles. Su Ling opened her mouth in the passenger seat, about to say something, but I cut her off. Save your breath. We're not the Messiah. That shut her down cold. In the back seat, Su Minghua hugged her spicy strips and backed me up. Bro's right. Mind our own business. Less karma, less trouble. Oh, dropping the K-word now, huh? I glanced at her in the rearview mirror. A few days in, and this girl's whole outlook had shifted. Bet you burned plenty of incense at temples before the apocalypse, didn't you? You know it. I've been to all the famous ones. Digital incense sticks, $10 a pop. Robbery, I tell you. I couldn't help laughing out loud. Figures, when it comes to fleecing people, nobody beats those bald grifters. Digital incense, worshipping cyberpunk Buddha. Su Ling cracked up too, and the mood in the car lightened considerably. I had zero intention of slowing down. I cut straight across the path of that convoy and peeled off in another direction. The leader of the group had meant to flag us down and trade for some intel, but seeing me, they ignored him completely, and he could only stop and stand there dumbfounded. That convoy was called the Dawn Convoy. Its leader, Li Hongyi, traveled with his son Li Yuan. Li Yuan could perform divination by working through hand signs and casting hexagrams. He'd figured out that 2 hours east lay a ruined temple where they could make camp. The convoy also had a 9-year-old girl named Dong Xianxian, a water element mage who could conjure orbs of water for drinking. The whole convoy treated her like a precious treasure. 2 hours later, the Dawn Convoy arrived at the temple, only to find that Su Ji's miracle convoy had gotten there first. When the two groups of survivors met, both drew their weapons warily. Women and children pulled back into the middle. Men formed the outer ring. Li Yuan's divinations were never wrong, so Li Hongyi walked forward empty-handed to talk things through. Su Ji could tell the other side weren't bandits either, and stepped out amicably to negotiate. 5 minutes later, the two convoys had each claimed one side of the temple, agreeing to leave each other alone, and the tension melted away. Crack! Lightning split the black clouds. A storm was brewing, and mist began creeping in from every direction. The miracle convoy had just pitched camp at the temple gate, and the runestones kept the mist at bay outside. Su Ji brought over a bottle of liquor and a carton of cigarettes, heading to the Dawn Convoy's side to share intel. The leadership of both convoys gathered around the fire, pouring 52-proof Fingio into paper cups. Su Ji spoke first. Chiefly, let's compare notes. This world is huge. We can't stay in one spot too long, or danger comes knocking. Li Hongyi nodded. These past few days, every time they tried to settle down, something had gone wrong, as if some unseen force didn't want them to grow stronger. Su Ji went on. We've also discovered that stones carved with runes, worn on the body, kept in the vehicles, can block out the mist and the eerie things. Li Hongyi got it in an instant. No wonder they could only spend the night safely inside ruins. In return, Li Hongyi shared a bombshell of his own. This world actually had zombies. And judging from their clothing and features, they weren't blue star humans at all. Everyone by the fire fell silent. Wild beasts, mutant creatures, eerie horrors, zombies. What else was waiting for them down the road? Li Hongyi spoke slowly. My guess is, we're still in the tutorial phase. Whoever's pulling the strings behind the scenes, it might just be gods. After all, we've already got sequence awakeners running around. The mood turned heavy. Su Ji steered them away from it. Gods, primordial deities, who cares? We're going to live, and live well. Once we're strong enough, we won't fear whatever bastards behind all this. Wu Debao was the first to raise his cup. That's right. No demon or ghost can beat justice. Li Hongyi caught the spirit, laughing as he lifted his own cup. Come on, bottoms up. And just like that, the two convoys slowly warmed up to each other. Meanwhile, out on the plains, the mist had already closed in around our 4 vehicles and 1 3-wheeler. Thankfully, we had the runestones. We circled the vehicles into a ring to form a barrier, and everyone huddled around a fire for warmth. Zhongli looked up at the pitch-black, starless sky, worry written all over his face. Brother Wang, looks like it's about to pour. Are our vehicles going to be okay? I gave everything a quick once-over. The beast car was fine, and the off-road SUV had solid waterproofing. The only concern was Zhang Li's electric bike. Water would fry it. I got up, walked over, and spent 200 survival points to upgrade its waterproofing, battery range, and power all at once. Zhang Li was over the moon. Fong Chung watched with open envy. He wanted his ride souped up too, but he hadn't earned any merit yet, so he didn't dare bring it up. I had my own logic on this. Ordinary folks who put in honest work could earn my investment just fine. But Fong Chung and Zhang Sheng, those two had contributed nothing. For now, they could wait. Vroom. The roar of a motorcycle came ripping through the mist. An off-road bike wreathed in a soft yellow halo wove through the fog, the eerie silhouettes around it bouncing off the light. I scrambled up onto the roof of the beast car and swung the auto turret's searchlight in that direction. The bike closed fast, 500 meters, and in a blink it had drifted right up to my vehicle. Under the beam, I could see the riders were actually two women, one dressed like a JK schoolgirl, the other in yoga pants. The JK girl gave a light hop and landed on the roof beside me, cocking her head curiously at the turret. "Hey, mister, is this turret the real deal, or just some toy to scare people off?" Anyone who could leap up onto the roof that easily wasn't ordinary. She was an awakened, and she had a blade in her hand. I ignored her. She pouted. "Mister, why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? Or deaf?" "Mute? Deaf?" My face darkened. "Get down. I'll show you whether this turret's real." "You think I'm dumb? One look, and I can tell it's real. No way am I getting down." For a split second, I really did want to kick her right off the roof and let her taste a full magazine. Sorry about her. The woman in yoga pants took off her helmet, revealing a delicate face, and gave an apologetic smile. We ran into the mist, and some eerie ones saw a light in this direction and headed over. I noticed a rune stone hanging off her motorcycle too, so she already knew the things could ward off the mist. No wonder she had the guts to be out roaming this brazenly after dark. Luyu caught sight of the bonfire inside our circle of vehicles and waved at everyone. "Hey there, handsome guys and pretty ladies." Gudapang responded with a love-struck grin. "Hi, gorgeous." Su Ling and Su Mingyue exchanged a glance. A girl in JK gear was lethal bait for any man. They need to keep their guard up. Fong Chung and Zhang Sheng had girlfriends, so they didn't dare show a flicker of interest. Su Yang and Wenwan were watching their men like hawks too. I grabbed Liu by the arm and yanked her down off my roof. "Miss, we don't welcome outsiders here. People whose backgrounds we didn't know. For all we could tell, they'd come looking for us. Supplies she'd come for." Liu struggled and snarled. "Get your paws off me, or I'll cut it off." "Think being pretty means you can do whatever you want? Not with me." In the apocalypse, women were only going to get more plentiful and cheaper by the day. To stay alive, there was nothing they wouldn't do. I flung her straight off the truck, right next to Lu Mei. Liu landed nimbly, drew her blade, and glared up at me. "You stinking bastard, I'll take your hand off." I looked down at her and gave the order. "Auto turret, open fire." Lu Mei hurried to intervene. "Look, big brother, this is all a misunderstanding." I ignored her. "Go explain it to my turret. Arrogant son of a bitch. I'll drop you in a blink." Luyu's power surged, her speed exploding. In the flicker of an eye, she was behind me. "Wang Lin, look out." Su Ling manipulated the wind element, weaving it into a rope of air that snapped around Luyu and lashed her tight. Luyu froze, dumbstruck. She hadn't figured there was another sequence awakener in our convoy. I turned, seized her by the throat, my eyes cold as ice. Pretty women deserve mercy. Anyone who came at me was a threat, period. Seeing her little sister strangled, Lu Mei had no choice but to unleash her charm, dragging us all into a shared mental space. The world shifted. I was soaking in a hot spring, surrounded by Lolas, mature beauties, girl-next-door types, flight attendants, celebrities, every flavor you could ask for. The others were each ringed by whatever women they lusted after. "That's it," I sneered, and tightened my grip on Lu Yu's throat. She thrashed in agony, trying to break me with an illusion. A complete waste of effort. I'd had my heart shredded before. These steamy little tableaus didn't stir a single ripple in me. Impossible. Lu Mei's consciousness cried out in a panic. "I apologize for my sister. We truly meant no harm." I bit out two cold words. "Let go." Okay, I'll let go." She had no room to bargain. An enemy immune to her charm was too terrifying to defy. The scene snapped back to reality. Everyone glanced around, red-faced. Gudapang pretended to whistle at the stars. That illusion had felt real as hell. He and Zhang Li had gotten a taste of a girl on each arm. Only they didn't get to enjoy it long, and were now inwardly griping that Lu Mei's ability didn't last. Lu Mei released me and pleaded, "Please, let my sister go. She's been spoiled rotten." I let go, then shoved Lu Yu off the truck with a palm. Lu Mei caught her below. Once she was safe, Lu Yu was even more furious. "Sis, let's take him together. Kill this bastard." "Sure, 2 on 2. Su Ling leapt onto the roof of the truck and stood shoulder to shoulder with me. I snapped my fingers. Gold baby, old 6. The two mechanical pets came scrambling out from under the truck, locking onto the sisters, waiting only for my word. Lu Mei and Lu Yu took one look at the mechanical pets and knew that a real fight was hopeless. I was immune to charm, which meant their combat power was cut in half, and they had no chance. And don't forget us. Zhongli scrambled up onto the hood brandishing an iron bar, while Guda Pang hefted a steel pipe. They circled out from in front of the car. Fang Cheng and Zhang Sheng grabbed baseball bats and telescoping batons. Su Yang and Wenwan brandished daggers and knuckle dusters. Lu Mei whipped her head around and barked, "Apologize." Lu Yu tried to argue, but one look at her sister's razor-sharp glare and she sheathed her blade, bending at the waist. "I'm sorry. That was out of line just now. Please forgive me." Fatty Go hoisted his steel pipe smugly. "Little Missy was pretty cocky a second ago. Guess we outnumber you, and now you're scared. Huh?" Zhongli rolled his eyes. "Are you blind? She's a sequence awakener. She's scared of Bro Wong, not us." Fang Qing adjusted his glasses. "Captain Wong, say the word, and we'll take them down." Zhang Sheng started questioning his own hearing. "Dude, when did your taste change? Simping for a woman I get, but Wong Lin's a guy." Su Mingyue, bundled up in her puffy pajamas, waved magnanimously. It's fine. Owning your mistakes makes you a good student." The moment Lu Yu spotted someone her own age, she completely ignored the tension in the air and ran right over, striking up a chatty conversation about some celebrity scandal. The corner of my mouth twitched. We were all geared up for a fight, and it ends like this? I hadn't gotten to flex yet, hadn't even shouted my battle suit line. My tier 3 nanomechanical battle suit was sulking at the missed opportunity to shine. Lu Mei sprang forward and extended a hand. "Captain Wong, nice to meet you. I'm Lu Mei. Before the apocalypse, I ran a gym. Pleasure making your acquaintance." "Pleasure," I shot back. "What part of me looks pleased to you?" She smiled awkwardly. "No fight, no friendship, right?" I corrected her. "We haven't fought yet, so let's hold off on being friends for now." It was the first time she'd met a man so unwilling to give her face, but she flashed a coquettish smile. "Captain Wong, you're teasing me. I can't sense your aura at all. You must already be tier 2. Am I right?" Su Ling's eyes went wide, staring at me with anticipation written all over her face. I quickly waved it off. "Tier 2? I'm not even tier 1. Don't joke around like that. Tier 2 my ass. I wasn't even a sequence awakener." She didn't press it. After all, she'd set out looking for a convoy, and, taking a wrong turn, had stumbled into me instead, kind of like getting on the wrong sedan chair and marrying the right groom. As for me, I just felt like women had inexplicably started warming up to me after the apocalypse. Before, I couldn't get a girl to spare me a glance no matter how much I begged. Drip. A raindrop fell. "It's raining." Everyone back in the car. Su Yang and Wenwan hopped in fast, and Zhang Sheng hesitated a moment before climbing in too. Sizing Lu Mei up, I decided she wasn't looking for trouble and told Fang Cheng and the other two, "Get back in the car, out of the rain." "Got it. Anything comes up, Bro Wong, just holler. We'll walk through fire." Zhongli jogged back to the vehicle. Fatty Go crawled back into his three-wheeler and sprawled out. Fang Cheng and Zhang Sheng ushered their girlfriends back to the SUV. Once everyone had cleared out, I laid down the ground rules for Lu Mei. "You want to stay the night? Fine. Find your own shelter from the rain, and don't bother us." With that, I whistled, and Jean Baobei and Lao Lu came trotting after me. Got in the car. Just as I was about to close the door, Su Mingyue came running over, pleading, "Bro, can Yaya sleep in the car with you? Let some woman of unknown background into my car. Not unless I'd lost my mind." I shot her down coldly. "Su Mingyue, you're really pushing your luck. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? Forgot who calls the shots around here." With that, I told Little Blue to lock the car and tuned her out. She'd overestimated her place in my heart and underestimated how ruthless I could be. Trust isn't something you build overnight, and I wasn't about to bet my life on it. Lu Yu comforted her. "It's fine. Sleep in the tent with us. Stay away from garbage men like him from now on." Su Mingyue was already regretting it, giving up a comfy big bed to squeeze into a tent. Lu Mei pitched the tent in the clearing inside the perimeter and threw a rain cover over the motorcycle. It was their only means of transportation. Inside the car, Su Ling hadn't expected sharp-witted Su Mingyue to have her moments of stupidity too, siding with an outsider like that. No wonder I hadn't let her in. Still, it worked out. Now it was just the two of us in the car. Right in front of Su Ling, I gave the order, "Baby Gold, Old Six, keep watch over them tonight. Take them down if you have to." Old Six flicked his tail in acknowledgement, and Baby Gold threw up a little salute. The two pets slipped out of the car and vanished into position. With them on guard, I could sleep easy. Sniping the bug swarm today had racked up a solid pile of survival points. Perfect timing to upgrade my second vehicle. That tricked-out Hummer sitting in my space was already a beast. If I could build myself a car-transforming robot on top of that, my security would be locked down tight. I lay down and called up the system to customize a build. Ding. Host survival points have exceeded 100,000. Upgrade system. I froze. That bug swarm this afternoon had actually netted me 100,000 survival points? No hesitation, I hit upgrade. Survival points I could farm back, but a system upgrade couldn't wait. Ding. System upgrade will take 8 hours. This is a major version upgrade and will deliver an entirely new experience. 8 hours. Just one good night's sleep. I rolled over to go to sleep when something soft slammed right into my face. Before my eyes could even focus, two arms locked around me tight. All night long, I got my first real taste of what a sequence awaken could do. Turns out that ability wasn't just a guy thing. When a woman wielded it, the effect was multiplied a full 7 times. 7 times 7, 49. Amid the eerie whispers drifting through the fog that night, aside from the two of us in the car, no one else slept a wink. When I woke the next morning, the first thing I did wasn't check on Su Ling beside me. It was quietly clutch my lower back and sigh. Sex is great, but damn does it wreck the body. Su Ling was still sleeping soundly, a little smile on her lips. I sat up and murmured, "System." A square panel of light shimmered into view, and a little sprite that looked suspiciously like Luo Tianyi blinked cutely at me. "Greetings, host. Your system sprite assistant is at your service." Well, my system's got a sprite now, huh? That meant my permissions had been upgraded again. This upgrade is a major overhaul, with a lot of new features added. The host can now project their consciousness into the upgrade/modification space. Survival points can be spent to accelerate modifications. Items can also be broken down and fused together. A few key points stuck with me. I could burn survival points to speed up the modification countdown. I could break down scrap metal into iron ingots and fuse them onto my vehicle to upgrade its defenses, or forge them into any iron weapon I wanted. Most important of all, I could hunt down mutant beasts for energy crystals and build myself a mechanical army. This was the path to kingship for a mechanic. With a mechanical army at my back, I could go toe-to-toe with beast tides and insect swarms head-on. "Darling." Just as I was getting worked up, Su Ling's languid voice drifted over. I turned my head and found her staring at me, unblinking. I swallowed hard, my legs trembling slightly, and forced a smile. "It's morning. Time to get moving. Give me a break. Even a silkworm spinning silk needs to rest." I had no intention of being wrung out into an empty husk. I straightened my clothes and climbed out of the vehicle. Day had broken, the mist had lifted, and the eerie phenomena were gone. The grasslands stretched out lush and green. The air was crisp, but my goggles were picking up a wolf pack prowling in the distance. Just ordinary wolves, only a size bigger than normal and more ferocious. The alpha was beginning to lead them in around us. I wasn't worried. The auto turret on the roof wasn't just for show. Su Ling climbed out too. The wolves drew closer but didn't dare attack, circling the vehicle and sizing it up. "Everyone, get ready to move out." I called out to each of them. People stirred, yawning as they got moving. Last night's heavy rain had left the grass slick, easy for vehicles to slide backward on a slope, but that wasn't a concern of mine. Bang, bang, bang. The auto turret spun a full 360 degrees and opened fire. Several full-grown wolves that had tried to close in were killed on the spot. Survival points +10, +9. The pack was rattled, and the rest scattered, though they didn't leave entirely, prowling just outside the turret's range. The gunfire jolted Su Mingyue awake in her tent. Like a startled rabbit, she scrambled out, wanting to get back into my vehicle. Last night's uncanny whispers had nearly driven her out of her mind. She came up to the side of the vehicle and called out tentatively, "Little Blue, open the door." Not only did Little Blue refuse, her projection even appeared in the window to glance at Su Minghua. Except for Master, Little Blue does not take orders from anyone. Su Minghua puffed up her cheeks and turned around, wading across the wet ground toward me. I was busy checking the projection on my goggles. According to Suji's description, we should reach a landmark point today, and only there could we confirm we were on the right route. "Bro, Little Blue won't let me in the car," she complained. I turned to correct her. 1. I'm not your bro. 2. I'm not your babysitter. 3. Since you didn't follow orders, you've already been kicked out of the convoy. I've been kicked out of the convoy. Her eyes went wide. She couldn't believe I could be so heartless. I ignored her, turning to Su Ling. "Get in. Let's move." And just like that, Su Minghua was. She was left standing there, eyes brimming with tears of humiliation. She regretted acting so rashly the day before and getting on my bad side. The Liu sisters packed up their tent. Liu Yu ran over to comfort Su Minghua, while Liu Mei came looking for me. Just as I was about to get in the car, Liu Mei blocked my path and got straight to the point. "Captain Wang, my sister and I want to join your convoy. And don't kick Su Minghua out either. My sister needs friends her own age. We're both sequence awakeners." Oh, and I put on a bored face. To ordinary people, sequence awakeners were a lifeline. But to me, they were take them or leave them. I only shared my struggles with myself. "How about if I throw in these?" Liu Mei opened her palm, revealing 2 tier 1 beast energy crystals. Beast cores. I hadn't expected her to have 2 of them on her. "Well, can we join?" She stared at me, waiting for a flicker of interest. I shook my head. A couple of measly tier 1 cores? I could get those without lifting a finger. Not enough to move me. The words infuriated her. These were spoils she and Liu Yu had risked their lives for. But I'd once owned tier 2 cores. Tier 1s weren't worth much in my eyes. "I'll throw in 1 more," she said urgently. I stopped in my tracks. 2 wasn't quite enough, but 3? Taking them into the convoy would be pure profit. Why not? Cold hard value always beat pretty women in the cost-benefit column. On top of that, they were both awakeners. Having them join was a win. Seeing her sister about to hand over every core they'd bled for, Liu Yu ran up to protest. "Sis, why does it have to be his convoy?" She didn't get it. 2 awakeners like them could walk into any convoy and be treated like royalty. Liu Mei was about to explain when several wolf-like beasts suddenly appeared on the grassland. Aru. These wolves were twice the size of ordinary ones, their bodies looking as if warped by radiation, pupils glowing red, vicious, and yet unervingly intelligent. Beasts. I swept them with my goggles, 6 of them. Mid and late tier 1, plus 1 early tier 2. One in particular gave off an overwhelming presence, as if seasoned by countless battles. Liu Mei counted 6 and tensed up instantly. She and her sister alone would never survive. They had to fight alongside me and Su Ling. I didn't have time to think it over. I plucked the 3 cores from her hand. "From this moment on, you're part of the miracle convoy. Fight with me." This was the perfect chance to test them. If they dared stab me in the back, these cores would just be in advance on their funeral expenses. Liu Mei didn't hesitate. She nodded and stood shoulder to shoulder with me. Liu Yu, though still confused, understood that banding together was the only way to live through this. She raised her blade toward one of the late tier 1 beasts. I hit harder than my sister. "Leave this one to me." "Good." I nodded. "The early tier 1 is mine," Liu Mei said. She wasn't a close-range fighter. Her ability was charm, which worked on beasts too, so she picked the weakest of the pack. 2 rank, 1 mid-stage wolves were left. Su Ling, being an elemental mage, wasn't cut out for close combat either, so she proposed, "I'll pin them down. You 2 take them out." The sisters nodded in agreement. I gave a sharp whistle. Goldie hopped up onto my shoulder, while Old 6 crouched at my feet, quivering with anticipation, waiting for the order. The rest of the convoy stayed put in their vehicles. If they came out, they'd only get in the way. Watching the beast wolves close in, I threw up my hand and roared, "Attack!" Little Blue swung its own wheels around, turret blazing as it charged out ahead. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets poured out in a torrent, but the beast wolves were too fast. The turret couldn't keep up. That was fine. I only meant for it to harry them, keep them moving. Once their formation broke, that would be the moment to strike. Flash kill. Lu Yu's speed exploded as she lunged at her locked-on target, but the wolf was quick and it dodged. Lu Mei blew a kiss, and one of the beast wolves was instantly charmed, turning on its own packmates. The rank 2 beast wolf, seeing how pathetic its underling was, let out a furious howl and led 3 wolves in a charge. Su Ling bound one of the rank 1 mid-stage wolves with a wind rope. Goldie and Old Six tag-teamed a rank 1 late-stage wolf, taking it down in fewer than 3 exchanges. The rank 2 beast wolf's eyes bulged. These 2 little chunks of metal were vicious. I seized the moment while it was distracted. A single thought, and the nanomech battlesuit sheathed my whole body. The visor predicted every one of its attacks, and I dodged them with ease. Round after round, more than a dozen exchanges, it was like a circus clown, and I was the trainer. Roar! It opened its jaws, gathering energy for a big move. Beep, beep, beep. Little Blue came tearing in, laser cannon locking on. Whoosh, boom. The rank 2 beast wolf was blown into the air and crashed hard against the ground. I strolled over, planted my foot on its head, and sneered. Even when I hand you a chance, you can't do a thing with it. I stomped down splat. The wolf's head burst open like a watermelon. The rank 3 battlesuit really lived up to its name. Just raw strength alone was enough to crush a rank 2 early-stage beast. Ding! Rank 2 early-stage beast wolf slain. 2,000 survival points awarded. On the other side, Su Ling and the girls had worked together to cut down 3 rank 1 wolves. Ding! Convoy members slew rank 1 beast wolves. 2,200 survival points awarded. 4,200 points in one go. Goldie and Old Six dug out the crystal cores and came bounding over to me, all pleased with themselves, angling for a pat on the head. I pointed at the rank 2 wolf's corpse. Old Six, dig that core out for me. Old Six burrowed in, thrilled. Goldie bundled every core together with its spider silk and lifted them up as high as it could, presenting them to me. The Lu sisters stared, stunned. These tiny mecha pets could actually solo a rank 1 beast? Su Ling hadn't expected the 2 of them to be so fierce, either. Were all mechanics this strong? Mecha pets, upgradable vehicles and weapons, and able to fight on the front line themselves. One person was a whole squad. I stashed the crystal cores away and let the system break down every last beast corpse. Materials, Tier 1 extraordinary weapons needed beast parts, and when it came to fusion upgrades, I could hold my own against any blacksmith. Once we'd cleaned up the battlefield, the stench of blood drew in a pack of dinosaur-like beasts, faster than wolves. The second my goggles picked up a swarm of red dots, I ordered everyone into the vehicles and hit the road. These raptors had tough hides, blazing speed, and blade-sharp teeth. Even beast wolves were nothing but a snack to them. Tangling with them head-on was suicide. I wasn't about to gamble survival points on this. Using the tall grass for cover, they came surging toward the hillside. If not for the goggles' early warning, we'd have been wrapped up like dumplings. The convoy floored it and tore through the gap. Raptors kept bursting out of the grass, refusing to give up the chase. Lu Mei and Lu Yu, riding the dirt bike, had gone dead pale. If I hadn't made the split-second call to break out in this direction, they'd already be dead in a circle of teeth. Lu Yu clung to her sister's waist. She'd been about to question my call, but Lu Mei had shut her down in time. Otherwise, piss me off and get dumped, and that's the end of you. Sequence awakeners might be strong, but if you don't keep getting stronger, you're no better than a high school kid who flunked out. They chased us 20 or 30 kilometers before finally giving up. Someone on the little yellow e-scooter let out a breath and cursed. Damn prehistoric things are stubborn as hell. Ran us that far before quitting. After crossing 100 kilometers of mountains and ridges, my scout convoy finally reached the scene Su Ji had sensed, a dense stretch of jungle with narrow, rugged trails. The convoy couldn't push through. Only Lu Mei's off-road bike could handle it. To get first crack at the supplies in the financial center, I decided to roll the dice. Gut told me this was the place. Hold the line, and it'd pay off. Something about that jungle set your skin crawling. I pulled up at an open clearing nearby to make camp and knock out lunch. Everyone paired up to gather firewood while I took Jin Baobei and Lao Lu to chop down trees, driving wooden stakes around the camp's perimeter to keep beasts out. Beasts of the extraordinary kind were rare in this world. Most were just wild animals, and in front of me they were nothing but rations. Su Ling had Su Yang, and one won boiling water for instant noodles. The packaged ramen kept forever, so we needed to eat the perishable stuff first. Fong Chung and a few of the other guys dug pits, planted stakes, and threw together defensive works. The beast vehicle Xiao Lan held the front line, its turret set to auto-alert, with a searchlight sweeping the area at night. I dropped 500 survival points to upgrade the turret. V2 armor-piercing rounds, double the fire rate, and the single-barrel Gatling was now a twin-barrel. Firepower doubled outright. Even a peak tier, one beast would get turned into Swiss cheese if it strayed too close. With Xiao Lan on watch, as long as nobody did anything stupid, we could lay low without trouble. Over noodles, everyone gathered around for a meeting. I slurped up a mouthful, bit into a pickled pepper, and said, "After you eat, stay in camp and train. I'm taking Lu Mei's bike into the forest solo to scout a location. Xiao Lan stays to guard the camp." The instant they heard I planned to head out alone into danger, everyone started pitching themselves. Fong Chung jabbed a finger toward the dense woods. "Boss Wong, take me. I ride bikes all the. I can ride, my skills aren't bad." He just couldn't sit still. Zhongli flexed his muscles. "Brother Wong, I'm strong. I can help." Fatty Ge glanced down at his own tonnage, figured the bike probably couldn't handle him, scratched his head with a sheepish grin, and kept his mouth shut. Zhang Xing stayed silent too. Su Mingyue was just an ordinary person, and I was still pissed at her, so she didn't dare speak up either. Su Ling set her bowl down, her tone iron hard. "Wang Lin, I'm going with you. Otherwise, you're not going." I knew she was worried about me, so I gave her a rock-solid reason. "I'll transfer Xiao Lan's authority to you. If anything happens here you can't handle, get out immediately and save yourselves. They need you to lead them." Su Ling wanted to refuse, but there was no one else here fit for the job. I tossed out 4 words: "The bigger picture matters." Su Ling had no choice but to yield. "Then be careful, whatever you do." I nodded. After the meal, I went to find Lu Mei about the motorcycle. She'd been waiting for me. She dangled the key but wouldn't hand it over, laying down her condition. "I'm coming with you. The bike's mine, after all." I looked at her calmly. "Reason? I want to get stronger. I don't want to be dead weight." Before the apocalypse, she'd run a gym and achieved financial freedom. She'd always been driven. Joining my convoy had been calculated too. She saw that I could take her out into the world and give her the chance to grow stronger. Her face was earnest, not the face of a liar, so after weighing it I decided to bring her. If we ran into awakened ones from another convoy, her charm could seduce them into spilling intel, a solid control skill. Just as she waited for my answer, Lu Yu and Su Mingyue walked over. The moment Lu Yu heard, she was the first to object. "Sis, I'm not comfortable with you going off alone with him." The subtext was loaded. She was afraid I'd try something on Lu Mei, given her looks and killer figure. I tossed the decision back to Lu Mei. "Come if you want, or stay at camp and help out." With that, I slipped the key from her hand and went to check over the bike. The tank still had enough fuel for about 200 kilometers, plenty. And even if it wasn't, I had several tons of gas in the storage space of my watch. As for spending peanut points to upgrade her bike, no chance I was playing sucker. Not unless the bike was mine, or she signed a contract of eternal loyalty. Lu Mei soothed her sister. Yeah, it's the apocalypse now. You need to grow up." With that, Lu Yu had no more grounds to stop her. Lu Mei strode over and swung onto the bike, hands settling naturally around my waist, no ulterior motive in it. I stayed cool too. Surrounded by beautiful women day in and day out, I'd long since grown numb, and my self-control had only gotten stronger. Su Ling didn't show a shred of jealousy over me bringing Lu Mei along. She trusted that I wasn't the lecherous type. All she did before I left was tell me over and over to be careful. "Captain Wong, we'll be waiting for you to come back. Wang Lin, if anything happens to my sister, I'll never forgive you. Brother Wong, go ahead. Don't worry, we'll be here." Everyone watched as I carried Lu Mei deep into the jungle. The paths through the forest branched every which way, one wrong. Even a god would get lost out here. I relied on the AI and my goggles to scan the terrain and plot the optimal route, marking the way back too. Without Su Ji to navigate, I'd be running around like a headless chicken. The roads after the downpour were slick and pitted. One wrong move would total the bike. In the back seat, Lu Mei watched me handle her machine like it was an extension of my body, and her impression of me climbed another notch. No ordinary person had this kind of control. Truth was, I was cheating with the combat suit and goggles. Otherwise, even a pro racer wouldn't dare claim he could tame roads like these. Along the way, I ran into plenty of freaks. Man-eating flowers as tall as a building, long-legged mushrooms that puffed out hallucinogenic mist, and zombie things shaped like people. 4 hours in, with the sun sinking west, I finally threaded through the gauntlet and reached one of the spots Suji had described, a ruined temple tucked away in the forest. The moment we pulled up to the entrance, I released the nanobugs from my goggles to sweep the interior for any ambush. Lume climbed off and stared up at the temple built into the mountainside, marveling at its craftsmanship. Could there have been humans in this world too, or some other civilization? No one could really say. The bugs reported all clear, so I killed the engine and turned to her. We're spending the night here. Okay. Lume didn't put up a fuss. I was the boss, and my word went. Right in front of her, I flicked my wrist, and the whole bike dissolved into data and vanished. Her eyes went wide, and she actually walked over to check for herself. The bike wasn't cloaked, it was just gone. I explained casually, my storage trick. Don't be too shocked. Storage trick? She couldn't wrap her head around it. She'd heard I was an awakened of the mechanic class, someone who upgraded gear, but was storage part of that too? A dozen theories flashed through her mind, and she just stood there frozen. My logic was simple. Leaving the bike outside the temple wasn't safe. It had to stay in my hands. Stepping inside, I could tell the place had been abandoned for centuries at least. Plants had run wild and swallowed up its original shape. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, heading up. The broken stone statue Su Ji had mentioned should be right here. Find these coordinates, and the financial district wouldn't be far. If I'd gotten lucky and picked the right path, then Su Ji's route might be the wrong one. So what lay at the end of the grasslands then? Lu Mei followed cautiously, climbing the stone steps behind me. Thinking to herself that this man was too mysterious, she just couldn't read him. Once the sun was gone, mist began welling up from the ground. The temple gave off a faint glow, and inside its barrier, animals started drifting in for shelter. Species that would tear each other apart on any normal day set their grudges aside for survival's sake, each finding its own corner. I looked down over it all with a kind of strange satisfaction. Watching it with her own eyes, Lu Mei was jolted again. I lifted my gaze toward the cave mouth high up on the mountainside. There ought to be something left inside the statue. Worth poking around, maybe I'd score something. Once I made up my mind, I moved. I brushed past her and started climbing. Captain Wong, wait for me. Seeing more and more animals gathering, Lu Mei got a little spooked and hurried after me. Back when her combat-strong sister was around, she never had to worry. My heart told me the only safe move now was to stick close to me. Halfway up the mountain, the stone steps had crumbled away, no going any higher. The sky was darkening, and every animal that belonged inside the barrier had already made it in. That's when the roar of engines came ripping through the dense forest from one direction. I zoomed in with my goggles and swept my gaze that way. A squad, well-equipped, motorcycles bearing Zhaoye plates. People from Mingquan City, Jiayan Province. Jiayan was a 5th-tier backwater. Mingquan was a 1st-tier metropolis. Move it. We're not far from the temple. We've got to make it in before the fog seals us out. Don't fall behind. Millie, hit the speed aura and punch us through. Sis Millie, it's all on you. More than a dozen custom rally bikes came tearing out of the woods, charging straight for the temple. Lu Mei asked nervously, Captain Wong, is that another convoy of survivors? I turned my head and answered flatly, yep. 18 modified rally bikes. Looks like professional racers. Professional racers? Lu Mei got even more rattled. If these people were after the same thing we were, a confrontation was almost guaranteed. 2 against 18. Any way you sliced it, it was a losing hand. The bikes tore into the barrier just before the mist sealed shut for good. One by one, the riders in racing suits and helmets pulled up, staring out at the fog with lingering dread. Another minute, and they would have been finished out there tonight. They'd only made it thanks to an awakened teammate like Millie and her stack of buffs. A tall, smoking hot woman pulled off her helmet, sized up the temple entrance, and quickly gave orders. Dong, take a couple guys and gather firewood. We're bunking here tonight. A guy with dyed blonde hair pulled off his helmet and nodded. You got it, Sisme. Millie stepped down and scanned the ground, immediately catching the tire tracks in the dirt. Years of riding told her exactly what she was looking at. two people on the other end. The other riders spotted the tracks too, and their expressions turned grim. A crew-cut young man near the entrance found the footprints and called out, "Sis Millie, 2 sets, 1 guy, 1 girl. Both look young." Millie took one look and raised her head, judging that the pair had to be somewhere in the upper levels of the temple. With so many beasts prowling the area, safety left them no choice but to grit their teeth and head up after them. Halfway up the mountain, Lume and I had already gotten a fire going. We sat across from it in silence. Watching me sit there perfectly at ease, Lume figured that with my kind of strength, I hadn't given the other party a second thought. After all, I was the brute who could pin down a tier 2 mutant wolf and crush its skull with a single stomp. Truth was, my mind wasn't on the uninvited guests at all. Earlier, I'd noticed a fair amount of unusual metal scattered around the temple, and I'd scooped every last piece of it up. I wanted the system sprite to whip me up some custom mechanical puppets. 4 high-risk missions, having only Goldie and Old Six wasn't going to cut it. I wanted a mechanical army. Inside the system space, I stared at the customization proposals my sprite assistant had laid out, complete with pictures and video previews, and hesitated. Option 1. Mechanical Guardian, a semi-intelligent android with superalloy upgrades, equipped with V1 firearms. Combat power comparable to a Rank 0 Awakened. 1,000 points each. Option 2. Mech Praetorian, an intelligent robot fused with upgraded Temple Black Gold, equipped with a V2 melee weapon, combat power comparable to a Rank 1 Awakened. 2,000 points each. Quite a gap. I only had 6,000 points, enough for just 4 Praetorians. But going all melee felt limiting. If I could throw in some ranged units, I really could take on a whole squad of Awakened solo. After some math, I settled on 2 custom Praetorians for 1,000 points, plus 2 Guardians, 2,000 points. The elf assistant flashed an OK sign and said sweetly, "The upgrade and retrofit will take 4 hours. For another 1,000 points, I can speed it up to 10 minutes. One glance at my balance, 25 points left. No speed up for me. I just have to scrape by on the nightly 10-point stipend." I exited the space and came back to myself. Rubbing my stomach, after all that fuss, I still hadn't eaten dinner. Lunch had been a small, bland bowl of noodles. Time to treat this stomach right. My watch was stuffed with the food I'd stashed away, snacks, drinks, instant noodles, you name it. A single thought, and 2 cups of instant noodles, 2 packs of pickled pepper chicken feet, and some marinated eggs appeared before me. Lume had long since stopped being surprised. If I could stash a whole motorcycle in there, this was nothing. I handed her one of the deluxe noodle sets and said solemnly, "These noodles aren't free. Down the line, you're paying me back in beast crystal cores." A little sweetener up front was an investment. Her future crystal cores would all be mine. In the early days of the apocalypse, getting stronger took starting capital, and crystal cores were the best deal going. Awaken relied on them to level up, and I needed them as raw material to build my mech army. Lume stared at the meal set and swallowed hard. She hadn't eaten anything decent in days. She caved on the spot and accepted. Crystal cores could be harvested from beasts, not too hard. I tore open a cup of noodles with practiced ease, dumped in the seasoning packets, and drew hot water from my storage space. The aroma exploded out instantly. Before long, that smell was drifting far. Down at the foot of the hill, the convoy holding torches suddenly went wide-eyed. They could actually smell instant noodles, an appetizing aged sauerkraut beef flavor at that. "Millie, I think I'm smelling aged sauerkraut beef noodles." "Me too." "Thought I was hallucinating." "You smell it too?" A few of the riders looked like they'd seen a ghost. The people holed up in the temple actually had instant noodles? Millie stepped up to the foot of the stone stairs and called up, "Friends, we're just passing through. Might we come up and talk?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly through the temple. I was crouched right above Millie and her crew, stove going, cooking my noodles, with Lume beside me. They called out. We ignored them, too busy slurping and wolfing down our meal. After 2 minutes with no response, Millie signaled her men to head up and scout. Several of them crept lightly up the stone stairs while Millie chanted softly behind them. A translucent shield shimmered into place over each of them. She's a sequence transcendent 678, an element chanter, pure support type. She can grant shields, speed boosts, and strength buffs, a master of stacking buffs. With shields up, they grew bolder and followed the smell of instant noodles right to us. The campfire crackled. Everyone was on edge, gripping their makeshift weapons, ready to throw down at a moment's notice. The young man at the front spotted the firelight and the two of us and called out warily, "Hey, friends, we're just passing through. No hostile intent. Mind if we talk?" Minkuan city dialect, thick and off-kilter. Luckily, both Lu Mei and I could understand it. I set down my empty noodle cup and swept my flashlight over them. 18 people, nobody hiding. Honest enough. Lu Mei was still cradling her noodles, sipping the broth in tiny mouthfuls, unwilling to waste a single drop. "Not enough room here for all of you," I said. "Send 2 reps over." The young man looked to Millie, deferring to her. Millie nodded and walked over with him, while the rest stayed put, not daring to move. Sequence transcendent powers came in every flavor imaginable. If we happened to be transcendents, ordinary folks like them wouldn't stand a chance. Millie was decked out in a red racing suit. She walked up to the fire, sized us both up, marveled at Lu Mei's looks, and turned a curious eye on me. The young man introduced himself first. Name's Lu Xiaodong. Racer with the Qingfeng racing team. 21. I do custom modifications and I can drive. Lu Mei responded politely. I'm Lu Mei. Before the apocalypse, I ran a gym. Also worked as a personal trainer. Lu Xiaodong looked over at me. What about you, man? Wang Lin, I said offhand. He looked a little put off, but didn't make a scene. Millie spoke last. I'm the captain of the Qingfeng racing team, and I own the club. Clearly not short on cash. Minkuan was a Tier 1 city, no shortage of rich folks there. Once things loosened up, Lu Xiaodong got chatty and spilled everything they'd been through the past few days. Before the apocalypse, they'd stepped through some kind of portal and ended up here, lost several people before figuring out the patterns, and ran into strange beasts they'd never seen before. It was only because the team had a sequence transcendent that any of them made it out alive. His mouth ran so fast he even blurted out that Millie was an awakened. Millie kicked him in the shin and glared. Xiaodong, in front of a woman, you might as well be walking around buck naked. Lu Xiaodong scratched his head, embarrassed, and shut his mouth. Handsome, where are you two headed? Millie turned to me. Got anyone you can hook up with? She'd already figured out I was the one calling the shots between us. I chewed on a crispy shark snack and shot back. Why? You got a way to reach other people. In this world, there were no satellites, no signal, no internet. A phone was good for 2 things, a flashlight and a compass. Once the battery died, it was just e-waste. Millie shook her head, looking helpless. Forget her. Even if the military marched in, given enough time, they'd lose contact too. Some resources, once used up, couldn't be That shield around them, that's your ability, right? You're a ranked awakened. I asked. That's right. Rank 678, elemental chanter. She came clean about both her ranking and her class. It's a support class, no real combat power. No point hiding it. Better to be upfront than have people suspicious of me. Lu Mei looked mildly impressed. Not many people could be that candid. Millie turned back to the 2 of us. What about you guys? At least one of you has to be an awakened too, right? Lu Mei and I exchanged a glance and answered in unison. We both are. Both of you. Millie was floored. Lu Xiaodong looked just as stunned. Their group of over a dozen only had one awakened. Mind if I ask your rankings? Lu Mei smiled, her red lips parting slightly. Rank 208, illusionist. 200 and something. Millie excitedly leaned in. Girl, rank 208? That class has a serious future. Lu Mei shot me a meaningful look. Sis, you've got it wrong. Compared to him, my rank is bottom of the barrel. Millie followed her gaze to me and pressed on. Handsome, what's your rank? Come on, tell me. I wanted to build a little mystique, so I shook my head. Not really convenient to say. Just a run-of-the-mill super machinist. Millie found that intriguing. Every awakened she'd run into on the road had been ranked pretty low. Rank 769 lighthouse keeper. Rank 815 cultivator farmer, all with pretty average abilities. The lower the number, the stronger the awakened. That was common knowledge. Lu Mei took her hand and changed the subject. Where are you two planning to head? Looking to hook up with an official convoy or some bigger survivor group? Millie said honestly. Not a surprising answer. Humans are social creatures. Unless your abilities are off the charts, solo survival isn't the way. Small caravans of a few dozen to a few hundred people were doomed sooner or later. Lu Mei wanted to recruit Millie. A support ability like that would boost the convoy's strength, but she didn't have the authority. Her eyes turned to me. Millie was puzzled, an awakened wanting to join, and she had to read someone else's face for the answer? Lume had no say at all. Strange. She swung around and threw me a flirty look. Handsome, is your convoy still recruiting? If you want in, you'll have to ask the captain of Miracle Convoy, Suji. Not me. I only held the empty title of vice captain. I'd taken it because Suji and his sister were decent people, and it made things convenient. Lume cut in. Captain Wong, you're the vice captain at least. You've got to have some pull. Like you said, I'm just the vice captain. Recruiting people needs the captain's nod. I didn't like unnecessary hassle. This whole trip was just about scavenging supplies from the financial district and heading back to the convoy to lie low like a lazy fish. Lume said nothing more. She'd done what she could. Millie picked up on something odd in the exchange. Miracle. The convoy? What was this deputy captain of mine doing, slipping away alone with Lume? Questions piled up in my head, but I wasn't about to give her the chance to ask. I stretched and stood up. It's getting late. Get some rest. With that, I lay down off to the side and casually let Golden Baby and Old Six out of my storage space. The moment Old Six was out, he tore around in a happy little circle before plopping down obediently beside me, cocking his head to stare at the three figures by the fire. Golden Baby scuttled up the wall and wove a huge web overhead, hanging from it right above me. The sight stunned all three of them. Even the group waiting off in the distance shot me different looks the moment they saw the mechanical pets. Lume recovered quickly. In the apocalypse, personal safety came first. Setting two mechanical pets on watch protected her while intimidating everyone else. Two birds with one stone. Lu Xiaodong kept his eyes glued on Old Six. The thing looked like a lizard, but also like a husky flicking out a lifelike tongue. Golden Baby resembled an oversized golden spider, but those 8 razor-sharp spider lances glinted with a cold light, and just imagining that silk winding around you and yanking tight was enough to make your skin crawl. Millie and Lu Xiaodong exchanged a glance. Neither Lu Mei nor I was anyone to trifle with. My 2 pets alone could hunt down their entire crew. They'd have to watch their words. Lu Xiaodong got up and told his companions further off to light their own fires and turn in. Millie stayed behind, chatting with Lu Mei, trying to warm up to her. I tuned it all out, closed my eyes, and went to sleep. Full night fell, and eerie sounds began drifting out of the mist again. The first few nights it had been terrifying. After a few more, you just went numb. 2 hours passed. Almost 10 o'clock. Millie and Lu Mei spread out some leaves and lay down. With full stomachs, the 2 of us slept soundly. Millie's group hadn't eaten anything all night, just some water, so of course sleep wouldn't come. Over on Lu Xiaodong's side, 2 young men clutched their bellies and traded looks, minds turning toward the local wildlife. Kill a wild boar, snag a bird, anything to fill their stomachs. Hunger was a miserable feeling. At noon, they'd only gnawed on a few leaves, and the emptier they got, the less sleep would come. 9 of them quietly slipped down from the temple behind Millie's back, off to pick off any stray animals they could find. Meat. Food. If they didn't get something down tonight, there was no way in hell they were sleeping. Of the 18, 4 were too timid and 3 had the willpower to hold out. Those stayed put. The other 9 crept around to the side of the temple, torches raised and iron weapons in hand, hunting for prey. The temple was sheltering plenty of animals, predator and prey alike. The 9 wove nets from vines, snared a few boar piglets, stabbed them dead on the spot, and hauled them off. Full-grown boars would fight to the death, but against a wall of torches and iron they didn't stand a chance, outmatched and outnumbered. The men had it all worked out. 2 of them tied up the big sow while the rest netted the piglets, killed them, and bolted, with a couple hanging back to cover the retreat. Having lost 2 of her young, the mother boar let out a heart-rending, agonized howl. That howl made every resting beast in the temple snap its eyes open. As if by some silent pact, they slowly began to rise. Once the 9 had their haul, they didn't head back up the hillside. They found somewhere else to light a fire and roast the meat, not because they wouldn't share with Millie, but because they didn't want to catch hell for it. Teach them a lesson. Everyone's living hand to mouth, and fuel's running low. We take it one day at a time. If we're gonna die, we might as well die on a full stomach. Sizzle, sizzle, the pork roasted to a golden brown, its aroma filling the air. The 9 of them sat in a circle, eyes glued to the meat, swallowing hard. Only one thought filled their heads. Why isn't it done yet? In the middle of the night, Lu Xiaodong woke to find several people missing. A quick check told him those few had snuck off to hunt game. His face went pale, and he rushed to wake Millie. But before he could rouse her, it happened. A blood-curdling scream tore through the stillness of the temple. Millie jerked awake, scanning her surroundings on alert, her head still fogged. Lu Mei woke too and glanced at me. I got up unhurriedly, as if I hadn't heard the scream at all. Lu Xiaodong ran to Millie's side. Sister Millie, Gang Z and the others snuck out to hunt game. Millie understood at once. Those disobedient fools must have run into trouble. This place was crawling with danger, and they dared to slip out in the dead of night. It was like lighting a lamp in an outhouse, begging to die. Lu Mei, hearing it was Millie's people in trouble, actually relaxed. She wasn't close with any of them. I checked the time. Only 3 in the morning, still hours until dawn. Trouble at this hour was nothing but a rude interruption of a good night's sleep. Millie ordered Lu Xiaodong, grab weapons and go find Gang Z's group. They screwed up, but they're still part of the convoy. Lu Xiaodong nodded firmly and ran off to rally the others. The rest were full of resentment, but Millie's authority still held sway, and they got ready without complaint. With arrangements made, Millie turned to the two of us. She knew perfectly well she had no leverage to ask us for help. Anyone who'd run a company understood. Without chips on the table, you don't get a seat at it. Sister Millie, we're ready, Lu Xiaodong called out. Millie snatched up a wooden staff bound with iron spikes and led the group downstairs. Once they were gone, Lu Mei tossed another handful of firewood onto the blaze. Captain Wong, aren't you going to take a look? I sat cross-legged, stroking old Six's head, the corner of my mouth curling up. No need to go myself. I can still catch the show. Lu Mei was still puzzling over my words. The next second, Jinbao and old Six scampered down the wall, far quicker than Millie and her crew. I linked into old Six's vision, and what I saw made my scalp prickle. On the open-air platform of the temple's 3rd floor, 2 pythons thicker than tree trunks were feeding, and their meal was those 9 people. Old Six and Jinbao only observed, careful not to disturb them. I projected the scene for Lu Mei to see and said flatly, "Bunch of idiots. They wrecked the balance between the animals just to hunt some game. And now they've served themselves up on a platter for these pythons and every other meat-eater around." Lu Mei took one look and felt her scalp crawl too. The revolting image of humans being swallowed whole seared itself into her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more her stomach turned. She started dry heaving. I watched calmly. Hopefully these beasts knew when to quit while they were ahead. If they wanted to drag us into it too, then I wouldn't mind letting them. Understood, rules are made and broken by the strong. The jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards devoured what was left of the group. Millie and the others followed the stench of blood to the entrance. Torches raised, they stepped inside, and the sight made their knees buckle. 2 massive pythons, bellies bulging, hung draped over the vines, while the jackals and big cats coiled nearby, gnawing on severed limbs. The reek of blood hit them like a wall. They're all dead. The faint-hearted ones started backing away. Lu Xiaodong and Millie went pale as sheets. Snap! Someone spun to flee and cracked a branch underfoot. The feeding beasts jerked their heads up in unison. Pair after pair of greedy eyes locked onto them, and the animals slowly rose. Millie began a low chant, weaving a shield around the group. Lu Xiaodong tightened his grip on his weapon and stepped in front of her. "Back off, you man-eating beasts." Blood dripped from the beast's jaws as they closed in with low growls. The 2 great pythons slid down the vines, moving to cut off any retreat. The people behind Millie weren't about to die there. They turned and ran. Once one bolted, everyone else did too, each fleeing for their own life, some heading down, some heading up. The stampede whetted the pythons' appetite. Even with those swollen bellies, they gave chase. The jackals and big cats were faster still. In a few bounds they pinned their rations and tore in. Screams rose one after another, then quickly fell silent. Millie and Lu Xiaodong didn't run, and by sheer luck that saved their lives. Once the beasts dragged their spoils back inside, the 2 of them crept upward. A lone support caster like Millie couldn't handle those beasts on her own. Their only shot at survival was to drag me and Lu Mei into the mess. When it came down to life or death, anyone would grab at the last straw. Through old Six's line of sight, I saw the 2 of them actually make it up here alive. I was a little surprised and a little annoyed. Beasts tracked by scent, and by fleeing upward they hadn't given a single thought to dragging us into it. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew louder. Millie and Lu Xiaodong came running over. It wasn't that they didn't want to keep climbing. It's that the path above was blocked and there was nowhere left to run. The jackals and big cats were following the scent right to them. Sister, handsome. Millie rushed up to the two of us, dug into her pants pocket, and pulled out an unusual red crystal core. I'll offer this up. Please, keep us alive. As long as the two of them made it out, the crystal core was ours. Lu Mei sensed something out of the ordinary about it and asked, curious, where'd you get this? When we were on the run, I found it in a chest inside a temple. It felt like it'd be really useful for Awakened, so I've been carrying it on me ever since, Millie answered honestly. The core clearly had a strong effect on Awakened, but she'd been afraid of side effects and hadn't dared use it. The crystal core piqued my interest. I pinched my chin. How about this? I'll protect you two until morning when the mist lifts. The core comes to me. Deal. Lu Mei hadn't expected me to have my eye on it too. She didn't have the strength. Argue with me? Especially when I outshrank her. Looks like this crystal core just isn't meant for me, she said. Millie had been hoping to bait the two of us into a bidding war to jack up the price, but Lu Mei didn't even flinch. I was the only one making an offer, and a lowball one at that. Just protection until dawn. I smiled and pressed her. So, Miss Millie? Deal or no deal? She had no other option. If it were just one or two beasts, she might have gritted her teeth and taken her chances with Lu Xiaodong. But once the numbers piled up, she didn't stand a chance. Hearing the footsteps closing in behind her, Millie didn't hesitate. She shoved the crystal core into my hand. Deal. The moment the core hit my palm, the system chimed in. Tier 2 anomaly crystal core detected. Absorb into the upgrade modification space. I asked internally, can this thing be fused with a mech? Affirmative. Select a mech for upgrade to anomaly mech now. Store it for now. A pleasant surprise. A Tier 2 anomaly crystal core was worth 10 times more than Lu Mei's 3 Tier 1 cores combined. Millie dragged Lu Xiaodong behind me. She'd paid her price, and now she was just here for the show. Hiss. 2 massive patterned pythons darted out first. One sweep with my goggles confirmed they were just ordinary beasts, not mutated ones. No matter how many showed up, they'd just be free XP. Right after, jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards came pouring out from every corner of the floor. The bonfire didn't scare them off in the slightest. I scanned the area and spotted one beast in mid-mutation, stronger than a normal beast, weaker than a monstrous one, stuck awkwardly in between. Roar. They bared their fangs and roared, throwing their weight around. To me, it was child's play. Lu Mei stepped up beside me, her gaze sharpening. Captain Wong, there's too many. I can hold 2 of the smaller ones at most. The rest is on you. I smirked. No need. Take a man's money, do a man's job. That's the rule. Lu Mei stepped back, leaving the battlefield to me. Millie whispered to her. Sis, can he really pull this off? These beasts are no joke. Lu Mei folded her arms, perfectly calm. Relax. Those 2 mech pets of Captain Wong's. Even a Tier 1 monster is just an appetizer to them. Get out. Not even a Tier 1 monster can take them? You're not messing with me, are you? Lu Xiaodong still wasn't buying it. In his eyes, machines were just piles of scrap metal. I opened the upgrade modification space, and with a snap of my fingers, I extracted 4 mechs. They materialized in front of me like data taking form, and my whole aura shifted, from lazy indifference to pure murder. 2 Praetorians, standing 2 meters tall, wielded mechanical blades in a cyberpunk style. Their sleek, jet-black domed heads glowed with a red V insignia at the center, radiating icy killing intent. The other 2, Guardians, were shorter and leaner, armed with heavy firearms, exuding a mechanical elegance. I split up the authority. Have the 2 intelligent Praetorians supervise the 2 semi-intelligent Guardians. The beasts were stunned by these things that had appeared out of nowhere. Even the giant python coiled in the vines could only lower its head and flick its tongue. But the rustling never stopped. More and more beasts, drawn in by Goldie and Sixer, kept pouring in. Millie and the other 2 went grim-faced in an instant. Fine, if we're killing, then let's kill our fill. Rack up some extra survival points. Goldie darted around nimbly, spinning webbing around the python's body, then vaulted onto my shoulder and yanked hard. The python was sliced into several chunks, head and all, tumbling down into the pack of beasts and setting off a frenzied scramble for the meat. Sixer, meanwhile, scurried right up to my feet, stood at attention, and put on his cutest look. I gave a helpless smile. Sit tight and watch the show. Sixer immediately sat up straight like a good little boy. Take their limbs off. The Praetorians moved. Their speed had none of the stiffness you'd expect from a machine. They drew their light blades and shot forward like ghosts. The beasts fighting over the food never even registered the danger. In the blink of an eye, dozens of jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards had been reduced to twitching stumps, meat still uneaten in their jaws. The Praetorians moved cleanly, then sheathed their blades in unison. Next came the Guardians. They raised their heavy weapons, sighted on the beasts' heads, and opened fire. V1 armor-piercing rounds. One shot per skull, drilling clean through. Survival points plus 200, plus 300, plus 250. The numbers kept ticking up. The last python turned tail and fled. But how fast could it really go? The two Praetorians blurred forward, and 5 breaths later they were back, dragging it one-handed by the tail. No matter how it thrashed, it couldn't wriggle free. Everyone but me was staring, dumbstruck. A little noisy, I said, 3 flat words of complaint. Crack. The other Praetorian's fist came down, and the python's head burst open like a watermelon. Bloody, but breathtaking. The Praetorians and Guardians even cleared us a path out, very sharp-eyed of them. On the way down the mountain, one Guardian took point, and the other brought up the rear, both switching on their built-in floodlights. The Praetorians stayed glued to my sides. Once we reached the ground floor of the temple, I named them. The 2 identical Praetorians, Wang E on the left, Wang Air on the right. Thank you for the name, Master. They dropped to one knee like a pair of assassins out of some ancient dynasty. Machines with genuine intelligence. Lu Mei and the other 2 took another jolt. For the 2 Guardians, I picked Xian E and Xian Air, slotting them into what I was planning to call the Black Tortoise Corps. My idea was to build 4 mechanized legions: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Phoenix. The Guardians' words of thanks came out a bit stiff. Their autonomous thinking wasn't very high. Cheap goods really are cheap goods. But if anyone else laid eyes on them, they'd fall over each other to shell out top dollar to hire them as bodyguards. Stepping out of the temple, I saw rows of modified motorcycles lined up before us. Some were beat up, but I could fix them with survival points. 18 bikes in all, and aside from Millie and Lu Xiaodong's shares, everything else, I swept into my watch's storage space. That move alone left the 2 of them speechless. They ran over to where the motorcycle had vanished and checked the spot over and over. Lu Xiaodong tugged at Millie and whispered, "Sis Millie, let's join him. Sticking with him can't be a bad deal." I hadn't realized I was that charismatic. Just before entering the temple, this guy was still going on about enlisting in the army. Now he'd already changed his tune. A man's mouth is a lying devil. Millie didn't agree, so Lu Xiaodong started pleading his case. Without fuel, they'd have to walk. Without food, they'd starve. Without a team, no one would save them if they ran into trouble. Millie cut him off, snapping impatiently. "You think I don't want to join? It's just that he doesn't seem interested in taking on dead weight like us." The words dead weight cut deep into Lu Xiaodong. But if they let this chance slip by, they'd either scrape by miserably or end up dead. Opportunities only came to those who reached for them. Lu Xiaodong walked up to me and dropped straight to his knees. "Boss, I want to roll with you. I, Lu Xiaodong, don't have much, but I've got a loyal heart." I yawned and shot back. "An ordinary guy like you tagging along with me is just going to be a burden. I'm no savior. If you ever become a threat to me, I'll kill you all the same." A faint bloodlust rolled off me. After all, I'd cut down a tier 2 mutant wolf with my own blade. Lu Xiaodong was rooted to the spot by the pressure, but he didn't back down. "I swear I'll follow your lead in everything. If I ever break that oath, may I be stabbed 3 times and pierced 6 holes, and die a wretched death." Ha ha, I laughed. If oaths actually meant anything, there'd be no such thing as betrayal in this world. To me, an oath was the cheapest joke there was. Anyone who believed in one had gotten their brain slammed in a door. "I'll never betray you," Lu Xiaodong panicked, patting himself all over. Then his eyes landed on the dagger in his hand, and he made a crazy decision. CHK. I can prove it. Gritting his teeth, he sliced off the pinky finger of his left hand. Ag. The agony hit him like a wave, but only one thought remained in his head. Hold on. I have to prove it. Lu Mei was visibly moved. Millie rushed over and gripped his shoulders. Xiaodong, is it worth it? Worth it. He forced the two words out through clenched teeth. Watching him willing to sever a finger just to prove himself. Now that was interesting. Fighting alone in the apocalypse was a lonely way to live. If the right person came along, I didn't mind taking them under my wing. I crouched down and looked him straight in the eye. Since you want to follow me this badly, that severed finger can be your entry ticket. Lu Xiaodong managed a weak smile. I won't drag you down, and I'll never betray you. I turned to Millie. You can join too. But your sis Millie here parts ways with us at dawn. The smile on Lu Xiaodong's face froze instantly. One finger was only enough to vouch for himself. It couldn't buy anyone else a seat. Millie's face hardened. Relax, I won't cling to you. I spread my hands. Good. That way we can still do business next time you've got something worth trading. Millie stared at my mercenary, money-grubbing face and looked ready to sock me twice. How could someone who looked so decent talk in such a punchable way? Boss, I'll stake one of my hands to vouch for Sister Millie. If she ever betrays you, I'll kill her with my own hands and then cut my own throat to atone. Lu Xiaodong gritted his teeth, raised his dagger, and hacked off his own left arm. Blood spurted out in a jet, and his whole body shook. A lowly errand boy from the convoy, severing his own arm for an outsider. That kind of ruthlessness, that kind of loyalty, even moved me. If it were me, could I have done it? In that moment, he was a real man. Xiaodong. Millie was scared out of her wits. Her face splattered with blood. Coming to her senses, she quickly pressed down on his wound. Why? Why are you such a fool? Crying, Millie went on. You idiot. I'm a sequence extraordinary awakener. I'll be welcomed anywhere I go. But you cut off your arm. How are you going to find a wife? How are you going to live? Boo. Lu Xiaodong lifted his head weakly and looked at me. Boss, is that enough? I shook my head, crouched down, and pressed a hand on his shoulder. Millie tried to shove me away, but a single look from me froze her in place. It was a look that carried killing intent. Silently, I called out to the system. Use that last Tier 1 Beast Crystal Core to custom build him a powerful mechanical arm. Ding. Customization successful. Option 1. Non-evolvable superalloy mechanical arm. Peak Tier 1 combat power, equipped with laser blade, laser gun, laser shield, and long-range communications. 200 survival points. Option 2. Evolvable nanomechanical alloy arm. Can be upgraded by absorbing Beast Crystal Cores, same functions. 1,000 survival points. Of course I picked the second. Letting Lu Xiaodong keep growing stronger. That was the real investment. I wasn't going to be stingy. Option 2. Give it to him. The instant the command went out, nanomachines began sprouting from Lu Xiaodong's arm, condensing into solid form like streaming data, spreading and weaving themselves into a complete mechanical arm that wrapped around his entire left arm and shoulder. A layer of armor plating even formed over his heart, and a sleek mechanical earpiece capable of scanning, reconnaissance, and communication materialized on his left ear. Millie's mouth fell open. Lu Mei was equally stunned. The pain vanished. Lu Xiaodong lifted his left hand in disbelief and tested it, more nimble than the hand he'd been born with. I reached out and pulled him up. On your feet. From now on, you're the one-armed commander under Wang Lin. He propped himself up on the ground with the mechanical arm, excited, and the next second, the ground caved in beneath his hand, leaving a crater the size of a wash basin. That kind of strength. Lu Mei covered her mouth, eyes wide. Was this still Lu Xiaodong? Calmly, I hauled him to his feet. You'll need practice to control the output. This arm also comes with a laser blade, laser gun, laser shield, and long-range communication. Lu Xiaodong had bet right and hit the jackpot, going from an ordinary man to someone on par with a first-tier awakened. And it was all thanks to me. He dropped to one knee, eyes brimming with worship. Master, from now on, I, Lu Xiaodong, am a blade in your hand. I never thought I'd see the day I'd take on a subordinate. Then again, I don't take just anyone, but a guy like him, loyal and true to his word, made a solid pick. Xiaodong. Millie stood in front of him, torn between crying and being happy for him. Lu Xiaodong turned to look at her, and his eyes said it all. He had no regrets. Lu Mei clapped. Congrats, Captain Wong, on landing yourself such a loyal little brother. I shot her a sideways glance. Jealous? I could take you on as my number two. Lu Mei gave an awkward laugh and changed the subject. Captain Wong, it's dawn. Time to head out. No rush. I turned to Lu Xiaodong. Get up. Only then did he dare to rise. He knew full well that from this moment on, he was no longer the Lu Xiaodong of before. He was a blade in my hand, and betrayal was not an option. The mist had mostly dispersed, and visibility was steadily returning. The animals around the temple began to scatter. I pulled Lu Mei's motorcycle out of my storage space, along with the black one from Millie's convoy. Millie was only along for the ride because Lu Xiaodong vouched for her, out of respect for my subordinate. But she'd better not expect any special treatment. In the apocalypse, a beautiful woman without power is nothing but a hanger-on. Lu Mei fired up her bike, noticed the fuel was low, and reported it right away. I topped her up from my reserves and filled Lu Xiaodong's and Millie's tanks too. Without fuel, a motorcycle is just a hunk of scrap metal. Seeing that I actually had fuel stockpiled, Millie suggested, for bikes burn through way too much gas. 2 people to a bike would save a lot. Not a bad idea. But who rode with whom? I put 2 of the bikes away and made the call. Lu Mei rides with me. Lu Xiaodong, you take Millie. Old partners are reliable, but the main reason I picked Lu Mei was that she was slender and light. Millie had a bigger frame, not fat, exactly, but she'd weigh more on the back. I stowed the 4 mechs and 2 mechanical pets, started the bike, and waited for Lu Mei to climb on. Then I activated my goggles and plotted a custom route based on the map Su Ji had given me. We were in a race against time. The 2 motorcycles headed east into the dense forest. The trails through the woods were treacherous. One wrong move, and it was over. Lu Xiaodong barely kept up, relying on his mechanical arm. A few times we ran into unnamed vines blocking the path, and I simply sent out Wang Yi and Wang Air to clear the way. Crude but effective. After more than 2 hours of cutting through the forest, we finally reached the second location, the blade-like peak Su Ji had described. Luck was on our side. We hadn't taken a wrong turn. Once we crossed Sword-Hanging Peak, we'd be able to find the financial district. Every beast along the way was cut down by Wang Yi and Wang Air. What was strange, though, was that we didn't run into a single beast the whole way, unusually quiet. When we stopped in an open patch to rest and eat, Lu Mei noticed the moon overhead was slowly turning red. I pulled out 4 self-heating hot pots to take the edge off. There was no big crew around, so no reason to shortchange my stomach. Mealy and Lu Mei had no idea I'd been hoarding this stuff. They drained even the broth, not a drop left. Lu Xiaodong was the same, wolfing it down like he hadn't eaten in 800 years. I wasn't in any rush, though. Once we found the financial district, the supermarket stockpiles would keep me eating like a king for the rest of my life. Still, I had a bad feeling about this trip. Sun and moon hanging in the sky at the same time, the moon steadily turning red. It felt like an omen of serious trouble. Lu Mei and Mealy had mentioned it too. As awakeners, their instincts were even sharper. After a half-hour break, both bikes hit the road again. The path up Jinshan Peak was narrow, not really made for vehicles. Thank God we were on motorcycles, though we still had to be careful. A slip and a wipeout up here would not be minor. The peak was home to plenty of creatures. They looked like prairie dogs, but nowhere near as cute. Sharp fangs, feral eyes, clearly not vegetarians. Worst of all was the sheer number of them. The moment we started up the mountain, tens of thousands of these prairie dogs were out and about. The second they spotted us, they froze like they'd just laid eyes on a buffet, rose up on their hind legs, and started slowly closing in. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rats chittered up a storm. I couldn't understand a word, but judging by the way they looked ready to pounce, they weren't wishing us a good morning. I released my 4 mechs, Wang Yi, Wang Air, Xian Yi, and Xian Air. Golden Baby and Lao Lu got called up too. Armor deploy. The words were barely out of my mouth before the nano-mech suit sheathed my entire body. Squeak. As if on cue, tens of thousands of rats surged forward at once, claws kicking up sprays of dirt, looking for all the world like students charging the cafeteria. Free survival points, delivered right to my doorstep. Rude not to accept. Mealy quickly threw shields over Lu Xiaodong and Lu Mei. My mechs didn't need one. No point wasting her mental energy. 10,000 rats stampeding at once. The sight was actually pretty something. Wang Yi and Wang Air took the lead, drawing their laser blades and plunging in, dropping one with every swing. Survival points +10, +15. Pathetic little payout per rat. Not even close to what a single wild beast would give. But quantity had a quality all its own. Wiping out this whole horde would net close to 100,000. Xian Yi and Xian Air wielded firearms, picking off targets with precise shots, reaping without mercy. Even with the mechs up front, though, a few slipped through and came right at us. Lu Xiaodong's fingers had been itching for a while. His left mech arm shifted into a laser blade, and one slash cut a lunging rat clean in half. Mealy stood at his back with her iron-tipped wooden staff, following up with finishing jabs. The two of them moved together with easy rhythm, rat corpses piling up around their feet. Pulse punch. I charged up my right fist and hurled a pulse wave through the air. A whole swath. The rat was sent flying. I used the momentum to leap up, my body moving like lightning thanks to AI targeting and nanomechanical power. In the blink of an eye, I'd cleared another swarm. The ground was stained red, the stench of blood sharp in the air. 10 minutes in, more than half of the 10,000-strong rat horde lay dead. But these creatures had no fear of death. For a single bite of human flesh, they'd throw their lives away without hesitation. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The shrieks rose again as more rat heads burst from the burrows, scrambling over each other to swarm out. Lu Mei couldn't help but complain. Since when are prairie dogs this fertile? A dozen per litter? 10,000 burrows, a dozen rats each. A full 100,000. A rodent army blanketed the mountainside like a tidal wave. But the survival points kept pouring in. Far from being afraid, a hint of greed crept onto my face. These rats had to die. I said so myself. Not even Jesus could save them now. Pulse fist. I dove into the thickest part of the swarm, one punch caving in a whole cluster of burrows and crushing countless pups. Survival points shot past 10,000 in an instant. Kill. At my command, the mechs and mechanical pets charged in together, launching this feast of slaughter. Only the two women, Lu Mei and Mi Li, were doubled over retching from the stench of blood. Lu Mei stuffed her nose with tissue and switched to mouth breathing. Mi Li, having no tissue, simply tore off a strip from her hem, which worked well enough for her to keep casting shields on everyone. There were just too many rats, attacking from all sides. The shields shattered in seconds. Mi Li always prioritized refreshing shields on Lu Xiaodong and Lu Mei. I was charging out front where she couldn't reach me, and one look at my killing god rampage told her I didn't need one anyway. As the death toll climbed, the mutated rats of the pack could no longer sit still. From a massive cavern in the peak, 10 monstrous rats burst forth, 10 times the size of the prairie dogs, hairless bodies with radioactive patterns spreading across their bellies. Just looking at them turned my stomach. A scan through my goggles. For early stage tier 1s, 2 mid-stage, 1 peak stage, 2 early stage tier 2s, 1 mid-stage. Perfect timing. Every one of them was a walking pile of survival points. Kill them, and I could upgrade my mechs. Pulse fist. A blue arc of pulse energy flipped a giant rat onto its back. A laser blade materialized from my wrist. I took out the 2 nearest tier 1 mutants first. One had barely started to rise before I dove down and pinned it to the ground. My tier 3 laser blade punched through its hide like paper. Survival points plus 600. My left hand conjured a laser shield, blocking another mutant lunging at me. Its teeth were razor sharp, actually gnawing cracks into the shield. A bite on a human would snap bone clean through. One tried to sneak around me from behind. I spun and slammed it with the shield, knocking every tooth out of its skull. It hit the ground with a bloody mouth, wailing without pause. I wasn't about to go soft. These things wanted to drink my blood and eat my flesh. Seeing its kin getting battered, the tier 2 mutant opened its jaws and unleashed a piercing sonic wave. I didn't so much as flinch. My face was already covered by the nano helmet, which sealed out the sound. But the other 3 weren't so lucky, clutching their ears in agony. She ducked. The rats around her seized the chance and lunged. Lu Xiaodong flicked out a laser shield to cover Mealy, while Lu Mei, pushing through her migraine, used charm to seize control of 4 rats and take the hits for her. That was when it happened. Ah! With a low cry, Lu Mei broke through to tier 2. Her power surged, and she awakened a new skill, Abyssal Illusion. Any living creature caught in her gaze would be dragged into an illusion of her making, and only a truly iron will could shatter it. The moment she broke through, she unleashed it. Every rat around her was sucked into the illusion, living out a blissful life with the mother rat. Not one escaped. When Lu Xiaodong and Meili made their way over, they realized just how much stronger Lu Mei had become. Those pink eyes now glinted with danger. She moved with a sultry grace, blowing kisses that turned into swarms of tiny pink hearts, each one striking a rat and turning it against its own kind. Lu Xiaodong nearly blurted out dodgy. That fox spirit allure, it enthralled men, and even women might not be able to resist. Kill. Lu Mei showed no mercy either, charging in behind her escort of mind-controlled rats. Meili, shield up. Wipe out these man-eaters. Lu Xiaodong swung his mechanical arms and plowed into the horde. Seeing how strong their enemies were, the rats finally broke. They turned and fled. On my side, I was steamrolling the Tier 2 mutant rats. Their attacks were useless against my AI's predictions, and the nano-combat suit boosted my speed. Every stat of mine matched a Tier 3 awakened. Squeak. The last 3 mutant rats saw that barely any of the swarm was left. They exchanged a glance and made their call, run. They were clever. They scattered in 3 different directions. As long as even one survived, the rat clan of Jinxian Peak could rebuild. Abyssal illusion. Lu Mei, done mopping up the ordinary rats, rushed over. Her gaze swept across the 3 fleeing rats and locked on. In an instant, the world before the 3 mutant rats shifted. They saw their territory thriving, 20,000 rat soldiers still alive, having hunted down mutant beasts and stockpiled food for the winter. Their illusion reflected in Lu Mei's pink irises. I retracted my helmet, rubbed my chin, and thought to myself, if you raised an illusionist like her, a single glance could drag someone into a dream. If the illusion were realistic enough, it could deceive a person for a lifetime. Terrifying. The 3 mutant rats were lost in their fantasy, leading armies into battle, when a single thought from me sent my mech units forward. 1 clean stroke, and 3 heads rolled. As they hit the ground, their vision blurring, I imagined 3 giant question marks were hovering over their skulls. Survival points plus 2,000, plus 2,000, plus 2,200. 6,200, just like that. Sweet. This round netted me over 200,000 survival points in total. If you want to get rich, you've got to be ruthless. Boss, Captain Wang, Lu Xiaodong and Meili were spotless, all thanks to Meili's shield blocking the gore. Come on, let's move out. My black nano-combat suit didn't stain with blood, and it showed off the figure too. Forget dismissing them. Keep them on call, ready to fight. No upkeep needed. We climbed onto the bike and rolled past the mountainside strewn with rat corpses without so much as a glance. The thought of eating those things as rations was enough to turn my stomach. Still, I stripped every mutant rat of its crystal core, fangs, and claws. Next on the list, a batch of high-mobility machines, something that could strike hard and pull out fast. I had Lu Mei drive while my consciousness slipped into the upgrade modification space to spec out a proper legion. Next time we ran into a rat army, I wouldn't have to dirty my own hands. When 2 armies clash, the commander belongs in the rear, calling the shots. Once we were inside Sword-Hanging Mountain, the terrain opened up. Lu Mei could handle it, so I felt fine letting her take the wheel. My arm around her slender waist. I'll admit I felt a little something, but I shoved it down fast. If you can't even keep the thoughts in your pants in check, how are you any different from a loser? A man can have feelings, but he can never be reckless with them, and never obsessive. And if she ever cheated on me, she couldn't blame me for cutting her off cold, pillow partner or not. In the apocalypse, bleeding hearts don't last 3 episodes. Inside the space, the fairy assistant laid out 2 options. Option 1, high-mobility mechanical soldiers, 800 survival points each, under the command of Wang Yi and Wang Air. 100 of them would run me 80,000. Option 2, mech dogs, cheaper at 200 apiece, with a 360-degree rotating turret mounted on the back, a magazine of 1,500 rounds, individually upgradable. Factor everything in, and it came out to about 800 too. I wanted both, but buying the full lot would bankrupt me all over again. Fortune favors the bold. I gritted my teeth and ordered 100 mech soldiers and 100 mech dogs. The system kicked into gear immediately. The fairy asked if I wanted to spend 10,000 survival points to fast-track it, cutting production down to an hour. I turned her down. Every point saved needed to go where it counted. The bike, Gold Baby, Old 6, Wang Yi, and Wang Air still hadn't been upgraded. 10 hours I could wait. It was 1 in the afternoon now. By 11 tonight, I'd have 2 full companies, 100 men and 100 hounds. Captain Wang. The call yanked me out of the space. I climbed off the back seat. Beside us, Mealy had dismounted too, her mouth slightly open. Ahead of the mountain stretched a boundless plain, and rising from that plain was a structure that had no business being in this world. A fragment of a financial center, a full 30 stories tall, leaning at an angle in the distance, ringed by a cluster of shops. It looked like an entire block had been ripped up and slammed down here. Hotels, hot pot restaurants, supermarkets, all clustered nearby. I stared at this treasure vault, barely able to keep the corners of my mouth in check. The supplies inside were enough to feed me for a lifetime, alone. A sweep with the goggles, nothing suspicious in any direction. No one else had found this place. We were the first survivors to lay eyes on it. Claim it. Move fast. Let's go. I got back on and told Lume to keep driving. From up on the ridge, the plain had looked wide open, but once we were down in it, the grass turned out to be taller than a man, tall enough to hide a creature, which was dangerous in itself. And the grass was tall and razor-edged. One brush against clothes, and it'd slice right through skin. The freakiest part? It drinks blood. Once it feeds, the leaves toughen up. Nothing short of a steel plate can cut through. I couldn't let these bloodsucker weeds get a taste, or they'd turn into cutter weeds. My only option was to send Wang Yi, Wang Air, Xian Yi, and Xian Air ahead to steamroll a path. Their shells were nano-superalloy, weed-proof, and as long as they didn't bleed, they'd be fine. The 2 motorcycles trailed behind, inching toward the financial center. On the way, I kept upgrading the watch's storage space. I'd need it for supplies soon. Spirit offered 2 plans within a 40,000-point budget. Option 1, 10 points per square meter. 40,000 points would buy 4,000 square meters. Option 2, go all in with 40,000 points and duplicate the current space 5 times, netting 25,000 square meters. The second option was clearly better bang for the buck, but honestly, neither one satisfied me. Still too small. The quieter a place, the more danger it hides. Sure enough, a pack of dark shapes came bursting out of the grass, charging straight at the mechs. Snort. The things looked like wild boars, hides thick as armor. The razor grass was nothing but a tickle to them. Their eyes gleamed white, tusks smeared with blood, teeth still crunching on bones from some creature or other. Crunch, crunch. Wang Yi, Wang Air, Xian Yi, Xian Air, dinner time. I'd just been worrying about running low on survival points, and here second senior brother came delivering himself to my door. Wang Yi and Wang Air drew their blades and charged, bringing them down in a clean strike. Clang. Those scaled hides actually stopped the laser blades cold. I was stunned. One sweep from my goggles, and my jaw dropped. These unassuming boars were tier 2 late-stage beasts. Then again, whose second senior brother sports scales this thick? Instead of dodging, they counterattacked, all 4 legs pumping as they charged with commanding presence, tusks white as jade. Once they hit full speed, no grass could slow them. Whatever they trampled stayed flat. Serious power. Xian Yi and Xian Air opened fire. Bullets pinged off the scales and clattered away. Not a single one punched through. The boars were too fast. There was no locking onto their heads. One boar suddenly slammed into Xian Air, launching it into the air and smashing it to the ground, then peeled off the moment it landed the hit, circling back around. The other looped behind for a sneak attack and rammed Xian Yi into the grass. Even Lu Xiaodong was shocked. These pigs know flanking tactics, crossing lanes to split our attention. Careful, these 2 are smart. Let me shield everyone. Mealy quickly threw up shields to guard against ambushes. That kind of impact would flatten an ordinary person. Even an awakened would take heavy damage from a hit like that. The 2 boars exchanged a look and shifted their target to the 4 soft targets on the motorcycles behind. I didn't move. Wang Yi and Wang Air were already streaking back to intercept. Xian Yi and Xian Air picked themselves up and kept firing, still to no effect. The boars lowered their heads and drove their tusks in hard. How could Tier 1 Wang Yi and Wang Air hold against Tier 2? Bam! Both were sent flying, slammed to the ground. Now I was pissed. I dismounted, charged up, and launched an energy pulse punch. Tier 3 against late Tier 2. I had absolute confidence in steamrolling them. Pulse. The shockwave detonated, blasting both boars airborne, their white pupils filled with disbelief. I didn't give them a chance. Both hands condensed laser blades wreathed in lightning. Sprinting forward, I flashed a cruel smile at the vulnerable belly now exposed to me, then crossed my arms and slashed. Squelch. The blades tore open its gut and carved it into 4 pieces mid-air, blood and flesh spraying everywhere. Seeing this, the other boar had no stomach for a fight. It spun around and bolted into the underbrush. I locked my eyes on it with a cold smirk. You came all this way. Might as well stay. Lightning erupted around me as I gave chase. Wang Yi and Wang Air followed close behind, while Xian Yi and Xian Air stayed on lookout. Back at the clearing, Lu Xiaodong, Mi Li, and Lu Mei stared wide-eyed. These 2 boars were Tier 2, but in front of me, they hadn't lasted more than a few exchanges, which meant I was at least Tier 2, maybe even Tier 3. Could an awakened really level up this fast? It made no sense at all. In under 2 minutes, I was back with Wang Yi and Wang Air, a crystal core now in hand. The one from the second junior brother that had tried to flee. I'd been fretting about not having Tier 2 crystal cores to upgrade Wang Yi and Wang Air with, and now these 2 dumb pigs had come knocking. I immediately stowed both mech units into my space to fuse the crystal cores and level them up. The 2 Tier 2 mutant boars had netted me 4,800 survival points. Fusion cost only 800 points and would take 10 minutes. During the 10-minute break, I used my nano-combat suit's hover function to lift off and scout for prey. I needed more survival points to expand my storage space. I sent Xian Yi and Xian Air out to bait targets, while Lu Mei, Lu Xiaodong, and Mi Li set up in a triangle formation, waiting for the deliveries to walk right in. In less than 5 minutes, rustling erupted from the bushes. When Xian Yi and Xian Air came sprinting back, a whole pack of mutant beasts was hot on their heels. A white-eyed green tiger, a green lion, green jackals, and a slick green giant python. Lu Xiaodong couldn't help but crack. Damn, everything's so green. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous or not, these things came in numbers and packed power well beyond ordinary beasts. Any one of them could launch a regular person straight to the afterlife with a casual swipe. I touched down and let the suit form a helmet over my head, ready to end this fast. Mi Li began her chant. O Divine One, grant me strength. A golden halo instantly bloomed beneath my feet, tripling my power, a buff far stronger than the usual kind. With that boost, mowing down Tier 1 and Tier 2 mutant beasts was a walk in the park. Every crystal core and every scrap of useful material I claimed for myself, not leaving a single crumb for anyone else. My principle was simple. Make yourself strong first, then the leftovers can trickle down. A man who isn't selfish isn't much of a man at all, is he? Whether Lu Mei and Mi Li had a problem with it wasn't my concern. Lu Xiaodong sure wouldn't. Crystal cores were useless to him. Even swallowing one only gave him a 30% shot at awakening, and he only got that one shot in his lifetime. In under 5 minutes, I raked in tens of thousands of survival points. The second wave of monsters was already on its way. Faster now, with regular wild beasts mixed in, I took them all. After more than a dozen waves, everything within a 10+ kilometer radius had been cleaned out. 40,000 plus survival points, and my storage space had nearly doubled to 50,000 square meters, about 7 soccer fields. More than enough to pile up supplies. I hit the road again. I let out Wang Yi and Wang Air, now upgraded and fitted with defensive armor, looking more imposing than ever. Within Tier 2, no one but me could touch them. The wind from their charge alone tore man-eating grass out by the roots, and the 4 of us picked up speed. Unfortunately, the motorcycle tires were nothing special. The blades of the man-eating grass sliced them up until they finally blew out. I looked down the road, still a fair distance to go, and tried to think of a workaround. The leaves of this grass were tough enough to slash through shoes. My combat suit could handle it, but Lu Mei and the other 2 were wearing ordinary footwear. Maybe I'd leave them behind and go loot the supplies myself. If I didn't bring them, nobody would know exactly how much I'd hauled in. The more I thought about it, the better the idea sounded. Toss them a little something afterward as hush money, and it'd be settled. Lu Xiaodong got out to check the wheels. Dense scratches covered every inch. This grass is terrifying. I made the call. Forget it. The man-eating grass covers too much ground. I'll leave Wang Yi and Wang Air to protect you. Xiaodong, you swap the tires. I'll head to the financial center for supplies. Lu Xiaodong was the first to object. Boss, I'm coming with you. This grass can't stop me. I shot him down. You know exactly what I'm capable of. Just get the tires changed. He had no choice but to comply. Only Lu Mei had the wits to wonder why I wasn't taking them along. Wang Yi and Wang Air cleared a patch of ground, ripping the man-eating grass out by the roots. Lu Xiaodong started dismantling the wrecked bike to salvage the tires, while Xian Yi and Xian Air stood guard. Millie couldn't stand it. Xiaodong, are you dumb? There's a perfectly good motorcycle right there. Just swap the fuel over. Why bother with the tires? That snapped Lu Xiaodong out of it. He slapped his thigh. You're right. Just pour the gas over and it's done. Way easier than changing tires. A plastic tube, and it was handled. Truth was, I'd only left them with the bike to give the three of them something to do. I crossed the man-eating grass zone alone and made it into the financial center. Staring at the concrete rubble everywhere, an idea struck me. If I broke this cement down too, couldn't I use it later to build high-strength defensive structures? Reinforced concrete worked great against Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts, and here was raw material, free for the taking. System, decompose and store. Ding. Commencing scan and decomposition. The fairy assistant gave a little wave of her hand, and huge swaths of reinforced concrete dissolved into data before my eyes. I swept through the place. Fruit from the fruit stand, taken as seeds. Every last cigarette and bottle of liquor from the convenience store. The shelves broken down for parts. Dental equipment, taken. The tubs and massage beds from the SBA upstairs, all taken. Bathing culture was not. It broke off in my hand. The hot pot restaurant's ingredients had gone rotten, but the safe was intact. I hauled it off along with the soup base. That's the real soul of the place, after all. Last came the big one, the supermarket. Everything on the shelves went into storage. I even broke down the floor tiles and took them too. Cleaned out the back warehouse without missing a thing. Lucky me, the freezer stuff hadn't thawed yet. Even the regular cars in the collapsed parking garage got stripped for parts. A space the size of 7 football fields, packed to the ceiling with supplies, food, drink, everyday necessities, you name it. I'd made an absolute killing. On the way out, I emptied the bar's liquor stock too. The financial center was nothing but an empty shell now. At the front entrance, I planted a sign. Wang Biulixing was here. Bold. Downright brazen. Later on, every survivor who saw that sign would grind their teeth in fury, running around asking if anyone knew a guy named Wang Biulixing. I strolled off humming a tune, already planning to reward myself with hot pot that night. A man gets cocky once he's got supplies, and I was no exception. Back in the man-eater grass zone, I picked up the 2 wrecked motorcycles. These days I saw big uses even in a scrap of copper. While I was at it, I upgraded and modified the wheels, immune to the man-eater grass, wear-resistant, non-slip. Rode a hell of a lot smoother now. I took the same route back towards Sword-Hanging Peak, only to run smack into a survivor group over 1,000 strong, drawn by the earlier gunfire. I'd already stowed the mechs away to make traveling easier. It was past 4 in the afternoon, less than 2 hours till dark. I'd just been fretting about where to spend the night, and now I'd stumbled onto this crowd. They were dragging along whole families, hauling plenty of gear on their backs, most likely people who'd been teleported here before Blue Star's migration. Survivors. They've got motorcycles. Those 2 guys are damn lucky, rolling with 2 gorgeous women. That dude's left arm is mechanical. Doesn't look like the friendly type. 1,000+ people, all yammering at once. Some looked greedy, some looked like they wanted to recruit us. To me, they were just a loose pile of sand, little cliques forced together for the migration. Thieving and robbing were guaranteed. These folks just hadn't tasted this world's cruelty yet. 2 dirty old men shuffled up in front of me, waving packs of instant noodles and leering at Lu Mei. Hey little bro, 3 packs of instant noodles for your woman. I'll pay 5. Sell her to me. Buying a beautiful woman with instant noodles? And it was playing out right there in front of me, plain as day. Lu Mei was livid. She hit them both with her ability on the spot and had them going at each other's throats. You old fart. You dare compete with me? I'll strangle you. Come on then. I'll bite your throat out. The two geezers were fighting to the death, right in front of 1,000 people. A crew cut guy tried to break it up, only to notice both old men had pink hearts in their eyes. They'd been mind-controlled, and the culprit was the very woman they'd been trying to buy, Lu Mei. Two young men each grabbed one of them. Yuan Ji, these old guys are freakishly strong. Old Zhang was moaning this morning. He couldn't even walk. This, Yuan Ji, turned his gaze to Lu Mei. Beautiful, you're a sequence transcendent awakener, right? Roughing up two old men. Don't you think that's a bit much? I couldn't help laughing as I sized him up. If those two geezers waved a few packs of crap instant noodles in your face and said they wanted to buy your wife for a good time, would you be polite? First, I don't have a wife. Second, that would never happen to me. Third, where are your manners? I kept smiling. Buddy, it's the apocalypse. Bleeding hearts don't last long. Lu Yuan sneered. I'm a sequence transcendent awakener too, so why wouldn't I last? Look at you, skinny arms, skinny legs. Probably just an ordinary person. You're just jealous of me, aren't you? I looked him up and down and curled my lip. Your clothes are filthy and torn. You reek of sweat, and God knows when you last bathed. Look at me, clean, fresh, and smelling nice. That line drew a lot of hate. The 1,000+ people here had all fled for their lives. Several had died along the way. And it was only because Lu Yuan had transformed into a hulking brute and killed the beasts that any of them survived. Tell you what, he said. You want to join us? Hand over the woman next to you as your entry fee. And from now on, Brother Yuan will look after you. This guy was both a self-righteous saint and a raging narcissist, apparently convinced that the gorgeous woman beside me should be swooning over him. The words had barely left his mouth before Lu Xiaodong leapt out of the car, closed the distance in a single stride, and slammed his right fist into Lu Yuan's face. You son of a bitch. Lu Yuan didn't even flinch. He swatted the arm aside. You skip breakfast? That punch had nothing behind it. Lu Xiaodong swung his mechanical left arm and struck again. Lu Yuan expected to block it easily, but a monstrous force slammed through him, impossible to stop. He stumbled backward several steps before catching his balance. Brother Yuan got knocked back? That mechanical arm packs that much of a punch. The crowd was stunned. A cripple with a prosthetic arm had just driven back the man they all considered their strongest. Lu Xiaodong smirked. A frog at the bottom of a well. Thought you were something special. This is it. Lu Yuan flew into a rage. His body swelled, his skin hardened into stone, and his clothes tore into ribbons. The brownstone giant looked imposing enough, but handsome and cool weren't in the picture. Next to him, the Hulk might as well have been Brad Pitt. He smashed his fists together, voice guttural. I'm gonna rip you to pieces. Lu Xiaodong just smiled. His mechanical arm shifted, and a laser blade snapped out. That sent a shockwave through the whole crowd. A laser weapon, more outlandish than anything on TV. Mealy climbed out of the car and came over to try and defuse things. Xiaodong, there's no need to fight. Just apologize to each other and let it go. Sister Mealy, you're oversimplifying. Step back. Don't want you catching a stray hit. Lu Xiaodong knew plenty of the onlookers had bad intentions. The moment they showed weakness, the pack would pounce. The only reason they were still just watching was because Lu Mimi's earlier display of power had them spooked. But they outnumber us. Mealy tried again. I cut in, my voice a flat command. Get back in the car. Now. The tone brooked no argument, and it irritated Mealy. She turned around, saw they settling in to enjoy the show look on my face, and opened her mouth to say some. After hearing the saint's words, he ultimately fell silent and backed down. With no one left to stop him, Lu Xiaodong taunted. Come on then. Let's see whether your body's tougher or my laser blade sharper. Lu Yuan roared and charged, hurling a stone fist. At this moment, Lu Xiaodong's combat power was equivalent to a first-tier awakener. His mechanical arm caught the blow with ease. He stopped Lu Yuan's punch with just one mechanical arm? These four dared to show up alone. They've got real backing. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and put more force into it. But against that mechanical arm, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Not even a ripple. Lu Xiaodong sneered. A guy like you? I could take on 10 of you at once. He grabbed the fist and threw him over his shoulder. Thud! Lu Yuan slammed into the ground hard. His head cleared, along with any face he had left. Standing over him, Lu Xiaodong dropped the smile and issued a stern warning. Mock me all you want. But if you dare disrespect my boss, I promise you'll die screaming. Even more humiliated, Lu Yuan scrambled up and threw a flurry of wild punches. Lu Xiaodong deployed his energy shield to take them head-on. Each fist landed with a dull thud, but the shield didn't budge an inch. I'll beat you to death. I'll make you regret looking down on me. Lu Xiaodong picked his moment and threw a counterpunch. Crack! Lu Yuan's arm snapped. Pressing the advantage, he drove a fist into the man's stomach. Ugh! Lu Yuan spat blood and flew backwards, crashing hard into the ground. The bystanders scattered in terror. I immediately started clapping. Nice work, Xiaodong. Beautifully done. Lu Xiaodong turned back with a grin. Earning my praise meant standing up for me had been the right call. Seeing the strong man they'd been counting on get schooled, the onlookers instantly seized the moral high ground. You can't just bully people like that. Sit down and talk it out. So practiced at it. Clearly a jailbird. Using superhuman powers to bully ordinary people. Everyone, let's band together and make them pay. Where's your upbringing? In an instant, it was like stepping into a wet market. Hundreds of squawking chickens and ducks, murder on the ears. The wounded Lu Yuan climbed to his feet, watching 1,000 people lecture and rail on his behalf, and a flicker of satisfaction rose in his chest. He stood with the will of the people. Everything he'd done was righteous, and the four in front of him were nothing but traitors and rebels. But before he could enjoy the feeling, he heard me give an order. Kill the loudest few moralizers. For entertainment. Lu Yuan hadn't even processed it when a burst of gunfire erupted. Two mechanical figures materialized out of thin air beside me, raised their pitch-black barrels, and opened fire. Every one of the loudest hecklers was picked off and sent packing. Mom, Dad, murder. These people might have been someone's family or friends, but to me, everyone got the same treatment. The keyboard warriors never dreamed they'd be reporting to the king of hell ahead of schedule. Most of the crowd scattered in terror. The ones with wives and kids bolted immediately. But a few bold ones tried to fish in troubled waters. Everyone, don't be afraid. There are so many of us. If one spitball from each of us could drown them. Yeah, what's there to be scared of when we've got the numbers? Take him down. I don't know if hunger had fried their brains, but some people actually believe they could overpower us through sheer numbers. Without me having to say a word, the muzzles locked on and picked them off one by one with precise shots. The dozen or so who'd charged forward skidded to a halt, and quite a few spun around and bolted, already regretting it. This guy's insane, run for it. I don't want to die. Give me a break. Against gun barrels, a crowd is just a bigger target. Lu Yuan never dreamed that two armed mechs would show up out of nowhere to shut down his moral guilt tripping. This time he'd really run into a brick wall. Watching those muzzles close in, his heart leapt into his throat. His defenses were strong, sure, but he couldn't tank sustained fire from modern weapons. A few rounds was fine. Any more, and he was done. Lu Xiaodong advanced on him step by step. Lu Yuan panicked, whirled around, and tore off toward the woods with everything he had. If I can't beat you, I can at least outrun you, right? I watched Lu Yuan sprint for the tree line like his life depended on it, giving it everything he was worth. As they say, so long as the Green Mountains remain, there'll be no shortage of firewood. Dongzi saw him suddenly turn tail and awkwardly raised a hand, mouth half open, unsure whether to call after him. The moment the 1,000+ survivors saw Lu Yuan run, the smart ones fell in behind him, figuring sticking with a guy like that was their best shot at surviving. Others thought they were being clever and bolted the opposite way, convinced we'd chase Lu Yuan for sure. I couldn't be bothered to think about it. Run if you want. I'm not out for blood. Killing those few moral hijackers just now was only meant to hammer home one lesson. Might makes right, and running your mouth gets you killed. Lu Mei watched everyone scatter and felt an inexplicable rush of satisfaction, but she wouldn't say so out loud. It didn't fit her persona. Mealy watched me operate and, for the first time, thought I looked like a real villain, ordering mechs to gun people down at the drop of a hat, showing no regard for human life whatsoever. That callous look in my eyes frightened her. Once the mechs had driven off everyone in our way, they returned to my side. I recalled them into my space and shouted to Dongzi. Let's move, Dongzi. Dongzi stared at the crowd still sprinting into the distance and really wanted to yell. Stop running. We're not chasing you. But those people had been spooked out of their wits by now. Say it, and they just take it for a trick. Forget it. A bunch of idiots following one big idiot. They're all dead sooner or later, Dongsy muttered, then turned back. Bodies were strewn everywhere, but I had no interest in searching them. The scraps a bunch of paupers carried weren't worth my time. Lume didn't see it that way. She rolled over a few corpses and dug out a couple of bags of snacks, chocolate and candy. Seemed like most people had figured it out. Chocolate and candy were small, easy to hide, and packed a punch. Prime apocalypse supplies. She held out the chocolate to me like she was presenting a treasure. Captain Wong. Chocolate. I glanced at it. Scavenged off a corpse. Kinda made my skin crawl. I smiled and waved it off. I'm not eating any. You have it yourself. Lume quickly pulled her hand back, calculating in her head how many more days she and her sister could survive on this stash. In the apocalypse, supplies were everything, the non-renewable lifeline. She didn't share any with Dongsy or Mealy, simply because she wasn't close to them. Sure, she'd been calling Mealy sis this and sis that, but it was all just for show. When Mealy saw her tear open a piece and eat it with such gusto, she mentally filed her under, not right in the head. I started the motorcycle. Let's go. Lume immediately climbed on, one arm around my waist, the other slowly working on that chocolate. Millie got on the other bike in a huff and gave Dongsy a vicious pinch on the side. Xiaodong, what's gotten into you? Throwing hands at the drop of a hat. Are you even the Xiaodong I know anymore? Dongsy made a shushing gesture. Sis Mealy, it's the apocalypse now. The rules from Blue Star don't apply here. If you don't establish authority, you become the one getting pushed around. Since when did you get so sharp-tongued? Mealy couldn't argue back. He had a point, but she just couldn't harden her heart that fast. Dongsy scratched his head. I just figured it out myself. Mealy shook her head. This kid had clearly been led astray by me. The two motorcycles headed back. We'd barely made it up the slope when a girl of about 18 or 19 suddenly darted out to block us. I slammed on the brakes. Little sister, what do you want? The girl threw her arms wide, not the least bit afraid. You're all so powerful. You have to take us with you. It's your duty to protect us. Millie got off and walked over. Don't be scared, sweetie. Come with us. Dongsy hurried to hold her back. Sis Mealy, my dear ancestor, there's no more room. Don't get involved. Millie shook him off and pointed at the girl. She's not even an adult. She's just a flower in bloom. She'll die if we leave her here. Can you really live with that? Dongsy couldn't bear it either, but it wasn't his call, so he just stayed quiet. Seeing someone taking her side, the girl immediately doubled down, her tone dripping with moral blackmail. Exactly. You have extraordinary powers, so you're supposed to protect us, not treat us like dead weight. The best food and drink should go to us first. If anything happens to me, how are you going to answer to the motherland? How are you going to face your parents? Your friends and family will be ashamed of you. Listening to that all-too-familiar tune, I raised my left hand. The nanomachines condensed into a laser cannon, and I fired. The girl, still going on and on, had her head burst open like a watermelon. Pop. Mealy's pupils dilated sharply, and she collapsed onto the ground in shock. Lume's heart skipped a beat too. I'd actually done it. Dongsy swallowed hard. It felt excessive, but deep down, he found it satisfying. With that condescending, judgmental voice gone from his ears, the world instantly became a more beautiful place. I looked down at the girl's fallen body, my face full of contempt. As long as I have no moral. You think I'm scared of anyone guilt-tripping me? Who's with me, and who's against? Lume was the first to clap. Right, Captain Wong is absolutely right. But inside, she was rattled to the core. This man wasn't just strong. He refused to be bound by any convention. He was a man of solid steel, with zero weaknesses to speak of. Dongsy rushed to kiss up too. Boss is right. Refuse moral blackmail, starts with me. Mealy walked over to the headless corpse, her eyes welling up. I raised an eyebrow at Dongsy. Little Dong, this guarantor of yours is a bit precious, isn't she? A total stranger's worth her tears. Dongsy forced a grin. Of course not, Captain Wong. My sis Mealy's just too soft-hearted. I'll handle it right now. With that, he stepped forward and scooped Mealy up. Mealy thrashed violently. Lu Xiaodong, put me down. I'm not going with you people anymore. He's a devil. If you keep following him. Dongsy quickly clamped a hand over her mouth to stop her from saying anything that would set me off, then hauled her onto the motorcycle and gunned the engine. I didn't say a word, chalked it up as a favor to Dongsy. Otherwise, after a line like that, Mealy would have had a price to pay. The people who'd been hiding nearby, seeing us leave, drew their blades and charged the girl's corpse, divvying up the meat. Finders keepers, wait for me, save me a piece. Because it was meat. And not just any meat, the flesh of a young girl. When there's no food, this becomes the finest food there is. The moment Mealy saw the scene, all the fight drained out of her. Her eyes went wide, her lips trembling. Those people were actually fighting over a young girl's corpse, treating her like rations. Sis Mealy, those people don't deserve your pity. Stop being so naive from now on, or I really won't be able to protect you. Doomsday deliberately slowed the bike so she could get a good look at what these people really were. If she'd stayed behind, her end would have been far worse than that girl's. In the apocalypse, plenty of people had already become devils wearing human skin, smiling and pouring their hearts out to you, only to end up scooping out your heart and liver. Mealy, a pampered young lady, had her whole worldview come crashing down in that instant. I watched the corpse being carved up, my face calm as still water. Does the apocalypse eat people? Of course it does. When a stranger suddenly starts being nice to you, sweet-talking you, that's when you'd better watch out. Chances are, they've already got their eye on the couple pounds of meat on your bones. Only naive fools think they've moved everyone with their charm. The only person they've moved is themselves. The two motorcycles doubled back, plunging into the dense forest. After more than an hour of bumping along, we made it back to the temple where we'd spent the night. I watched the sun sinking in the west, and something felt off. By this hour, the mist should have been rising from the ground, but there wasn't a trace of it. Something wasn't right. Something was very, very wrong. Lume looked up while gathering firewood and saw a blood moon hanging in the sky. The longer she looked, the more sinister it seemed. She came over with the firewood in her arms. Captain Wong, do you get this weird feeling? This feeling? Usually the fog would have rolled in by now, and animals would be heading to the temple for shelter. Why is it so quiet today? Yeah, way too quiet. Doomsday paused mid-wipe on the car, looking uneasy too. Millie was still stuck on what had happened to that girl, paying no attention to her surroundings. Something's wrong. I stared at the blood moon, which was turning a deeper red by the minute, like it was foreshadowing something. That heavy, pressing feeling in the air, it was the calm before a storm. The sky had gone completely dark, yet the mist hadn't come. The rules had been broken. Crack. Something was moving through the underbrush toward the temple. A lot of somethings, closing in from every direction. I immediately released Wang Yi, Wang Er, Xian Yi, Xian Er, Jin Baobei, and Lao Lu. No more holding back, and put myself in the middle of the formation. Lume sensed something was off and moved to my side at once. Doomsday pulled the dazed Mealy behind him, eyes locked warily on the nearest patch of trees. The rustling drew closer. Everyone's breathing turned ragged. It was so quiet you could hear each other's heartbeats, which meant we were the only living things left in the area. Rustle, rustle. A withered hand, thin as a dead branch, reached out from the bushes. Then came a face, hideous, skin stretched tight over bone, red glowing pupils, savage with rage. Zombie. All four of them recognized it instantly, faces going white with shock. What about the temple's barrier? Why wasn't it working? I gave the order without hesitation. Xian Yi, fire. Xian Yi snapped off a single shot and blew its head apart. The system notification rang in my head. Survival points plus 10. Only 10 points for a zombie. That didn't add up. But before I could dwell on it, things got worse. More and more zombies came crawling out of the woods, many of them still caked with dirt, like they'd just clawed their way up out of the ground. The temple's barrier had completely failed. The moment they spotted living prey, they lunged like starving beasts, all bared teeth and clawing hands. Master, large numbers of zombies detected inbound. Immediate evacuation recommended. Wang Yi finished its scan and reported at once. We couldn't just sit here and wait to die. Staying meant getting trapped and picked off. I made the call without hesitation. Wang Yi, Wang Er, take Xian Yi and Xian Er, split into 2 teams. Find a breakout point and cut us a path out. Acknowledged. Scanning and plotting route. They moved instantly, taking down the zombies that surged forward first and clearing the way. I gunned the motorcycle to life. Move. We're retreating. Lume jumped on behind me and wrapped her arms tight around my waist. Doomsday took off after us with Mealy on his bike. The 4 mechanical units and 2 mechanical pets took point. and we tore toward the breakout zone. The zombies in the dense woods began converging, giving chase. The Great Escape was on. The appearance of the zombies, and their frenzied state, had to be tied to that blood moon. The temple was on its last legs anyway. Too many openings, impossible to defend. Falling back was the only smart play. Bang, bang, bang. Xian Yi and Xian Air picked off the zombies blocking our path with pinpoint accuracy, while Wang Air cut down the zombies closing in, lopping off their heads. The zombie horde kept pouring after us. Xian Yi hurled mechanical bounding mines, each blast wiping out a whole cluster. But there were just too many. They kept surging in from every direction, like there were countless portals nearby spitting them out. We ran for a solid 2 hours. The moment we broke out of the dense forest, the sight made my eyes go wide. The entire plain was crawling with zombies, packed thick, one shambling around every dozen or so paces. It made your scalp crawl just looking at it. Dongzi and Mealy gaped, more freaked out than if they'd seen a ghost. Our temporary camp from before we'd left. The wooden posts were hung with zombie corpses, the fire still burning like it had just been lit. Lu Mei realized her sister Lu Yu was gone, along with the others and the vehicles. They'd probably fled, but she still kept scanning around, worried about her sister. I pulled up the map to locate the beast vehicle. As long as it wasn't too far, I could track it. Sure enough, the beast vehicle was moving in one direction. I gave the order over the radio. Xiaolon, lock onto the coordinates I'm sending. Rendezvous there. Out on the plain, Xiaolon, currently carrying Su Ling, Su Mingyue, and Lu Yu as they fled for their lives, suddenly swerved, no longer responding to Su Ling's controls. Su Ling was jerked sideways and asked urgently, Xiaolon, why the sudden turn? Master's back. He sent me a rendezvous location. Hearing that I was back, Su Ling felt hope surge up. In the back seat, Su Mingyue and Lu Yu got a spark in their eyes too. Xiaolon swung around, and the vehicles behind fell in line immediately. The plain was blanketed with zombies. Without Xiaolon cutting a path and the auto turret sweeping a full 360 degrees, they would have been surrounded long ago. Zhongli drove the electric car, face ghost white, sticking close behind. Only Fatty Ge's three-wheeler bumped and bounced at the tail end, but thanks to its agility and Ma Chachong's wild maneuvering, it didn't get smashed head-on. The convoy charged toward a mountain. The slope was steep, the summit flat, perfect for parking. Xiaolon stopped at the base of the incline to intercept the zombies while the off-road took the lead up, the electric car and three-wheeler following on its tail. Su Ling watched two motorcycles roaring toward them in the distance and recognized me as the rider. She didn't know the man and woman on the other one. In under 10 minutes, the two motorcycles caught up. I gave the mechs their orders. Use the terrain. Hold the line. Xian Yi and Xian Air found crossfire positions and laid down suppressing fire, while Wang Yi and Wang Air handled any zombies that broke through the defenses. The heaviest firepower still came from Xiaolan's auto turret. Infinite ammo, best coverage spot. Jinbei Bi and Laolu roamed as support, using their small size to pick off stragglers. With everyone deployed, I brought the group up the slope to look down over the plain. Zombies kept streaming in, and a decent pile of corpses had already built up at the base. Still, I figured the zombie count wouldn't go past some upper limit. I've never seen this many zombies in my whole life. This is insane. We were just about to light a fire and eat when the zombies hit the camp out of nowhere. Thank God for the auto turrets. Otherwise, we'd never have made it out. Shouldn't you guys be more worried about where the zombies are coming from? It's like they're spawning out of thin air in spots we can't see. Everyone sat around on the mountaintop, buzzing with speculation. I glanced at the time, still a few hours until 11, but I wasn't planning to wait. The moment my zombie kill count hit 1,000 survival points, I'd give the mech soldiers and mech dogs a speed boost. Once those two squads hit the field, the zombie horde wouldn't just stop being a threat, they'd become walking bags of survival points. Su Ling walked over and quietly stood beside me. She was 100% certain those mechs were my doing. It fit my class abilities perfectly, though even so, they were absurdly strong. Just 4 of them had shut down the entire zombie charge. Of course, Xiaolan's auto turrets were the real heavy firepower. Instinct told everyone that as long as they held tight on this peak, accessible from only one side, they'd be safe until dawn. I ran the numbers in my head. Today was day 7. Moon turned to blood moon. No mist, no supernatural weirdness, just the zombie horde. I filed the pattern away, and once I saw that the zombies at the base of the slope couldn't push their way up at all, I finally stopped overthinking and turned to the group. All right, everyone go find something to burn. Time to fix dinner. They all stared at me, dumbfounded. You're seriously thinking about food at a moment like this? I broke the tension with a grin. Relax. With me here, the zombie horde's nothing to worry about. Su Ling trusted me and was the first to jump in. I'll go get firewood. Me too. Su Mingwe volunteered. Fatty Gu, Zhang Li, and the others followed along. Once everyone was moving, I pulled out a portion of my supplies and stacked them on the ground. Coke, bottled water, self-heating hot pots, mini bread rolls, candy. 5 minutes later, the group came back hauling firewood and froze in unison at the sight of the pile. Fangqing rubbed his eyes. Xiaoyang, are you seeing this? Su Yang stared at the self-heating hot pots and swallowed hard. I think I'm hallucinating too. Fatty Gu shook his head. I didn't eat any weird mushrooms, so how am I seeing a whole stash of supplies? Lu Mei knew I'd gone out scavenging, but she had no idea how much I'd brought back, and she didn't dare ask, afraid I'd think she had her eye on my stuff and start pushing her away. Lu Yu had no clue what was going on. Seeing the pile of supplies just sitting there, fresh and untouched, she assumed it was trash somebody had thrown out. Real or not? We'll know if we go check, Zhongli said. He walked over, picked up a bottle of Coke, and hefted its satisfying weight in his hand. Unable to wait, he twisted off the cap, chugged a mouthful, and let out a big burp. Seeing Zhongli actually drinking real Coke, everyone else picked up the pace and crowded in, grabbing whatever they wanted. Coke and chips, that classic combo they hadn't tasted in ages. The bread, torn open, was still soft, sweet and fragrant. While everyone else was lost in the food, I was busy fiddling with a copper pot, loading it up with vegetables and meat, plus that spicy red hot pot base everyone had been craving. I poured in some bottled water, glanced at the crowd sitting there with their eyes closed in bliss, and hollered, "Somebody get over here and lend a hand. You still want hot pot or not?" The words hot pot made every last one of them snap their eyes open. Zhongli came scampering over. "Bro Wong, let me help." Fatty Go lumbered forward and cut him off. "Take a load off, Bro Wong, I got it. Cooking's my specialty." I handed the job over to him. "All right, I'm counting on you." Zhongli went off to dig a pit and rig up a makeshift stove. Su Yang and Wen Wan, who had just gotten their hands on self-heating meals, took one look at that copper pot brimming with fresh ingredients and suddenly felt the packets in their hands weren't quite so appetizing anymore. Dongzi and Mealy watched the warm, lively scene, and for a fleeting moment, it was almost as if the apocalypse didn't exist at all. Only the gunfire down the slope and the low growls of the zombies reminded them. This was the end of the world. Su Ling walked over and planted a big smacking kiss on my cheek as a reward. "Wang Lin, you're the best. You must have found a ton of supplies, right? This way everyone in the miracle convoy will get a decent share." I calmly shattered her fantasy. "Sorry, didn't find much. Only enough for a small handful of people for about a week. By the time I got there, somebody had already beaten me to it." The smile froze on Su Ling's face. The others also paused mid-bite. Fatty Go hurried to smooth things over with a chuckle. "I'm a chef. I can definitely find substitutes for seasonings. From now on, I'll cook up delicious stewed meat for everyone. All natural, no additives, tasty and healthy." Zhongli chimed in. "Yeah, as long as we've got a cook, supplies don't matter. Staying alive is what counts." Just as everyone was consoling each other, Mealy suddenly piped up, fixing me with an interrogating stare. "Something doesn't add up. That financial center didn't look like it had already been picked clean. There should have been plenty of supplies in there. You're not lying to us, are you?" Dongzi tugged at her arm, signaling her to drop it, and apologized to everyone. "Sorry, she doesn't know the full situation. Why are you stopping me? Am I wrong?" Millie shook off his hand. What she hated most were people like me. People who had the ability but deliberately concealed it, who said one thing to your face and another behind your back. The way I looked at her shifted. There was no more warmth, no more approachability, just a cold gaze, the kind you'd give to something already dead. I swept my eyes over the group and asked coldly, "You don't believe me?" Su Ling carried a heavy burden on her shoulders, and how she wished I was lying, that I was just messing with them. But the look on my face didn't seem like I was joking. and a struggle began churning inside her. Could it be that Wang Lin really didn't find much? I stared at Mealy, laughing coldly inside. She's still. You really think you can flip the sky over on my sweet-talking tongue? Lu Xiaodong was the first to step up. Boss, I believe you. Zhang Li wasn't about to be outdone. Brother Wang, you're the one I trust most. Gu Depang scratched his head. Brother Wang, Depang believes you too. Fang Cheng, Zhang Sheng, Su Yang, and Wenwan all spoke up one after another to voice their trust. Zhang Xing actually had his doubts, but he was eating my food and drinking my drinks. Who'd have the guts to slap my face in public? Lu Mei went even further, raising her hand as she stepped forward. What Captain Wang said is true. I can vouch for it. Millie was dumbfounded. She turned to look at her. Sis, you never went with him to the financial center. You're lying with your eyes wide open, seriously? Lu Mei shot back. You didn't go either. So what gives you the right to doubt him? That one line put Millie right on the hot seat. Su Minghua pointed at her. You think we're all fools? Don't even think about stirring up trouble. Exactly. You're a total stranger here. What right do you have to question Brother Wang? I watched the tide turn completely against her, then spoke up slowly. Last warning. One more word that undermines this team, and you can get the hell out on your own. The team belongs to everyone. You, Millie still wanted to push back. Slap. Lu Xiaodong's palm cracked across her face. Shut up. Millie stared at this younger brother she'd always looked after, disbelief written all over her face. Lu Xiaodong lowered his voice. I remember how good you were to me before the apocalypse. But this is the apocalypse now. Put away that pathetic bleeding heart routine of yours and open your damn eyes. This is a new world where the strong eat the weak. Millie snapped out of it. She'd suffered. She'd seen how brutal this place could be. Why the hell was she still clinging to some laughable pre-apocalypse fantasy? Questioning a strong man who could actually keep her alive? Stupid beyond words. She also understood I wasn't the soft-hearted type. The only reason she was still standing here wasn't her awakened status. It was Lu Xiaodong's loyalty. That, and nothing else. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Millie didn't cover her face. Instead, she slapped herself hard across it with the back of her hand. Slapping her own face? Now that was something new. But it did the trick. I smiled and used my gentlest tone. Don't let it happen again. The moment those 4 words left my mouth, the knot in Lu Xiaodong's chest finally unclenched. Millie felt like she'd just stepped off a knife's edge, her heart going cold with delayed terror. Su Ling watched the farce wind down and didn't press any further. She knew exactly what kind of man I was. Force the issue in public, and the two of us would be through for good. No way to patch it up, not even after all those nights we'd shared a bed. I'd seen it clearly for years now. No matter how good a relationship is, the moment self-interest gets involved, it all falls apart. The single most crucial reason Lu Xiaodong had become the person I trusted most. His life was in my hands. That mechanical arm was a gift, sure, but it was also a time bomb. Su Minghua slipped up to me with a bottle of Coke, her smile sweet as sugar. Bro, have a Coke. Last time she'd acted on her own initiative, I'd frozen her out. She was kicking herself raw with regret. These past few days, she seemed to have figured a lot of things out. I'm no saint, but I don't kill for sport either. As long as she's obedient and knows how to keep me entertained, I don't mind keeping a few canaries around. Dull days need a little seasoning. Pretty women always come around to reality sooner or later. I took the Coke, leaned close to her ear, and grinned wickedly. Come find me in the car after dinner. I've got a big surprise to show you. Flirting with Su Minghua right in front of Su Ling, I wasn't worried about her getting jealous. A man can't be too good to his women. You've got to make them understand who holds the aces and where the line is. Cross it, and there's always someone waiting to take your place. Su Minghua bit her lip and didn't say no. There was even a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. She knew the score. Becoming the woman behind me was the safest bet, and better still if she could pop out a kid or two. Women don't need TV dramas to learn palace intrigue. A few real experiences, and it comes to them naturally. Everyone else pretended to be busy with their own thing. No one dared look. They all knew whose grace let them stand here eating hot pot. The fire blazed high, the base broth melted down in the copper pot, and the aroma came rushing out. Blood moon overhead, zombies snarling, gunfire as a lullaby. We were the only ones bold enough to eat hot pot in style. Other survivors were either barricaded in their camps fighting off the dead or running for their lives. With the fire this hot, The ingredients cooked fast. One paper bowl and a pair of chopsticks per person, leftover supplies we'd been rationing, washed, and reused. The meatballs were done. Su Mingwe was the first to fish one out and bring it to my lips, playing it all humble and doting. I took a bite. Springy, tasted just like it used to. Bro, good, right? She asked, squinting at me. I nodded and called out to the others. They're done. Eat up. This hot pot didn't come easy. There was more than one meaning packed into that. I dug in first. 2 bites per meatball, sausage bursting with that familiar taste, tofu puffs so juicy they left grease running down my chin. Everyone else attacked the pot like they'd been starved in a past life, chopsticks scraping the bottom. Somewhere in the middle of it, the gunfire died out. The zombies' low growls faded too. Fatgo wiped his mouth. Sounds like things have quieted down at the foot of the mountain. I just smiled without answering. The zombies might be wiped out, but that didn't mean it was safe. Lao Lu piped the feed over to me. Out on the plain, some crawling creature nobody had ever seen before was charging on all fours toward the piles of zombie corpses, burrowing in and chowing down like a ghoul. There were plenty of them, but they didn't go after the living, just kept their heads down, feasting. I'd known all along that the blood moon wasn't so simple. It always left a sliver of a chance for the living to catch their breath. Full and satisfied, I got up and walked to an open patch of ground, pulled the modified Hummer out of my storage space, and climbed in, leaving the others to keep wrestling with the copper pot. Su Mingwe watched me conjure a car out of thin air, remembered what I'd whispered earlier, wolfed down the rest of her food in a few bites, and slipped into the car after me. Su Ling. Watching this, I felt a twinge of bitterness, but kept my face calm as I ate, figuring she thought I was about to start running a harem. In the car, I sorted the pads, compact powder, eyeliner, lipstick, and makeup remover into portions and had Su Mingwe hand them out to the other women in the convoy when she got a chance. Apocalypse or no apocalypse, this stuff was meant for pleasing men. I had no use for it, and it'd be a waste to let it sit. Su Mingwe stared at the pile of women's products, visibly disappointed. So this was the big treasure. I picked out a bright red lipstick and handed it to her. This one's for you. She tried it on. The shade suited her perfectly, proof that my eye was on point. The hot pot had left me a little overheated, so I needed some herbal tea to cool down, put on a song on my phone, and slowly enjoyed myself. Su Mingwe was clumsy at first, but with my guidance, she finally got the hang of appreciating music. The others outside had no idea what was going on, and even if they had, no one would dare comment. Half an hour later, the ghouls had picked the zombie corpses clean, dragging away whatever they couldn't finish on the spot. By 11 at night, the vanished zombies had been replaced by something else. Red, eyeless monsters. Not many of them, but each one packed the strength of a tier, one beast. Wang Yi, keeping watch at the foot of the slope, radioed in for orders. Through old Sixth Vision, I got a look at these things over the comms, and my skin crawled. They hunted by sound, and standard V1 armor-piercing rounds didn't leave a scratch on them. Wang Yi and Wang Air drew their blades and closed in. One swing of a laser edge, and they carved out red crystal cores from inside, different from the ones in the mutant beasts. Xian Yi and Xian Air fired their guns and instantly turned themselves into targets. The nearby red creatures lunged at the sound, only to be cut down easily by Wang Yi and Wang Air. Old Six and Gold Baby handled digging out the cores and packing them up to bring back. By the car, I lit a cigarette and watched Gold Baby wrap a pair of red crystal cores in spider silk. I patted her head. Good girl. Su Mingwe got out of the car in a new outfit, no longer in that bulky nightgown. My watch had plenty of women's clothing in its storage space, and I'd picked out something suitable for her. Leggings paired with a JK-style pleated skirt, hair tied up in a high ponytail. Her figure and legs put even Lu Yu to shame. Everyone else was stunned. Nightgown to JK skirt. Had to be my doing. Su Ling walked over sipping a bottle of Vita Soy, staring at the maid over Su Mingwe, then shot me a resentful look. I've been wearing these same clothes for days. I need a change too. I flicked the cigarette away and patted the side of the car. There's a whole load of women's stuff in there. Divvy it up amongst yourselves. The fact that I was willing to hand it over at all was more than generous. Anyone else hoping for a free ride could keep dreaming. Su Ling opened the car door half in doubt, and sure enough, there was a pile of supplies, most of it women's goods. Su Mingyue sidled up guiltily and whispered, "Sis Ling, my period came." I grabbed a pack of the regular ones. At that, Su Ling grew suspicious. Had I not devoured Su Mingyue? Or was it? Used her period as an excuse? I caught the suspicion in her eyes and quickly explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just had her help me take the edge off. Nothing else happened." Su Ling bought it and turned to Su Mingyue. "Go get Su Yang, Wan, and the others. We're divvying up the stuff." Su Mingyue nodded and jogged off to spread the word. One glance at the way she ran told Su Ling she really hadn't been touched. It wasn't that I didn't want to, and it wasn't some noble self-restraint either. It was a hygiene issue. She hadn't bathed in days, and no matter how pretty a woman is, she still stinks after a while. I don't do stale bread. There'd be plenty of chances later. The road was long. Right now, dealing with those red anomalies was the real business. "Boss." The moment I turned to head down the mountain, Lu Xiaodong was right behind me. That's what a good right-hand man does. Know your role. I clapped him on the shoulder. "Want to get stronger?" "Yeah." Not a moment's hesitation. Who wouldn't want to get stronger? In the apocalypse, strength meant survival. I gave him his shot. "Then go hunt. Those blood fiend anomalies have crystal cores inside them. Get me 100 tier 1 crystal cores, and I'll upgrade your mechanical arm to tier 2. You'll be able to go toe-to-toe with a tier 2 awakened." 100. No small number. But those 2 words, tier 2, had his eyes burning red with excitement. Right now, he could only just barely hold his own against tier 1s with that mechanical arm on his left. Once he upgraded, he'd stand a fighting chance even against tier 2s. No more being a nobody. I had a monopoly on the crystal cores. If any of the other awakened in the crew wanted to break into tier 2, they'd have to risk their necks hunting and harvesting cores themselves. I don't hand out freebies, not unless they've got something to trade. Lu Xiaodong clenched his fists. This was his chance. Sure, it was dangerous down there, but as long as he didn't get reckless, he could pull together 100 in a few days. Tier 2 was within reach. Lu Mei overheard, and her eyes lit up too. I turned and grinned at her. "Go back and tell the crew. From here on out, crystal cores are the common currency. You can trade them with me for anything you want. Cigarettes, booze, tea, clothes, food, drinks. Hell, even vehicle upgrades and mods. The best way to motivate your people is to make them earn the right to grow stronger with their own 2 hands." "Really? I'll go tell everyone right now." Lu Mei's eyes flashed. Between her and her sister Lu Yu, hunting these things wouldn't be hard. Keep enough cores for their own needs, trade the rest for goods, pure profit. With their skills, even a peak tier 1 wasn't a match for them. As for the regular folks, 3 to 5 of them ganging up on an early or mid-stage tier 1 wasn't a tall order either. Odds were good they'd walk away with cores in hand. Before long, people from the camp came streaming over, weapons in hand. "You want the good life? Then go hunt some mutant beasts and anomalies, dig out the cores, and bring them to me to cash in." I stood in the night wind, planted my foot on a boulder, and looked down at the monsters below the mountain. The corner of my mouth curled up, and I snapped my fingers. Behind me, a mass of data-forged machinery phased from virtual to real, mechanical soldiers hefting assault rifles, with, hanging from their belts, grenades clipped on too, identical, like they'd rolled off an assembly line. The mech dogs looked scrawny, but the machine guns mounted on their backs were quietly menacing. When the convoy saw all these mechanical soldiers suddenly materialize behind me, the way they looked at me changed completely. No tier 1 or tier 2 awakened could pull this off. That left only one explanation. I might actually be tier 3. Combined with my class, sequence transcendent, ranking somewhere in the top 50 or even higher on the profession leaderboard, being this strong actually made sense. On top of that, every crystal core I'd collected had gone into strengthening myself, never handed out to anyone else. Sure enough, a man's got to be good to himself. Charge. Every unit for itself. I gave the order. The Mech Legion swept down the slope. They couldn't take out a tier 1 on their own, but for support and suppression, they had more than enough firepower. As long as my mechanical soldiers could put down a single zombie, I came out ahead. Survival points added up bit by bit. The moment the Mech Legion entered the field, the tide turned. Across the entire plain, every zombie, eerie, and mutant beast became my prey. Prey and hunter, the roles had flipped. You don't have to live like a coward in the apocalypse. If you've got the strength and you still keep your head down grinding it out, You might as well grab a slab of tofu and play dead. Keep a low profile when you should, and strut when you should. Otherwise, what's the point of being young? The blood moon hung overhead until dawn, when the sun took the moon's place, and our whole crew collapsed on the ground, wiped out. Exhausted, sure, but the haul was rich. Every member of the convoy had killed a good number of berserk zombies, their nerve growing along with their kill count, and a few had even picked up several crystal cores. As for me, with the mech legion covering my flanks, I'd slain a huge number of zombies as well as Tier 1 Eris and mutant beasts, bagging a full 500 crystal cores. The first thing that came to mind for these crystal cores was upgrading the mech legion. An unranked legion could only suppress, but once the whole unit got upgraded, it could lay down independent firepower suppression, maybe even one-on-one hunt and kills. The rest I'd stockpile for now. Beast Vehicle Little Blue needed an upgrade, my nanomech combat suit needed an upgrade, and the team members would keep turning in crystal cores for me to modify their vehicle weapons. All of that ran on survival points, tons of survival points. And the fastest way to farm them was to go on the offensive and hunt. Fighting to fuel more fighting was the way to go. An idea was slowly taking shape in my head. Once the Legion leveled up, I'd hand-build a satellite, roll out a mech mercenary business, hook up with other survivor convoys to offer services in exchange for pay, with crystal cores as the only currency. Just as I was daydreaming about my grand empire, Lume came over cradling a pile of crystalline stones that looked a lot like crystal cores, saying she felt they were somehow related. I had my combat goggles scanned and appraised them. Well, damn. The crystal stones were actually the precursors to crystal cores. Once they'd amassed enough energy, they'd condense into a crystal core. Crystal cores only formed inside Tier 1 mutant beasts and Eris, while crystal stones could most likely be harvested from any mutated creature below Tier 1, at about 1/10 the value of a crystal core. For an ordinary person to kill a Tier 1, unless by sheer luck. Unless you're overflowing with luck, crystal cores are hard to come by. Crystal shards are different. Use your head, and you can scrape some together. Using crystal cores as currency just now was honestly a bit arrogant of me. I hadn't thought about ordinary folks. With crystal shards in the mix, the exchange system falls into place. 10 shards for one core worth 100 survival points. Lume's little bag held roughly 100 shards, equivalent to 10 Tier 1 cores, or 1,000 survival points. I laid out the exchange rate for everyone and let them figure out what to trade their stuff for. Zhongli had a whole pile of crystal shards, all dug out of zombie skulls after kills. He'd been holding onto them thinking they were useless, and now they were finally paying off. Fatiga stared at his heap of shards plus 2 Tier 1 cores, and a whole night's exhaustion evaporated in an instant, washed away by pure joy. The rest had a handful of shards each. Whether they had a Tier 1 core came down to luck. Sweeping the battlefield, I left to the mech legion. Everyone headed back to the vehicles to rest, all of us filing away this big new thing, 7-day blood moon, in the back of our minds. If 7 days from now the moon turned crimson again, that meant this world ran on a rule. Every 7th day, a blood moon, and monsters go berserk slaughtering every living thing in sight. The only way to stay ahead of the game was to slowly piece together the laws of survival. Back in the vehicles, nobody slept. They clutched the exchange list I'd handed out and started running the numbers. Water and food weren't urgent. Vehicles were the real lifeline. Every single person in the convoy had been eyeing my car with envy. Owning one would dramatically raise your odds of staying alive. Crystal cores had a ton of uses, and the system would buy them back for survival points. A Tier 1 core bought back at 1,100, so I pocketed a heartbreaking 100-point profit on the spread. I'm not running a losing operation, but I'm not about to be some heartless middleman gouging people either. In certain cases, I could waive that 100 or even eat the loss myself. In the beast vehicle, I lay back and grinned crookedly at my survival point balance. Manager assistant, reconfigure the custom phone into a satellite terminal. I'm about to go big. I put the call through to Sprite Assistant in my head, and my consciousness slipped into the system's upgrade and modification space. Manager Assistant laid out 3 custom plans for me. Upgrade modification plan. Choose one of 3 to. The system rolled out 3 routes. I skimmed them and tapped the third without hesitation, the Super Evolution route. Convert the phone into a smart minor planet class stealth reconnaissance satellite. Massive signal range, built-in self-repair and sentry mode, capable of forming an encrypted satellite network and linkable to my neural interface for top-level control access. Congratulations, host. 100,000 survival points spent. Sprite Assistant tossed confetti in celebration. Expensive. Really expensive. But no regrets. Once that satellite was in orbit, I could churn out comm gear at a dirt cheap cost, and remote commands would no longer be a luxury. Burning cash up front was unavoidable. I could live with that. Just 24 hours, and I'd be the first under this starry sky too. A man who set up satellite signals. My consciousness pulled out of the system, and I realized someone was pressing down on me. Su Ling. She stared at my face with a hint of jealousy and just started devouring me, not caring whether I was willing or not. I knew exactly what she was thinking. Squeeze me dry now so that even if I wanted to have a heart-to-heart with Su Minghua tonight, I'd be too spent to do anything about it. This chick was ruthless. She wanted me to lose face in front of Su Minghua. After 2 hours of her wearing me out, I climbed out of the vehicle clutching my back, stepped up onto a boulder, and lit a cigarette to steady my nerves. Post-nut clarity set in, and I was weighing whether to swallow a crystal core myself and awaken a sequence. 30% odds, and a person only gets one shot at it their whole life. When you did the math, the chances were pitifully small. I hadn't been selfish about this. I told the whole convoy long ago. Whether they bought it was their business. While I was still hesitating, Su Minghua suddenly pounced over and grabbed my arm, her face flushed with excitement. Bro, my awakening sequence is extraordinary. What sequence? Weather perceiver. I can sense the weather. Ranked 661. I froze for 3 seconds, then patted her shoulder. All right, at least it's an extraordinary sequence. From now on, the convoy's weather forecast is on you. It's technically just perception, but I feel like I can control the weather in a small range too. Clear skies wherever I want. Rain wherever I want. It just drains my mental energy like crazy. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. No wonder she ranked in the 600s instead of the 900s. Turns out she had this kind of potential. A walking storm. Bro, in 1 hour and 5 minutes it'll go from clear to overcast. In 2 hours and 20 minutes, it'll start drizzling. Got it. Go tell everyone we're heading back in half an hour. Mission accomplished. Once we got back to the miracle convoy, I could go right back to lying flat and slacking off. I just hoped that after last night's Blood Moon massacre, the convoy hadn't lost too many people. If everyone was wiped out, my development rate would tank right along with it. That'd be seriously bad for me. On the way back, Su Ling drove the upgraded Hummer, and it had power to spare. No more fuel worries. In the passenger seat, Su Minghua nibbled on a spicy strip, staring out the window. Right on time, the sky clouded over. Su Ling clicked her tongue in amazement. This girl really did have crazy luck. Minghua, sense whether the rain's going to be heavy. Su Minghua closed her eyes and activated her ability. Right now she could only perceive 4 hours out. When she opened her eyes, sweat had already beaded on her forehead. Her tone was dead certain. Sis Ling, in 3 hours there's going to be a massive thunderstorm. A massive thunderstorm. Su Ling immediately pressed her earpiece to notify the whole team. Weather like that didn't just kill visibility and batter the vehicles. The real danger was getting swept up in a tornado. Once that happened, the death rate was 99%. One by one, voices came back through the earpiece. Gu Depeng, Zhang Li, Feng Cheng, Zhang Sheng, Lu Mei, Lu Xiaodong. All accounted for. Thank God I'd built a batch of communication devices. Otherwise, there'd be no way to stay in real-time contact. Before we set out, I'd upgraded everyone's vehicles. The engines could run just by burning water. The wheels had anti-slip treads and reinforced shocks. No worry about skidding or flipping even in a downpour. For me now, this was small stuff. Just stash it in the space, burn some survival points, and speed things up. 2 hours later, the rain arrived right on schedule. The convoy turned back, and after another 2 hours we passed the temple where we'd spent the previous night. We even spotted the trail markers Su Ji had left behind. He'd clearly been terrified we wouldn't find our way. Wind and rain lashed the windshields so hard that even with the wipers on full we couldn't see the road. Everyone had no choice but to take shelter in the temple. The temperature dropped suddenly, so I handed out 2 sets of cold weather gear to each person, sized to fit. Selfish I may be, but when it comes to perks people have earned, I don't skimp. A tornado prowled around the temple, stripping the grass bare wherever it passed. In the face of natural disaster, human beings are pitifully small. The storm came fast and left fast. An hour later it stopped. I immediately called for us to move out, aiming to reach the marked point before nightfall brought the mist. The rain had stopped, but the gale hadn't. Anyone stepping outside would have been knocked flat. I handed driving duty over to Little Blue. It could steer around the puddles. We climbed hills and crossed ridges. Out on the plains, survivor corpses began to appear, bleached pale as they soaked in pools of water. A quick scan through the goggles AI. None of them were from the miracle convoy. Su Ling prayed the whole way that Su Ji and the others were safe. Once we entered the mountains, the corpses thinned out. Night fell, and the mist crept in as usual. We wound our way up the mountain road, and at the very end a heap of scrapped vehicles blocked the entrance. The wooden posts were streaked with blood, and the bloodstains on the ground hadn't yet dried. A major fight had just gone down. Vice Captain Wang is back. A combat team member perched atop the scrap pile shouted into his walkie-talkie. It was Zhou Tianlong. Bring them in through the side path. Su Ji's voice came through the radio. Zhou Tianlong waved a flag to guide us, leading the convoy in through the trees. On the far side, a drawbridge lowered. Turns out this Taoist temple had a waterfall along its flank, a fairly wide one. Sealing off the front gate and leaving only the drawbridge was a smart move. The vehicles crossed one by one. The temple grounds were spacious. In the center stood a stone statue of a heavenly master. A Taoist temple and Buddhist temples too, out here in this godforsaken place. Had humans once lived here? I didn't know the answer. All I knew was that places that looked safe weren't necessarily safe, but for a temporary base, it would do. Upstairs in the temple, every combat team member was armed to the teeth. Homemade bows slung on their backs, blades tucked at their waists. Su Ji and Wu Debao came out personally to greet us. Brother Wang. Su Ji gripped my hand, visibly moved. With you back, this load on my shoulders just got a whole lot lighter. I shot him a look. I didn't come back to be your pack mule. He laughed awkwardly, his eyes drifting to the unfamiliar Lu Xiaodong behind me and to the mechanical arm, fishing for information about the newcomers. I introduced the Lu Mei sisters, Lu Xiaodong, and Millie to him, and made a point of noting that all three were sequence extraordinary awakened. Su Ji's eyes lit right up. Manpower was exactly what he was short on, and this was like coal delivered in the dead of winter. He led us into a room. On the table sat freshly roasted venison, 2 bottles of liquor, and 2 packs of Hongtashan cigarettes. Nothing else. Shabby, sure, but it was the best the convoy could put together right now. Sit, sit, sit. The venison's fresh. Captain Su, fill us in on the convoy. You've picked up a lot of new faces. Su Ling and I both wanted to know. Su Ji kept it short. Last night, when he noticed the mist hadn't rolled in and the moon had turned blood red, he immediately broke out every weapon he'd been stockpiling and set up defenses all around to hold off the zombie horde. Luckily, the Taoist temple sat on high ground, so the zombies couldn't break through. While the ghouls were busy fighting over the corpses, he'd scavenged a good haul of crystal cores, swallowed them on the spot, and pushed himself up to early second stage. Killing zombies and first-stage mutant beasts became like an adult beating up kids. It was thanks to his split-second decisions that most of the people made it through, though the combat squad and support squad had still taken heavy losses. I couldn't help admiring him. Keeping a bunch of ordinary people alive through a blood moon was no small feat still. I had to ask, so how long do you plan on staying here? Su Ji folded his hands on the table and said calmly, there's another convoy holed up in the temple, the Dawn Convoy. They've got a young awakened kid who can divine good and bad fortune. He's foreseen a hard winter coming, and soon. We need to stay put here for 3 months. My brow instantly knotted up. I'd come back hoping to kick back and coast, and instead the bad news kept piling on, like the universe had it in for me. Su Ji didn't bring up the supply question in front of everyone. He steered the topic away. Eat first. We'll talk business after the meal. But nobody picked up their chopsticks. Every eye was on me. By now they all treated me as the anchor of the group. Without my nod, nobody dared start. Wu Debao took the whole scene in. Night fell. The mist was kept at bay outside the perimeter, eerie silhouettes drifting in and out of sight, murmurs gnawing at the nerves. Torches blazed across both buildings as survivors worked through the night, crafting wooden gear. Tomorrow they'd set up traps. Suji's plan was this. Each convoy would take one building, traps would ring the surrounding area, and the two sides would back each other up over walkie-talkie. After dinner, Suji and his sister hadn't seen each other in days and wanted to catch up, so we tactfully made ourselves scarce. None of us used the quarters he'd arranged, either. We all planned to sleep back in our vehicles. Meanwhile, in a tidied-up side room, Suji, Su Ling, and Wu Debao sat huddled in private conference. So Wang Lin probably has a serious stockpile on his hands, enough to get all of us through the winter, maybe even keep us fed and clothed for years. Suji's face registered shock. The key point was, from the moment we sat down to the moment we finished eating, I hadn't brought it up once, which meant I was planning to keep it all for myself. Selfish son of a bitch. Wu Debao slammed the table. If Captain Su hadn't told him where to look, how would he ever have found the financial district, let alone gotten his hands on that stash? Su Ling quickly added, "That's just speculation, though. Wang Lin may not have scavenged much at all. Maybe he was telling the truth." Suji went quiet, weighing it, then spoke. "I've got a way to feel him out. If he really is sitting on supplies, there's no way he'll head back out to risk. Risky, but if they're short on supplies, he'll definitely choose to head out." Wu Debao's eyes lit up. "You mean that place?" 2 days ago, Suji had sensed a huge stack of shipping containers on the distant coastline. There had to be supplies inside, maybe even military-grade weapons. After breaking through to Tier 2, his perception had grown even sharper, and he could make out the icon of a large supermarket too. Food, drink, clothing, everyday goods, anything you could think of. Just the firearms alone made it worth the risk. Better to rely on themselves than beg others for help. The three of them talked for a long time, and every bit of it fell into the eyes of an old six disguised as a mechanical lizard in the corner. Inside the beast vehicle, I lay alone, sharing old six's field of vision. Every word the three of them said reached my ears, not a syllable missed. They'd never dream of it. I'd planted old six in that room to watch them long ago. Those containers were on the coast. A round trip would take half a month. Suji wanted me to upgrade the vehicle with a water-powered engine and a water tank, and he wanted to borrow my combat strength as well. He'd thought it through pretty thoroughly. I pulled out of old Six's vision, sneering inwardly. Through the whole meeting, Su Ling had never once mentioned to Suji or Wu Debao that I had over 100 mech soldiers and mech hounds under my command. Looks like she was holding a card back even from her own brother. Afraid Suji would feel his authority as captain threatened by someone whose achievements outshone his own. Poor woman, caught between me and Suji. Not an easy spot to be in. I immediately spent survival points and crystal cores to upgrade my 100-strong mech soldier core and mech hound core first. Preserving my own strength was the golden rule. Whatever was left, I'd keep pouring into the beast vehicle, Little Blue. System, draft a custom upgrade plan for Little Blue. Motorhome type, safe and comfortable, but with plenty of power too. I still had tens of thousands of survival points anyway. I could shortchange anybody, but I wasn't about to shortchange myself. Plan 1. Upgrade to motorhome. Add subspace, drivetrain, shock absorption, and climate control systems. Total, 14,000 survival points. Plan 2. Tier 2 Beast God Vehicle, 10,000. Add 120 square meter time-frozen subspace, 5,000. Add beast-grade drivetrain, shock absorption, and climate control, 8,000. The latter would put Little Blue's overall strength on par with a Tier 2 Awakened, balanced in both offense and defense. That was more to my taste. I dumped 23,000 survival points on it in one go, leaving my balance at just over 10,000. By the time Su Ling came looking for me, I was already lying in the Hummer with Little Blue nowhere in sight. Su Minghua, in the passenger seat, smoothed things over for me on her own initiative. Little Blue had been pulled into my space for upgrades, and I'd fallen into a deep sleep from overusing my ability. If you're going to put on a show, put it on all the way. I played dead asleep the whole night, just to have an excuse to turn down Su Ji's upgrade request. Sure enough, the next day, as soon as the mist lifted, Su Ji and Wu Debao showed up with the combat squad, wanting me to repair and upgrade their wrecked vehicles. I feigned weakness and told them I'd overused my ability the night before and couldn't modify anything else. With Su Ling and Su Minghua there to back me up, neither of them thought too much about it. They just chalked it up to me acting on impulse. Little did they know, I'd already seen through every last one of their schemes. Since the vehicles couldn't be upgraded any further, the mission still had to launch on schedule. The convoy commandeered a batch of vehicles suited for long-distance travel. Zhangsheng and Fangcheng's two SUVs naturally couldn't escape the draft. Neither of those rich kids could bear to part with his ride, so they simply joined my team and headed out alongside Su Ji and the others. This was an important mission, so both Su Ji and Wu Debao had to go, which meant running the convoy fell to Su Ling. Wu Debao also recommended a 32-year-old corporate executive named Bai Lin to assist her. Uneasy about leaving Su Ling on her own, I left the Lu sisters, Lu Mei and Lu Yu, behind to take her orders. Lu Yu wasn't happy about it at first. She wanted in on the mission. But once I spent 800 survival points to upgrade her blade into a Tier 1 extraordinary weapon, she agreed on the spot. Su Mingyue had to come with me. Her weather-sensing ability was too crucial for a long haul, and she'd help keep me from getting bored on the road. Lu Xiaodong, as my right-hand man, was riding along too, driving a Hummer I'd personally modified. I'd wanted to bring Millie, dead weight though she was, but Wu Debao objected, arguing the camp also needed awakened defenders. In the end, Millie, Lu Mei, Lu Yu, Su Yang, and Wenwan formed Su Ling's all-female squad and stayed to hold down the camp. Sun Zhong made the draft list too, driving a pickup. Su Ji's combat unit this time included one special member, a tomboy called T. It wasn't until the meeting last night that I learned she was a sequence tier extraordinary awakener who had joined Midway, a spatial mage. She could open a pocket dimension for storage. Just how big it was, only she herself knew. Su Ji and the others had recruited her, obviously, because they were afraid I'd hoard all the supplies for myself. Before we set out, I brought out my beast car, Little Blue, from the upgrade space. The thing looked more like a blue-furred beast now, massive wheels, a hulking frame, and a brand new beastification trait. When the road ahead became impassable, it could shift straight into an agile beast form. Get in. I beckoned to Su Mingyue, who was staring in a daze. Oh, she snapped out of it and climbed aboard. The driver's seat came with a 360-degree holographic display. Both front seats had massage functions, and the passenger seat came with manual controls for the retractable auto turret on the roof. The engine growled to life, a low rumble like a beast snarl. The survivors around us watched, wide-eyed. Su Ji and Wu Debao stared at my beast car with undisguised envy. Move out. Lu Xiaodong's Hummer fell in right behind me. Fang Cheng's and Zhang Sheng's SUVs, each carrying two members of the combat unit, brought up the rear. We hadn't gone far past the foot of the mountain when Su Ji's convoy pulled to a halt, as if waiting for something. Before long, 3 vehicles rolled down from another mountain road. The driver was a burly man. In the passenger seat sat Li Hongyi, captain of the Dawn convoy, with his son Li Yuan in the back. 2 more vehicles trailed behind them. Transport pickups. Su Ji and Wu Debao got out and shook hands warmly with Li Hongyi, all smiles, as if they were meeting some head of state. From inside my vehicle, I watched the holographic feed. Every word of their conversation came through crystal clear. After the pleasantries, Li Hongyi and his 2 transport trucks joined our convoy. Lu Xiaodong's voice came through in my ear. Boss, another crew's tagging along? Captain Su is being awfully generous, isn't he? I chuckled. Xiaodong, don't worry about how many people join along the way. Once we find the supplies, I'll show them what it means to come away empty-handed. There's a bowl of meat sitting in front of me, and I, Wang Lin, intend to be the one eating the biggest pieces and slurping down the richest broth. The scraps and dregs? Let the others fight over them. Su Ji had no clue about my ambitions. He was still chatting and laughing with Wu Debao, looking forward to the settled life they'd have once the supplies were secured. The long haul was all mountain roads, no way to make good time. 10 hours in, the convoy had rolled into completely unfamiliar territory. Su Ji navigated by his pathfinding sense. Li Yuan divined for omens of fortune and disaster, and Su Mingyue called the weather. The 3 of them worked in tandem, and we made it through without a hitch. Nightfall brought creeping mist. Everyone circled the vehicles up, and the rune-inscribed stones lashed to the trucks were activated to form a small barrier against the mist and the eerie things that lurked within. For dinner, they gnawed on smoked jerky washed down with plain water, bland as could be. I had no intention of suffering through that. I made up an excuse and slipped back to my RV to prepare a proper feast, and Su Mingwen naturally came along. I called Fong Chung, Zhang Sheng, and Lu Xiaodong on board too. The moment the three of them stepped inside and saw the compact kitchen, the shower, and the big bed, their eyes lit up. Take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Make yourselves at home. I slapped a thick slab of steak onto the counter. Boss, is that a tomahawk steak? Lu Xiaodong gestured with his hands. It was bigger than his palm. I laid the steak on the grill and called out to Su Mingwe. Grab the ice-cold beers from the fridge. Ice-cold beer? Fong Chung and Zhang Sheng swallowed hard without thinking. Su Mingwe came back with an armful of cans and set them out one by one. I passed them around, grinning. Plenty of beer. Drink all you want. I'd cleaned out the stock of a few bars in the financial district. Supply wasn't a concern. Come on. Cheers. Think of it as a camping trip. Cheers. A few cans in. Cheeks were flushed and the mood had loosened up. I looked at Fong Chung and Zhang Sheng and said, the three of us have been on the run since day one. If I ever have a falling out with the miracle convoy, would you two come with me? Bring your girlfriends and all. Fong Chung shot to his feet and thumped his chest. Captain Wang, I'm in. Zhang Sheng hesitated a moment, then nodded too. I'm in as well. Rolling with you feels safer than rolling with Captain Su. You look out for your own people, and I, Zhang Sheng, respect a man like that. The night before, the two of them had wandered around the Taoist temple and seen how the folks at the makeshift camp were scraping by. 2 meals a day, nothing but jerky. Turn in. The supplies were guarded around the clock by the logistics team, drawing anything required assigned shit from Suji or Wu Debao. Those supplies had long since ceased to belong to the survivors. They'd become convoy property, doled out only to reward the core members and to win over Awakened. The convoy ran on democratic votes, one person, one ballot on major matters. But in a world gone to hell, without an iron fist you'd sooner or later raise a pack of ingrates. These two rich kids had seen through all that. That's why they wanted to throw in with me. The mood was just right, so I grinned and asked, so which one of you two is a sequence Awakened? Huh? One of them isn't Awakened. Lu Xiaodong and Su Mingwe both froze. Zhang Sheng spread his hands to show he was just a regular guy. Fong Chung, however, pushed up his glasses, raised his head, and came clean. It's me. Damn. Old Fong. You're actually an Awakened. And you kept it buried this deep. Zhang Sheng was dumbstruck. My ability is telekinesis. Sequence rank 199, telekinesis master. The words had barely left his mouth when Fong Chung waved a hand. An empty beer can floated up steadily and sailed into the trash bin. Then he used his telekinesis to pop open fresh cans and deliver one in front of each person, dead on accurate. Clearly he'd practiced plenty and had already advanced to Tier 1. Everyone watching nearly broke into applause. Telekinesis, the dream of countless men, and this quiet type had hidden it even from his own girlfriend. A ruthless one, this guy? Su Mingwe's face was pure envy, and Lu Xiaodong looked positively covetous. Only Zhang Sheng was left looking like a clown. He was the tail-ender of the whole convoy. He'd secretly owed Fatty Gu a huge favor to trade for a single Tier 1 crystal core, swallowed it down, and gotten nothing Awakened except a boost in strength and speed. Lu Xiaodong had his mechanical arm. Whether he awakened or not didn't matter. So long as I grew stronger, he'd grow stronger right along with me. As for me, I wasn't about to gamble on swallowing a crystal core just yet. Now that I'd sniffed out Fong Chung, the sneaky bastard, my team's combat strength could steamroll the miracle convoy no problem. In this whole world, we were solid top 3. Once everyone was about 7 parts drunk, we all headed back to our own vehicles to sleep. There was still road to cover tomorrow. The moment the three of them stepped out of the RV, every eye around the bonfire was on them. A hulking, muscle-bound man tossed more wood into the fire and warned the 2 younger men beside him. Don't go picking fights with our deputy captain. That guy's even tougher than Captain Su. Got it, Brother Lei. Su Lei got up, walked over to Sun Zhong's vehicle, tapped on the window, and held out a cigarette. Come on out, have a smoke. Sun Zhong glanced at the tomboyish girl bundled up in a blanket next to him and awkwardly declined. I'll pass. Next time. After Su Lei left, Wu Debao's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Old son, what did Su Lei want with you? Nothing. Just wanted to share a smoke. Don't go wandering off. Keep an eye on Minjia. Got it. Meanwhile, over on Suji's pickup, Wu Debao was smoking and staring at my RV. Captain Su, We've got to watch out for that Wang Lin. I've got a feeling he's reeling people in, trying to build his own faction. They're just friends. They're only having a chat. Su Ji's making excuses for me. Wu Debao joined the convoy partway through and became a combat squad leader, lower in rank than me, the vice captain, and just an ordinary human on top of that. In the apocalypse, how could he not have his own ideas? He'd been whispering in Su Ji's ear day after day, and Su Ji was getting more and more prickly toward me. But he still had a few shreds of sense left. He knew that falling out with me wouldn't do the convoy any good. I hope you're right, Wu Debao murmured. Silence filled the vehicle. That night, the eerie silhouettes beyond the mist barrier drifted around, refusing to leave. Early the next morning, once the fog had lifted, Su Ji immediately pushed everyone to move out. The convoy hugged the coastline, climbing over mountains and ridges. We ran into beasts along the way, but in front of my auto turrets, anything below Tier 1 got shredded into sieves. The crystals we dug out, I had Jean Baobei recover on the spot. 5 days passed, leaving us 2 days from our destination. That night, we made camp in a ruined temple when a swarm of monsters swooped down on us. Eyeless things, winged, with round heads and mouths full of backward-curving fangs. I scanned them with my visor and dubbed them birdmen, flight-capable, sharp-nosed, thin-skinned, and fast. Any that flew into the turret's range were shredded instantly. The rest only dared to circle at a safe distance. Birdmen carried crystals inside them, and Tier 1 ones even had crystal cores, items that could boost an awakened strength. Wu Debao, along with 2 men he'd been buttering up, tried to sneak in and grab a piece of the loot. But the moment they reached the corpses, a metallic mechanical spider had already wrapped a crystal core in silk and hauled it off. Wu Debao had a hunch these past few days. Su Minghua hadn't been an awakened when she left, but she was one when she came back. It almost had to do with the crystal cores. Crystals were half-formed byproducts, freshly born. Crystal cores were the finished article. His thinking was, if he could swallow a Tier 1 crystal core and become an awakened himself, he'd stand on equal footing with me, no longer some petty squad leader. Watching that juicy crystal core slip away, he couldn't stomach it, and gave chase after Jean Baobei. Jean Baobei, like someone walking a dog, led the 3 of them all the way back to the RV. Squad leader Wu, why are you chasing my mechanical pet? If you wanted a workout, couldn't you just run a couple of laps around the temple? I sat perched on the roof of the vehicle, looking down at his sorry state. Wu Debao lifted his head, righteous as could be. Vice Captain Wang, that crystal core belongs to the convoy's resource pool. Captain Su handles the distribution. Jean Baobei spat out a strand of silk and hauled himself up onto the roof, offering me the crystal core like it was a prize. I turned the crystal core over in my hand and looked at him like he was an idiot. I killed for this crystal core. Why the hell would I hand it over to the convoy? Vice Captain Wang, we can't be running on personal heroics. We've got to think like a team. Unified command, military-style discipline. That's the only way this convoy thrives. He knew my strength outstripped even Su Ji's, so all he could do was try to reason politely. Oh, really? I flipped the crystal core casually in my hand, smiling at him. So even this former soldier had grown ambitions. A wolf is still a wolf. Throw a sheepskin over it, drop it in with the flock, and it still won't change its. Nature never changes. Wu Debao caught the mockery in my smile and knew I'd never hand it over. He made up some excuse and slunk off with his tail between his legs. The birdmen in the sky still wanted to try their luck, but the moment they entered the turret's range, anything below Tier 1 got vaporized in seconds by the twin cannons. Couldn't last more than a heartbeat. Even the Tier 1s didn't hold out much longer. As long as the RV stayed parked at the temple entrance, those things wouldn't dare come near.